Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I am the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to another emergency stream. And right now, we are seeing the continuation of the conflict between Iran and Israel. Right now, they're exchanging missile fire with each other, and it looks like there's explosions in Tehran and also explosions about to be happening in Israel once again. And we're also seeing a mass exodus from Tehran by the Iranian citizens right this very moment that is escalating dramatically. So we have a lot of news to cover, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the ongoing developments that are happening live at this moment inside the Islamic Republic of Iran and the state of Israel, as we've been able to get confirmation of more Iranian ballistic missile strikes against the state of Israel and other significant developments that have just started to occur as we were going live on air. At this moment, U.S. forces are racing to deploy to the Middle East in mass, as both the USS Nimitz, the USS Carl Vinson, the HMS Prince of Wales, and many other naval assets have currently been deployed to the region by both the United States of America and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland in support of an Israeli coalition against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We have also been able to hear of the issuing of nuclear, biological, and chemical protection suits to U.S. forces within the region, and according to CENTCOM, that appears to be a precaution at the moment, but this is also coming at the exact same time as statements of possible nuclear action are beginning to circulate throughout the entirety of the region. Just a minute ago, U.S. forces have come under attack at the Al-Assad air base inside of western Iraq, and we have also been able to hear of air raid sirens being sounded over the cities of Erbil. We have also been able to hear of significant airstrikes inside of the city of Tehran, yet still, and massive exoduses of Iranian civilians living within the city of Tehran are currently being conducted on all major interstates and highways from the city, as the Israelis have issued evacuation notices to large parts of the region. We have also been able to hear that just minutes ago, the Fordo and Parchin nuclear development sites have also been hit again, and the Parchin nuclear development facility has been hit for the first time in the conflict. We are able to confirm that the Fordo facility apparently was able to survive severely damaged from the initial attacks that occurred 72 hours ago, and we have now been able to hear that around 108 hours later, we are getting just minutes ago, that the Fordo facility has been hit again, and this time the strikes were significant enough that it appears that the facility has been entirely destroyed. We have not been able to get a damage assessment at this moment from the Parchin nuclear facility to the southeast of Tehran, but we do understand that facility is most likely taken moderate to severe damage at this moment and may possibly have been knocked out of action. We are waiting at this moment for Iranian ballistic missiles to make their way towards the state of Israel, and we'll be reporting on that situation as we are able to get news, video, and picture evidence of the ongoing developments over the skies of the state of Israel. In the meantime, however, I will be trying to get y'all caught up to date with some of the brief bits of news and information that we have at this moment about the ongoing developments today. But I'm actually going to stop right there because we actually do have breaking news at this moment. And so, Matthew, take it away.
All right, so right now, at this very moment, we are hearing about the Israelis intercepting missiles coming from Iran and also from Yemen as well, right this very minute. The Israelis are saying they've intercepted one Houthi missile from Yemen right now around their territory. That is what we're hearing right now. The Houthis are also firing missiles yet again at Israel. So far, just one missile intercepted by the Israelis from the Houthis. We're also seeing as well at the exact same time, powerful explosions being reported in the Bidkana area near Malard, west of Tehran. Right now at this very moment. We do have video evidence of these major explosions right now. It should be a few posts down on our Twitter page, and you'll see it right there. And we are hearing explosions happening right now in Tehran. So let's take a look.
And really quickly, let me make sure to put this down on the map for everyone. And actually, considering that I do not know exactly where Malard is, we will watch the clip, and then I'll do the geolocation here in a second to figure out exactly where that is. So without further ado, here is the clip. We can see explosions of Israeli missiles and air ordnance impacting their targets within the city of Malard, west of Tehran. We currently do not know the exact targets that have been attacked or hit at this moment, but we will be trying to conduct geolocation as soon as we possibly can to be able to figure out the location of these impacts of the Israeli Air Force. We can see that the explosions have stopped, at least at this moment in the video, but we were able to see a numerous amount of explosions, highly likely suggesting a large military facility or target that was hit at the very opening of this video.
Also, Enforcer, while we're finishing up with this video right here, I just want to reiterate that right now we are getting reports of attacks at the Parchin nuclear facility inside of Iran by Israeli forces. We're also hearing as well that the Fordo nuclear site inside of Iran is also under attack as well. Right now, we are awaiting video evidence of those attacks on those nuclear facilities. But once again, those are very crucial facilities for Iran's nuclear program that have been struck before by Israel, but these are bigger attacks that we're hearing about right this second. So that is a pretty big deal right now. Also, by the way, folks, I want to reiterate this one more time. We are being told by the U.S. Air Force personnel that apparently U.S. CENTCOM has been placed on uniform posture level 3 as a precaution, which means that troops now carry full MOP gear, which is basically CBRN preparedness gear to get ready for a potential situation where they need to use protective eyewear, mask, gloves, and first aid kits while outdoors. They've also banned gatherings of more than 50 people, and also some base dining facilities are restricted to takeout only. And these new orders were issued within the last 24 hours by regional commanders. So that is a big deal right there. Full MOP gear, that is not a usual deal that they usually do. And this is posture level 3, according to U.S. CENTCOM as of right now.
Not only that, but to quickly take us away from the ongoing airstrikes happening inside of Malard within western Tehran, and to give you all a little bit of information, considering that I do understand a large amount of our audience is a citizen of the United States of America, I'll be trying to give you all a little bit of a rundown of the current U.S. force posturing within the region since we're live on air, and we also do have information that U.S. forces are deploying to the Middle East at this time. We were able to see that according to Flight Radar 24, according to aircraft that have their public transponders on, that there is a significant movement movement of U.S. stratotankers into the region. We were able to note 3 KC-46A Pegasus stratotanker in-air refueling aircraft on their way to the Middle East, most likely based within regions that are, well, nations that are a part of the U.S. security assurance sphere. And we also were able to see 2 additional C-17 Globemasters also moving into the area as well. It appears that they may be moving in with some sort of supplies or something along those lines, but it is once again showing us that there is a major development at this very ongoing situation with the U.S. Air Force and its possible deployment into the region. We have also gotten a little bit more breaking news. What do we have, Matthew?
Okay, so we've got some very big breaking news right this second. There is an active attack. Remember this, by the way. There's an active attack going on right now at the Fordo nuclear site. A 2.5 magnitude earthquake has just been recorded at the Fordo nuclear site right this second as the Israelis are attacking it. So I'm not sure if that is connected to it. We don't know for a fact that is connected, but there is an earthquake recorded right now, a small earthquake at the Fordo nuclear site as it is being attacked by the Israelis using air assets. So that is a big one right there. We need to keep an eye on that and see what that's all about, because that could indicate maybe something has gone off in a large way at the Fordo nuclear site. Also, we are getting word as well that the Iranian air defenses are currently repelling an Israeli attack at the Natanz nuclear facility at the exact same time that this is going off as well. And we're also getting more word from the IDF that they're striking surface-to-surface missile sites in central Iran right this second. So things are popping off like crazy. I'm trying to keep up with it all. It's really happening fast. But the big news is right now at this very second, Natanz, Fordo, and also the Parchin nuclear sites are all under attack right this very second, according to what we're hearing from the Israelis. And also earthquakes being reported as well near some of these nuclear sites. So very big news.
It does appear that at this moment, the Israelis are now beginning airstrikes against the Iranian nuclear facilities and attempting to either knock them out entirely or damage them even further, although we have been able to confirm that a decent amount of these facilities have already been destroyed in prior days, especially the Natanz facility, where we were able to get clear corroboration by the IAEA, the State of Israel, and the Islamic Republic of Iran that all of the enrichment abilities inside of the facility have been destroyed in the initial attack. It now appears that a second wave of attacks is now being conducted days later against the Fordo, Natanz, and the Parchin nuclear facilities in an attempt to try and completely disable them and destroy them to avoid further use by the Islamic Republic of Iran and its forces in an attempt to nuclearize the Islamic State. We have also been able to get additional information, by the way, speaking of current U.S. deployments and force developments inside the region, that it appears that unfortunately the post that I had earlier about the MOP gear being issued to U.S. forces has been unposted, but we were able to see the current U.S. naval force disposition within the area for the 5th and 6th Fleet's area of operations. We are able to see that the USS Carl S. Vinson is currently inside the area of the Arabian Sea, along with its carrier strike group, including the Ticonderoga class, USS Princeton, and 6 Arleigh Burke class destroyers, along with 2 fleet auxiliaries, the USS Georgia, which is a ballistic missile submarine, and another fleet auxiliary, most likely an oiler, the USNS Guadalupe. We also understand that at this time, there are some other U.S. naval assets within the region, but most of these are auxiliaries at this moment. We also do know that at least based in Bahrain at the moment, we also have some U.S. Coast Guard cutters, some smaller minesweepers, and also some littoral class ships that are also available at the disposal of the U.S. Navy and CENTCOM command at the time. We have also been able to hear
Also, real quick, Enforcer, we just got breaking news right this second. I'm not sure if you've already said this or not, but the Nimitz Carrier Strike Group is possibly heading right towards CENTCOM at this very moment. I think you might have mentioned that. I'm not really sure, but there is confirmation the Nimitz Carrier Strike Group is heading straight for CENTCOM, apparently right this second. So that is also big news.
Actually, we were about to get to that because we were able to hear earlier in the day that the USS Nimitz and its strike group, which actually is on its final deployment before retirement, is now heading in the direction of the Middle East, most likely to be placed under the command of CENTCOM, along with the U.S. Navy's USS Carl Vinson and also the Royal Navy's HMS Prince of Wales, which hasn't really gotten a lot of attention, but currently the HMS Prince of Wales, a Queen Elizabeth-class aircraft carrier, let me make sure to go get the aircraft carrier, not the battleship from World War II, is currently inbound on its way to the area of CENTCOM command as well. We do believe that the British, the United States, and the Israelis may create a joint unified command structure and most likely create a coalition force that will be operating against the Islamic Republic of Iran into the future. We do not have current ongoing developments right now of the actual deployment or location of the HMS Prince of Wales, but it is also going to be on scene along with the USS Carl Vinson already inside of the theater, along with the USS Nimitz, which will most likely arrive in theater within just several days from this point, most likely within 72 hours. We are going to be waiting to see what kind of developments come from the larger naval presence within the region, but the large naval presence is most likely suggesting that offensive air actions and defensive air actions by the United States of America or coalition forces is most likely inevitable at this point, as the United States and the United Kingdom would not dedicate significant assets such as aircraft carriers and large numbers of aircraft to operations that would only be in a defensive role. We will most likely be seeing that this is an offensive and defensive role that these carrier strike groups will be operating in. We also were able to hear as well that there is more ongoing developments inside of Iraq. We did get some preliminary information before we went on air that at the Al-Assad air base inside of Iraq, which is right here, some people mislocated this earlier and said that it was outside of Baghdad, and I believe that they're getting that confused with the Liberty base, which is based inside of Baghdad, which is on the eastern side of the Baghdad International Airport, which still houses and operates some limited U.S. air assets and also air assets of coalition forces that are still inside of Iraq at this time. But generally, from what we've been able to hear just a little while ago, it does appear that the Al-Assad air base within western Iraq is under attack, largely operated and housed by U.S. soldiers. It does appear that this may be the first actual attack that has been conducted by the Islamic Republic of Iran and Islamic Republic of Iran aligned forces against the United States of America and its forces and assets within the region at the time. We do understand that even as we are trying to get out all of this breaking news and developments about the United States within the region, there's even more breaking news coming out of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And so what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so right now we are currently waiting on missiles to arrive in Israel that Iran has launched, but we are hearing that apparently the Israelis are launching such a good preemptive strike on those Iranian launchers in Iranian territory that they have been able to delay at least some of the launches as of right now. The launchers that were supposed to be firing those missiles from Iran have been struck by the Israeli Air Force, or at least a good portion of them. So it looks like this time the Israelis might have been able to at least get the jump on the Iranians when they tried to launch these missiles. So that is a good sign. Now, once again, we are still hearing from the IDF. They're still detecting more movement of missiles being prepared to launch from central Iran, and the IDF is still trying to foil that attack right this very second. So we are seeing that in motion. I'm trying to see here if I can get any more maybe picture or video evidence of these being struck, but right now I'm not finding any at the very moment. But we are hearing for a fact that the Israelis are preemptively striking these missiles being launched at the very moment.
And it does appear that at this time we are still seeing that the Israeli Air Force is conducting preemptive strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran's transport-erector launchers that are to fire these missiles incredibly soon. Really quickly, let me go pull y'all up an Iranian TEL so that way I can see if we can show y'all one of the launchers that would be used. Let me actually type in missile launcher instead. That might pull up a better answer. And here we are. These are transport-erector launchers, which is the technical name for military vehicles specialized in the carrying and launch of longer-range ballistic missiles or even short-range ballistic missiles as well, like we're seeing in this picture right here. These are the systems that the State of Israel is currently attacking preemptively before they can launch their attack against the State of Israel. It actually appears that, as a matter of fact, battery commanders may have been killed in the course of this strike, as we are now hearing that there is a delay in the launch of these missiles by entire batteries throughout the region. This would not suggest that the hit on the launchers is causing the delay. This may actually suggest that the Israelis were able to find credible intelligence as to the location of the battery commanders, which would issue orders for these units to fire, and may have been able to preemptively strike those command units and stop these units from being able to fire, at least until a command structure is reestablished within minutes. This may be buying the Israelis some time to prepare additional defenses inside of the State of Israel, and it also may be knocking out precious transport-erector launcher units that could be used in current attacks and future attacks against the State of Israel, and once again limiting Iran's responses, at least in launches of ballistic missiles, to smaller numbers, most likely within the lower dozens instead of the high dozens or over 100 that we've been seeing at least recently. We also understand that these missile launchers and battery commanders have been found throughout a large area of the country in the prior attacks over previous days, as we've been able to see that the Islamic Republic of Iran has launched their ballistic missiles missiles from the conventional launching points along the Iranian-Iraq border, as well as within western Tehran as well, possibly suggesting that these airstrikes are hitting a broad, wide area throughout the entirety of western Tehran, western Iran, from the city of Tehran all the way out to cities such as the one of Kermanshah, or even the city of Sanadaj in Maravam, where we've also been able to see large strikes being conducted in the past. We are waiting to see if we get any footage or video evidence, which will most likely not be forthcoming at this moment, by the Israeli Air Force, showing confirmations of these strikes and destructions of either command vehicles or battery transport erector launchers that were soon to be firing their missiles towards the state of Israel. So at this moment,
So right now we're currently getting our first piece of video evidence. I'm not really sure what to make of it, to be honest, but it appears to be showing some type of air defense activity, maybe going on near the Natanz nuclear facility, but I really can't tell just glancing at it. But let's take a look.
So we can see gun-based air defense fire. Once again, this is supposedly near to the area of Natanz, but we have absolutely no geolocation abilities on this video. It is pitch black beyond the road, meaning that we cannot see any identifiable landmarks to allow us to confirm where exactly this is, but there is some possible air defense activity that is currently ongoing around the area of the Natanz nuclear facility at this moment. It also appears that, according to information published by Noel Reports, that the Israeli Air Defense Forces are announcing that there are actually surface-to-surface missile sites near to the area of Natanz. That is an incredibly interesting thing, as that would actually suggest a new launch point for Iranian ballistic missiles that has not been seen in prior attacks so far, where we've seen usual attacks being fired from western Iran and Tehran. It now appears that there are possible missile launch sites near to the area of Natanz itself, which is an incredibly interesting development and showing that the Iranians may have spread out a large amount of their transport erector launchers to attempt to make their destruction a lot more difficult by the Israeli Air Force, and to allow for them to continue to try and fire off larger volleys of missiles before all of their TELs are completely destroyed on the ground. That is an incredibly interesting development. I won't be putting this marker down until we can get some good verification on this video, because once again, folks, we don't know exactly where it is, and while we're not wanting to question the credibility of Noel Reports, which is usually incredibly reliable, there is just no geolocation that we can do with this video right now to confirm where exactly it's coming from inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So we'll be awaiting geolocation on that, at least at the moment. In the meantime, though, we have been able to hear that a 4.3 magnitude earthquake has also been registered within the Baluchistan province of the Islamic Republic of Iran just a little while ago. The Baluchistan province is actually directly alongside and bordering the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and it does appear that there is another larger earthquake that has now happened within this region. A 4.3 earthquake is large enough that it can actually cause physical tremors that can be felt throughout the entirety of the region, and it does appear that we may be seeing that something is going on within the Baluchistan province, or it may be conventional seismic activity. But we do have more breaking news coming out at this moment, and what do we got, Enforcer Matt?
All right, so right now we are getting more breaking news right this very minute. I just want to reiterate this one more time. We've currently heard of 2 earthquakes happening in Iran. The first one was near the Fordo nuclear site. That was a 2.5, just about a 2.5 magnitude earthquake, so a smaller one. We've also, like the Enforcer just said, heard of a 4.3 magnitude earthquake in the western part of Iran right this very second. So there are earthquakes happening across Iran for some unknown reason at the exact same time that Israeli attacks are being reported. So, obviously, it appears to be possibly connected, but we simply don't know right this second. So we're going to hold judgment on that. But also, by the way, we are hearing that apparently, according to Israeli news, the IDF is thwarting launches from Iran in real time. And it's been 40 minutes since the home front command guidelines were issued to Israeli citizens to take shelter. And we still hear of no launches from Iran right this very second. No confirmed launches as of right now. So it appears to be that for the first time since this whole conflict began, the Israelis have generally been able to stop with preemptive attacks these Iranian launches from their territory. So that is a first so far that we've heard. Now, once again, the threat is not over. Apparently, we're hearing that there are more missiles being prepared, even with these preemptive attacks taking place. So we'll have to wait and see what's happening. But the earthquake situation is a bit interesting, and we're waiting to get more information about that as well.
We are continuing to hear that there is a decent amount of seismic activity that is currently being conducted or happening throughout the Islamic Republic of Iran, including a small earthquake at 2.5 near to the area of the city of Qom, which is just north of the Fordo nuclear facility. And we've also been able to hear of a 4.3 earthquake now happening within the Baluchistan province of Iran, in its most easterly region near to the border of Pakistan. We are not entirely sure what that seismological activity is at this moment. We are still trying to get additional evidence or information about that to be able to report to all of y'all. But at this moment, we do also understand that there are other major developments happening throughout the area, as we are seeing that coalition forces, as we are now going to be calling U.S., British, and Israeli forces combine the coalition, and we'll be referring to them on stream as that from now on. We have been able to hear that apparently coalition forces are still moving into the area. We did get to see hours earlier exo-atmospheric interceptions still being conducted by the Israeli Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 anti-ballistic missile systems over northern Israel, which we can see in this clip right here, as Iranian launches have been fairly high pace, at least over the past several hours, and we have been able to see that the Islamic Republic of Iran's current attacks appear to have been slowed or stopped by the Israeli offensive air actions that are currently happening at this moment. Oddly enough, it appears that there's also some attacks that are now occurring within the area of northern Iraq, as we have been able to hear that sirens sounded around the major northern Iraqi city of Erbil, and that was incredibly close to the U.S. General Consulate within the city. This is amidst the ongoing ballistic missile attacks by Iran against Israel, and we also were able to hear that there was air defense activity near to the area of the Erbil airport inside of northern Iraq. This is something that is largely falling out of the purview of the Iran-Israel conflict at the moment, as we have never seen any larger activity happening within the area of northern Iraq. We did get to hear of explosions occurring near to the Baghdad International Airport and within southern Baghdad at the opening of these offensive operations, but we have not heard of any offensive actions happening within the area of northern Iraq on the ground. The Israelis have used northern Iraqi airspace so far in the conflict as a staging area to be able to get their aircraft in place and then launch their attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran from that location. However, once again, we have never heard of significant explosions on the ground in places like northern Iraq, or air defense activity for that matter, and it is showing us that there may be an extension of the conflict that is now starting to bleed over into Iraq itself, which I do have to tell y'all is not incredibly unusual. We have seen in prior instances of rising tensions or actual hostile actions between Israel and Iran that there usually is some sort of a bleed over of proxy forces that will attempt to engage and fight the Iraqi government around the same time, largely detached but generally in the spirit of supporting Iranian operations against anything that is considered American or Israeli in origin, including the democratic Iraqi government that has currently been in power since the U.S. left Iraq in 2011. We do also understand that there are other larger developments that have also been happening within the area of Western Iran as well. As we have been able to hear inside of the city of Tehran earlier, Iranian citizens are fleeing en masse. It appears to be a mass exodus of Iranians from the city of Tehran, as the state of Israel has continued to conduct airstrikes and issued evacuation zones throughout the city of Tehran, where airstrikes were going to be inevitable in coming days. It appears that gridlock has now enveloped most Iranian highways leading out of the city of Tehran, as Iranian citizens are now fleeing the city in massive numbers.
Also, by the way, this has been going on pretty much all day long and all last night as well. This is not a new event right here, but it appears to be that a lot more people are trying to flee Tehran at this very moment, which is obviously creating a huge traffic jam on every single exit road outside of Tehran. So it's a ton of people trying to leave. And honestly, you can't blame them for trying to leave either. But we do see at the borders of other countries, the Iranian citizens are trying to flood into other countries and leave Iran as fast as they can, according to the footage we've also seen, which is quite crazy. But also, we do have some breaking news here that just came out a moment ago. Let me go ahead and grab that real quick. We also just got word that the Swiss embassy in Tehran, which is traditionally responsible for representing and conveying messages on behalf of U.S. State Department officials, they've announced that they're currently suspending its activities until further notice due to the security situation. So right now, effectively, we have no embassy in Tehran right now. We have no connection to Tehran or Iran whatsoever through the Swiss embassy, because it has been suspended as of right this second. So that's very big news. And also, we've gotten our very first footage of these strikes close to the Qom military air base in Iran, which is about 19 miles away from Fordo, the nuclear site, which obviously shows that there are attacks in the area. So let's take a look.
We see a glowing fire in the horizon, apparently at the Com military base, which does appear to have already been hit by Israeli airstrikes minutes ago, and video evidence is now coming out showing that the impacts have been confirmed. It is clear at this moment that major Israeli airstrikes are now happening in a second wave, or as it's been called in the Western world, a double tap is being conducted against the Natanz nuclear facility and the Fordo nuclear facilities. Both of these facilities are specifically involved in the enrichment of uranium, either to an energy grade or to a weapons grade, which is the highest grade of uranium enrichment possible. We do understand that the Natanz facility, according to all sources several days ago, was completely destroyed and its enrichment abilities were no longer possible in its given state, but it appears that the Israelis are now striking a second time to ensure that the facility is completely destroyed and there is not anything salvageable left behind. Meanwhile, at Fordo, we were able to hear that the facility took severe damage, but we were never able to confirm whether the facility was completely knocked out or not as far as its usability to enrich uranium to a weapons grade. It appears that the Israelis are not taking any chances that that could be the case, and they are now striking the Fordo facility and the Com military base nearby a second time to ensure that there is nothing left usable out of the Fordo uranium enrichment plant. Meanwhile, near to the area of Parchin, we have been able to hear that the Parchin nuclear site just to the southeast of Tehran has been hit. And really quickly, to go show you all exactly where Parchin is, this is the area of Parchin right here, and we generally do understand that somewhere around Parchin is some sort of a nuclear facility, once again involved in the production and usage of plutonium and uranium in the Iranian nuclear weapons program. It appears that this facility has been hit. This is the one that's actually considered to be within Tehran, and it appears that finally this nuclear facility has also been knocked out as well, possibly. We'll be waiting for more video and picture evidence on that specific strike and making sure that we have information to confirm the destruction and loss of the fifth and last Iranian nuclear facility, which was able to produce uranium or plutonium in support of the Iranian nuclearization programs that have been conducted over the prior years. This means that at this moment, we may actually see that Iranian nuclear research and development programs have completely stopped due to a lack of scientists, most being killed over the prior days, and also a complete lack of the technological abilities necessary to enrich uranium or to acquire plutonium at a weapons grade to be able to further produce nuclear weapons. It seems as though that is largely the case, and we do also have more additional breaking news at this moment. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we've got a situation on the streets of Tehran right now. There appears to be a high-speed pursuit amongst the Iranian authorities and a Mossad-linked pickup truck. We're not really sure if this is confirmed yet, but police are reportedly chasing a Mossad-linked pickup truck, firing from bikes and cars at this pickup truck. So let's take a look here. This appears to be a high-speed pursuit right now.
Oh, we hear gunshots being fired, actually.
That's crazy, actually.
It appears to be a small delivery van based off of a Toyota Hilux that is now being shot at by Iranian police behind it.
That's kind of insane, actually. I was not expecting to see... Oh, there they are firing at it again. I was not expecting to see a Mossad police chase in the middle of Tehran in the midst of all this, but it's Tom and Jerry. They're chasing down Mossad literally in the streets, according to the police.
That is actually pretty bizarre, I'll be entirely honest with you. We can also see here video on the ground at Tehran, and we can also see just up there above, well, actually a picture of Tehran, just up there above the people on the street, several stories above them, is a significant hole within one of the apartments inside of this street or this specific building, and it appears that the drone was able to impact the sidewall, blowing it out and possibly killing the inhabitants of the apartment. Most likely government officials, if we were to take prior attacks to be pretty much the ubiquitous attacks that the Israelis are conducting within the city. It is highly likely at this point that Mossad operatives are on the ground and are conducting pinpoint precision strikes against Iranian officials who may be trying to hide in apartments throughout the city to try and stay out of view of Mossad agents and attacks that may be coming for them. It appears that a lot of these agents and officials are not able to escape these attacks and end up becoming the victim of another Mossad attack, knocking out more top Iranian officials. However, we
also Also, real quick, Enforcer, I got some more information about the high-speed pursuit we just saw in Tehran. Those were Iranian police officers on motorcycles pursuing that vehicle that had the box van like attachment on the back of the pickup truck. It's suspected that that truck was carrying a drone cargo, and I want to repeat this as well. We didn't actually cover it right now on the stream. There were Mossad-linked pickup trucks also found on the sides of the road earlier inside Tehran by Iranian authorities that were allegedly used to launch drone attacks within Tehran itself. So once again, it's like a sneak drone attack truck that keeps driving around Tehran that Mossad is operating. So apparently this was also a pursuit we just saw a moment ago of another drone-style truck that the Iranians were trying to shoot down. So clearly, Iran does not have control over their streets right now. Mossad, it's basically a hotbed for intelligence services running around and committing covert acts of, obviously assaults on the Iranian government. So quite crazy.
And Matthew, I do believe that there was a video that came out earlier. I'm not sure if we reposted it on our Twitter or not, actually showing a pickup truck of a similar style that was stopped inside of a tunnel under Tehran, and it appeared to have been seized by authorities and was also possibly carrying drones as well. Do we have a video of that on our Twitter, perchance?
We do. I'm going to like it, so that way it pops up under our like tab in a minute, and I'll let you know when it's there.
Got you, and so we'll be waiting for that. But to give you all a little bit of a summary of at least what we're hearing at the moment from the streets of Tehran, it appears that there are now high-speed chases, or at least a singular high-speed chase, now being conducted by Iranian police on motorcycle as they are following a pickup truck that is alleged to be carrying drones and being operated by Mossad agents as they are driving around the city, almost like an ice cream truck, and delivering death to Iranian officials via FPV drone strikes to their apartment buildings. We do actually have that additional video evidence here showing the truck that was stopped inside the tunnel. We'll be muting the music because there's most likely a copyright issue with that, but we can see here another truck of a similar style, once again not exactly a modified Toyota Hilux, but carrying a similar size compartment on the back that appears to have been stopped and is being searched at this moment by Iranian police inside of this tunnel under Tehran. We can see here the police searching the vehicle rapidly, and this also follows with information that the Iranian authorities have allegedly arrested 2 Mossad agents that were operating inside of the city. The fact that we are now seeing 2 delivery trucks that appear to have been involved in some sort of a Mossad operation to assassinate Iranian officials from the grounds and the city streets, it now appears that there is a large Mossad agent ring that is physically operating within the area of Tehran and is targeting and assassinating Iranian officials from the ground. This is also suggesting that the Islamic Republic of Iran may not be having a major issue with air defense, they may be having a major issue with defense or counterintelligence in general, as the Israelis appear to be able to hit precision strikes either through airstrike or by Mossad agents on the ground against Iranian officials and military targets with relative ease. It does seem as though we are seeing that this is now a outbreak, or as they would say in the northeast of the United States, a rash of Mossad agents that are traveling around the area and are knocking out Iranian military officials about as quickly as they can find them at this point. But we are still waiting for additional evidence and information at this moment about the ongoing Israeli airstrikes that have been conducted against the nuclear facilities at Natanz, Fordo, and Parchin, which were just confirmed minutes ago to have been hit again. I also want to remind you all, while we are still here on air right now, that Israeli air forces are operating diligently throughout the entirety of the country to strike and destroy transport erector launchers that were soon to fire ballistic missiles at Israel. It has been about 40 minutes since we went live on air with the information that the Iranians were about to fire their missiles, and it appears that Israeli air operations have halted that attack for this 40-minute duration, and we have not heard of any launches at this point, as it appears that Iranian forces are greatly confused on the ground below from the attacks. But Matthew, I understand that we have more developing news at this moment.
Yes, we do. We have breaking news right now at the moment. We have gotten confirmation today that the Iranian parliament has ratified a strategic partnership agreement with Russia, according to Russian state media. And they've been informed on Friday, and they reported today that that is the case. So just to repeat that, the Iranians now have literally a ratified partnership agreement with Russia in the midst of these attacks that we're seeing right now. Now, there has been no official statements from the Kremlin about whether or not they're willing to get involved in this conflict between Israel Israel and Iran. But of course, now there is an on-paper agreement to protect each of the countries. So unless Russia plans on backing out of their end, then there might be a possibility that Russia might get involved in some way or another, at least with supplying equipment, if they can even afford to do that at this point, maybe to the Iranians to keep them afloat. But that's just another agreement between those two parties that we just heard about.
I actually have been able to get us a little bit of an answer as to the Russian position on the conflict so far. And while a strategic partnership has just been ratified, it did appear that earlier today, the Russians' appetite to actually join in the conflict in the support of the Iranians was next to none, as we were able to hear a statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry that they would offer to mediate a peace between Israel and Iran, largely showing that as far as the conflict was going then, they have peaced out and will not be joining the conflict in any meaningful way in the support of the Islamic Republic of Iran. For the Russian Federation to assume the position of a mediator or a negotiator, they would have to largely sit in as a neutral or largely neutral third party, meaning that any support that may be provided by the Russian Federation to the Islamic Republic of Iran due to the strategic partnership will most likely be material and not actual physical force in support of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This also means that at this point we will probably be seeing that the Iranians are pretty much entirely isolated at this point on their own. We have heard no official statements from the Chinese Foreign Ministry at the moment in support of the Islamic Republic of Iran or in condemnation of the State of Israel for conducting the attack against the Iranians. And it now appears that the Russian Federation, while signing a strategic partnership, has already pieced out of the situation for the large part and is now only stating that they will enter into some sort of a situation if they are a neutral third-party mediator, meaning that at this moment we are able to confirm, at least from what we have right now, and this situation can change, that for today it appears that the Iranians are quite truly isolated on a global diplomatic stage while dealing with the American, British, and Israeli coalition that is now joining in force against the Islamic Republic of Iran and the ongoing war that is happening within this area. I also forgot to mention, Matthew, that I did get that news a little bit earlier. I found that literally just before we went on air, and I was like, oh, well, look, the Russians pieced out. I forgot to tell you that. But it does seem as though the situation is largely in favor of the coalition, and there is really no support by a nuclear armed power for the Islamic Republic of Iran. We also have been able to hear of some more developing information and news coming outside of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We were able to hear that 2 Mossad agents were supposedly arrested, according to Iranian media, although that could be highly unlikely. We have also been able to hear of an Iranian official who's been going around today making the most dubious claims and statements that cannot be corroborated with any information, but we'll be getting back to that in a moment as we have more breaking news.
All right, so right now we are getting a geolocation on that footage, which we saw earlier. Apparently, that footage here at the top that we just saw of the air defense fire, that is striking the city of Rasht in northern Iran. That is where that is currently taking place. So a bit of a new target. I'm not sure if that's been targeted before, and quite interesting to see. But Enforcer, what can you tell us about that area if you know anything about it? Because I'm kind of unfamiliar with it.
Rast has never been under attack before, at least from what we've seen so far in the ongoing battles between the Israelis and the Iranians. The entire area up here on the southern end of the Caspian Sea is considered to be generally a literal fertile crescent, as it makes a crescent shape around the bottom of the Caspian Sea. It is generally an area that is heavy in agriculture, and if we zoom in here, you can see the large amount of farm fields that would be used to produce a decent amount of foodstuffs for the Iranian population living throughout the country. So far, I could not tell y'all of any strategic sites that are based around the city of Rast, as we have not seen any major Iranian strategic developments happening around the city. There is an airport here, but it does not appear to have any infrastructure that could support or function Iranian Air Force aircraft from its tarmac, meaning that this city may be attacked for different reasons. It may actually be that some Iranian officials have attempted to flee over the mountains and into Rast to try and avoid Israeli attacks. We're not entirely sure at the moment, but it is interesting to see that the Israelis are now expanding the scope of their operations to include the shoreline of the Caspian Sea inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran's territory. This may also be suggesting that ground operations, or, well, not really ground operations, correction there, air operations may be expanding into larger areas of the Islamic Republic of Iran, as we have rarely ever heard of regions like these being hit prior. But we do have more developing and breaking news coming out at this moment. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So right now we're getting word that in the midst of these attacks on Tehran that have been ongoing for literally I think 50 plus hours or something at this point, the Tehran metro, which was planned to be used as a shelter, is now been closed by the authorities inside of Tehran. This is the Iranian authorities closing their own shelters for civilians right now. And the government claims they were going to be open 24/7, but now they've officially shut the metro down, which is used as a shelter in the event of bomb attacks like this. So once again, it's showing that the Iranians probably pretty much don't have any plans or any legitimate organization whatsoever, or maybe even worse, it was done with malice. There's no telling why they really did this, but they've shut down their own shelters. Also, by the way, we are getting more confirmation that the Israeli attack, the preemptive attack to shut down the Iranian ballistic missile launches from their territory, are apparently very successful, as they have taken down a large amount of those ballistic missile launchers. And it looks like for now, the threat is dying down of an active missile attack on Israel right this second. But there is an active attack, though, by the Israelis across Iran at this very moment.
And it does appear that we are still waiting for additional information about the ongoing Israeli attacks against the Iranians, as it appears that while we were coming on air, the Israelis actually got the drop on the Iranians. We were generally expecting, coming on air around 50 minutes ago, to be covering the ongoing strikes by the Islamic Republic of Iran against the state of Israel, as information was coming out that another major missile strike was going to be conducted. The Israeli Air Force was not able to just counterattack that strike and stop it from happening, but they have also been able to hit the multiple uranium enrichment plants and another research reactor facility southeast of Tehran in the ongoing airstrikes. Not only that, we've been able to see an expansion of air operations by the Israelis, as the city of Rost is now being hit as well by major strikes, and it does appear that the Israeli Air Force is now largely controlling the situation on the ground and in the skies through their preemptive attacks on Iranian forces below. We are still waiting for additional video and evidence, video and picture evidence of the ongoing situation on the ground inside of western central Tehran, as well as throughout the entirety of western Iran as well, as we are seeing that the Israeli Air Force has now pretty much taken complete control of the air and ground battlefields and are now starting to control the way the fight is going based off of their abilities to strike. And this is also showing, once again, like many were asking yesterday, and we had a very good question about it, as to whether or not the Iranians or the Israelis would have the upper hand in sustained air operations at a high tempo. And it does appear that at this point, the state of Israel, or the Israeli Air Force, is seeing an incredibly successful air campaign through the high tempo that they have been able to achieve. The Israeli Air Force has a lot of supporting aircraft, such as AWACS, as well as in-air tankers that have been able to help sustain Israeli air operations for days at this point, and we've been able to see that there's been practically no break in Israeli air operations, and this has led to the Israelis being able to pretty much dictate the way most of these air battles and ground battles are going at this point, through their ability to control the skies over the Middle East and the Islamic Republic of Iran. We will most likely be seeing that the Islamic Republic of Iran will start to pay dearly for this, as they already have in prior days, as the Iranian Air Force was never really able to operate, and we've already been able to hear that a large part of the Iranian Air Force has been destroyed on the ground. In the meanwhile, we still have more breaking news coming out at this moment. And so, Matthew, what do we have?
All right. And also, by the way, let's see here. Unfortunately, don't play that video, by the way, at the very top. I'm not sure if it's copyrighted or not. But we are hearing more claims right now that Iran says it's arrested more Mossad agents and uncovered a drone assembly workshop in the Tehran area as of right now. You can see there on the screen, there's a picture of one of the drones they claim to have caught from the Mossad agents. So it appears to be probably legitimate. I don't think this is a hoax by the Iranians just to make it seem like they're arresting Mossad agents. It probably is the case. And they appear to have discovered an area which these drones were being assembled literally right in Tehran under their own noses. Apparently these drones being assembled. So that is the new claim by Iran right now. Also, to follow up, by the way, on the expected attack on Israel, it's been 1 hour, exactly 1 hour since we were told by the Israelis that they were expecting an attack on their territory, and there are still no confirmed launches from Iran right this very second. And it looks like, for the very moment, it looks like Israel was successful in striking those missile launchers. So we could be seeing, for the first time, like I mentioned before, a preemptive attack that was successful in its entirety. So we'll have to wait for more confirmation on that.
It does appear that at this point there is video evidence now coming out to confirm that the Israelis are actually conducting drone strikes against Iranian officials inside of Tehran. And not only that, they have been able to set up drone manufacturing workshops throughout the city. It appears that this drone is made of a cardboard tube and some wings, and mostly a small bomb in the front of the nose cone, and is being used to actually target and destroy top Iranian officials and their apartments wherever they end up hiding throughout the city. To put this out there to some people, because we are seeing some interesting pictures coming out through the course of the day, like this one right here. Sometimes when Iranian officials or top officials go into hiding in most countries, they do not hide within their own massive mega mansions or residences that are luxuriously furnished. Usually, whenever these people go into hiding, they will find some sort of a common apartment that is pretty much being used as a cover so that way they blend in with the common citizenry. This is why we're seeing that a large amount of the Israeli pinpoint strikes are hitting what appears to be normal, everyday Joe style apartment buildings, because these are where these top Iranian officials are most likely hiding. We do have to remember that Saddam Hussein hid within a small hole in the ground out back of some guy's small house within, I believe it was the city of Tikrit, if I'm not mistaken, until he was found by U.S. and Iraqi forces later on, months later. Whenever top officials like these go into hiding, they usually pick pretty conventional or average-looking places to hide, so that they might be able to blend in with the civilian population. Nevertheless, it doesn't seem to be fooling Assad. Assad seems to be able to hit these targets pretty prolifically, and not only that, claim a large amount of assassinations that are successful as a result of these styles of attacks. It does appear that the Iranians may also be getting a little bit ahead of themselves and may start to find and arrest those Mossad officials where they may not actually even be, due to the pandemonium and fear now that's going to be spread that Mossad officials could be amongst anyone operating any kind of drones or systems that may be used to take out Iranian officials at a later time. It is one hell of a wild thing to hear, however, that the Islamic Republic of Iran has had such a major security breach, as allowing the actual state, the enemy state according to them, to have a massive intelligence force ring within their capital, and not only that, opening up small factories to produce and field drones that would be used to eventually kill top government officials throughout the city. This appears to be a massive intelligence fall through for the Iranians that has ended up coalescing in a very bad way for their longevity and health, at least for the large part of the Iranian government. We are still waiting for more video and picture confirmation of the hits at the Fordo and Natanz uranium enrichment plants at this moment, which appear to have also been hit. It also seems that Mossad commentary has now stated that it has been told that 70 transport-erector launchers were just destroyed by the Israeli Air Force in Iran. Mossad commentary also added that they needed more verification, but it does appear that the Israeli airstrikes that we've been hearing about on stream may have been wildly successful and may have been able to knock out the majority of the transport-erector launchers that were soon to be used in firing the ballistic missiles that were going to be targeting the state of Israel. We have been able to see a large amount of Garad and Iram missiles, as well as the Fordo 1 and Fordo 2 missiles being used against the state of Israel in prior days, and we do believe that these transport-erector launchers were most likely carrying those missiles when they were destroyed. Once again, the number of 70 is a very preliminary number and may have been a slight exaggeration by the eyewitness or the report that's coming out at the moment, and we are trying to wait and verify the actual number of transport-erector launchers that were just destroyed on the ground by the Israeli Air Force. We are, of course, still waiting for that information at this moment. And Matthew, I do understand that we have been asking some folks about the issuance of MOP emergency gear to the U.S. Armed Forces under CENTCOM command at this moment, and what a lot of people are thinking about that and what they think it really means in the bigger picture. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so we have asked you all a question about the recent news we just heard about today about the U.S. CENTCOM, U.S. Central Command, ordering their troops to get ready to use MOP emergency gear in the Middle East. And once again, if you're not familiar with what MOP gear is, it's a mission-oriented protective posture. That's the MOP acronym, I guess you could say. It's protective gear used by the U.S. military in toxic environments, specifically during chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear strikes. That's CBRN strikes. So obviously when that happens, it's a MOP level 3, I think it is. Am I correct, Enforcer? MOP level 3? It's not a complete 4. I think it's 3.
Yes, it is a 3.
Okay, so level 4 means all protection's worn, which means that things are, shit's about to hit the fan basically at MOP level 4. MOP level 3 is a level right under that, which is like really right on the cusp of being an all-out bad situation, obviously. What is worn at MOP level 3 is suit, boots, and mask, and they carry gloves. That is MOP level 3. And right now it looks like the audience has their own thoughts about the issuance of this gear and also leveling it up to level 3 for wearing the suit, boots, and mask. So it looks like 43% said possible nuclear radiation leaks in the Middle East is why that gear has been ordered to be used, while 27% said out of an abundance of caution, like they claim, and 21% said possible nuclear weapons use. And I would say the reason for this is probably out of an abundance of caution and also leaning on the side of worried about possible radiation leaks from these nuclear sites that have been struck by the Israeli Air Force. That is probably the reason why. And of course, we haven't really seen this in recent times ever that I can recall. So this is quite a big move by the U.S. CENTCOM and the U.S. military. So quite interesting to see. But generally, I'm with the 42%. And Enforcer, what say you?
And it appears that MOP level 3 is a significant step up. And I want to show you this really quickly. This is an infographic that we were able to find from Moody Air Force Base here in the United States, showing us the different MOP levels. It is standard to carry around all nuclear, biological, and chemical protection on your person when inside of a theater, like CENTCOM's command. But MOP level 3 means that the field gear, overgarments, footwear, and mask and hood protection, specifically for nuclear, biological, and chemical protection, is to be worn at this time. So it does appear that MOP level 3 gear is being issued, most likely in preparation for possible nuclear, biological, or chemical attacks that may be conducted throughout the region. The fact that the gear is being issued does not mean it's going to have to be worn yet. I misspoke there just a moment ago about that. It does mean, however, that they are expecting that there is going to be a severe nuclear, biological, or chemical threat that may start to appear within the region here in the future. If MOP 3 was to be declared, all gear except for the handwear, which is the gloves, is to be worn. If they then declare MOP 4, that means that everything, including the gloves, has to be worn, meaning that you do not have any skin exposure with the open air due to a possible chemical or biological weapon being used. This is something that is starting to show us that, at least for the United States Central Command's Authority, the chances of a drastic attack using a severe weapon of mass destruction, such as a chemical, biological, or nuclear weapon, and the chances of that are beginning to rise. Whether that would be a likelihood or not is the issue. As CENTCOM is stating that it appears that the chances are a little bit low at the moment, and this is generally a precaution. But we are still going to be waiting and seeing exactly what is going on with the MOP gear and the issuance of it, because it does appear that that is a fairly rare thing to happen, and we have not seen that happen so far in prior skirmishes between the State of Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran, showing that behind the scenes, things are being understood to be rapidly developing in a not so favorable position at the moment, and the Islamic Republic of Iran may start to become desperate and may begin to start actions that would be considered of the most hostile and war criminal varieties, or criminal varieties that could be imagined, as biological and chemical warfare are banned under the rules of war. Nevertheless, it does seem that we are still waiting for more information at this moment coming out of the Islamic Republic of Iran, but we actually were just able to get that information at this moment. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so I've got a couple of different new pieces of news here. First of all, we've gotten more picture evidence allegedly showing the Mossad drone workshop inside of Tehran. Here are allegedly, according to the Iranians and their news networks, some boxes containing some parts for drones in this workshop right here. Also, in the other photos that we can see, there are apparently, it looks like maybe supplies of some sort. I really can't make out exactly what that is. It looks like maybe a microscope, an optical microscope in the middle, and some other utensils. I really can't tell. There's one of the little pipe drones right there that they're claiming was being built in this workshop. And then in the next photo here that we go on to look at, you'll see there apparently is a workbench and also a general sort of spooky looking little area here where they were putting stuff together, allegedly. That's what the Iranians are claiming. So just some more photos to show you what the IRGC is claiming they've uncovered right under their own noses right here in Tehran.
That is a very interesting thing to see, that they're actually showing picture and video evidence, which may confirm that this was a building being used to produce and field these drones throughout the city. It is also another thing to note here that we are starting to hear, apparently, that this is where the cardboard tube drones are coming from, that may have been used in the strikes against Iranian officials in prior days. One thing I will say, though, is a little bit weird, is why do they need a microscope? And also, why do they have nice little wooden cases piled up in a corner? I've never really seen wooden cases used for anything involving drone production in the past, and I have never seen anyone in Ukraine using a microscope for any level of drone production. So unless if the Israelis were working on some sort of a micrometer style drone production line, which I'd assume they're not, because this appears to be quite crude if true, it's a little bit interesting to see these weird items inside of the supposed drone manufactory that has now been uncovered inside of Tehran. Not to say that it's entirely disproved, at least off of the bat, but it does seem that this information may be slightly dubious, at least at the moment. And also, someone said it's a microscope for soldering. Possibly, but still, that's a little interesting. I've just never really heard of that. But anyways,
Also, by the way, Enforcer, we got some more news right here. We do have some footage, and also we can come back to that one right there you're looking at. That's footage from yesterday, actually, of the attack on Haifa. That footage you were just looking at a moment ago. But if you go all the way to the top of our Twitter page, we do have some footage here showing the Israeli attack on the city of Mallard, which is west of Tehran, that is ongoing right this very second. If we can take a look.
Also, by the way, Matthew, that is a duplicate. We did show that exact same
Okay.
clip earlier. So,
well then, in that case, let's jump down to our other footage down there, which is from yesterday, actually, showing the Iranian missile strike on Haifa in Israel. So let's take a look.
dang.
I think that's another angle of that footage we saw of the terminal phase the other day. That incredible footage we saw from a different angle farther away. This is more up close.
This appears to be right near to the epicenter of the explosion, and we can actually definitely tell that because the missile is hardly moving relative to the cameraman until it's passing right beside him right here. But it does appear that that is once again the Fordo 1 or Fordo 2 hypersonic missiles that were fired by the Islamic Republic of Iran that were able to make their impacts inside of the city of Tel Aviv just the other day. I believe that the area that was hit was bieng, specifically by this hypersonic missile, but we can tell by the sheer speed of the thing that it did appear to be a hypersonic missile. I know that many say that the U.S. definition to a hypersonic missile is that it's supposed to be maneuverable as well while in its terminal phase, but from what I generally understand, the Russian Federation nor the Islamic Republic of Iran classifies hypersonic missiles by their ability to maneuver even in their terminal phase at supersonic, well, actually hypersonic speeds. So it does appear that by at least Iranian or Russian definition, this would be a typical hypersonic missile impact, which we're seeing on film right here.
You know, that must have scared the hell out of that dude. That guy was literally like inches away from a disaster.
I would have to say he really was inches away from disaster. He's very lucky that he was able to pretty much survive largely unharmed from what we can see. But still, it is a very interesting bit of footage to see, and probably one of the most well-documented ballistic missile impacts in the entirety of warfare that we have seen so far, as we were quite literally able to see the missile impacting there in its final moments. Nevertheless, we are able to also see something else that's a little bit interesting here about this missile, which is something that you usually don't see on others, and that's the fact that it appears to have been very hot when it was impacting, because it's actually it's actually luminous. It's emanating light, and that is something that you do not see from conventional ballistic missiles when they're hitting their target. Trust us, folks, on this one. We've been covering war for 1,208 days straight, pretty much without a break in our coverage, except for Mondays, which is usually when we take a break. But it does appear that, at least from this clip, this does appear to be a hypersonic missile, as the missile was luminous in its terminal phase, showing that it was going so fast the friction from the surrounding air was actually heating up the fuselage and causing it to glow, practically red or white hot, which is a incredibly high heat for this missile to be enduring at the moment. So it does appear to be a hypersonic by all accounts. Beside that, however, we have been able to hear some additional news as well, as it does appear that we have some footage from Qom near to where the Fordo enrichment plant is located, and we can see a large fire in the distance. A big thanks to Enforcer Matt for getting that, and it refreshed on my page, so I just want to make sure to get that out of the way as quickly as possible. But here is the clip.
Interesting. And this is also the area where we heard of the earthquake as well, the 2.5 magnitude earthquake, which we still don't have more information about, by the way. But it is quite interesting. I will say this. I'm not going to make the jump to the conclusion just yet, because obviously, like at first glance, you hear an earthquake and also an attack. And we see obviously there's an explosion in the distance right here at the Fordo plant. It makes you wonder, was there something at Fordo that blew up? And it could have been the cause of the earthquake, maybe, but it's just hard to tell without more information. We need more up-close footage and more, I guess, anecdotal evidence from the people on the ground to know that. But it looks like it could be likely that they are connected.
It does appear that they may be connected. It also appears that this impact may have been attached to an attack that we saw or heard was reported about 10 to 15 minutes ago. But we are also going to be seeing, or waiting for the large part, to try and get some additional information about the actual impact site, as we haven't been able to get geolocation on this specific clip, at least at the moment. So we'll be trying to get more information on that as time continues to pass, but it does appear that there are confirmed impacts at CENTCOM, which we are able to see on the video and picture evidence that we got just a moment ago. We are going to be waiting to try and find more video and picture evidence about the ongoing strikes in the Natanz facility, Fordo and CENTCOM, as well as the Parchin nuclear facility, which was just hit a short while ago just southeast of Tehran. But we are able to hear some more news that is coming out at this moment. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So right now we are getting word that apparently Syria is weighing in on the situation right now. Syria's President Ahmad al-Sharaa has just announced that the Syrian airspace is now open to intercept Iranian drones and missiles. And it's unprecedented cooperation right now we're seeing between Syria and also these other Middle Eastern countries, which are trying to basically team up to shoot down these incoming projectiles from Iran that are heading toward Israel. So that is a bit interesting right there. So it's unclear why they've chosen to do that, because obviously Syria is not exactly what you'd call good friends with the Netanyahu government right now. They're currently messing with the Druze people in the western part of Syria, that is right now. And there have been some skirmishes between the Israelis and the Syrian government. So not really sure why they've chosen to do that, but right now we are hearing the Syrians are apparently intercepting Iranian drones and missiles, and they've opened their airspace for others to do that as well.
And one thing that is actually interesting, Matthew, is that there is a reason for al-Jilani, who is currently in charge of the Syrian interim government, to allow for Syrian airspace to be opened. And really quickly, let me make sure to put that out on the map, because that is a major development. Syrian airspace opened for Israeli defense. The interesting thing in the matter is that the Syrians, or the Syrian interim government, and the Israeli government are both actually fighting against the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in one form or another, and have been for months. One of the uprising groups inside of Syria against al-Jilani, crazily enough, is actually groups that are supported and funded by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, meaning that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Islamic Republic of Iran serve as an existential threat to both the interim government in Syria, as bad as it is, and the Israeli government simultaneously, making it seem that, at least for the moment, the enemy of our enemy is our friend sort of an arrangement between the Syrians and the Israelis. And this is why al-Jilani is allowing for the Israelis to use Syrian airspace to intercept and shoot down incoming Iranian ballistic missiles whenever they are fired. It is actually a very rare and significant diplomatic development that we're seeing at the moment, and it actually is showing that there are probably more people in the region against the Islamic Republic of Iran than for them. And that has to bring me back to something prior that we saw a little while ago. I didn't include it here on our news coverage to even speak about, but I want to try and scroll down and find it really quickly, because there is an Iranian official traveling around today, and he is saying the most absurd stuff. And he also said something absurd that would actually contradict exactly what al-Jilani just confirmed with the Israelis a short moment ago. And here is the guy right here. This guy, Moshen Razad. He looks like a Muppet, like he quite truly does. But nevertheless, this official in Iran stated, "We want to form an Islamic army with Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and several other countries." One of those was Syria. And he's a member of the Expediency Discernment Council and senior military officer in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. I have a feeling that if a hypersonic hit him, it would only improve the look of his face. The guy is pretty busted looking. But beyond that, it does appear that at least at the moment, this guy has been going around and making some of the most absurd statements today. He also made a statement that supposedly Pakistan told Iran in confidence that if the Israelis nuke Iran, Pakistan's going to nuke Israel in return. Although Pakistan has a defensive nuclear doctrine that would not allow for them to make preemptive nuclear strikes on behalf of other foreign countries. So it seems like this guy is going around and just making absolutely absurd statements while his neckbeard is growing a little bit longer with each and every absurd statement that the guy is making. He's been
We know,
causing.
you know something. I don't mean to interrupt, Enforcer, but real quick, something that's also interesting along the same line right here is not only is Syria now opening their airspace to let the drones and missiles get shot down over their skies, but also Hezbollah, which is another part of the axis of evil that is generally a pretty strong ally of Iran. They're of course a proxy force funded by Iranian government officials, and right now we're hearing that Hezbollah is generally unwilling to help Iran because they feel like they've been betrayed in the past by the Iranian government when they needed help. So Hezbollah is not really wanting to fight right now. So far, the only proxy group that is willing to really back Iran up is the Yemeni Houthis right now. That's the only group actually actively helping, and the rest are pretty much just standing by and watching this unfold. So it looks like Iran's finding themselves without a lot of allies right now, which could be detrimental to the regime as a whole for their stability.
And that's also why this guy is probably trying to go around and spread salacious rumors about the actual situation Iran is in. Because we do also have to keep in mind, folks, the actual diplomatic situation between all the countries inside of the Middle East. The reason why we know this guy is lying, the reason why we know that the Muppet is lying here, is because he said that Saudi Arabia would form an Islamic army with them. And if y'all know anything about ongoing diplomatic ventures in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia and Iran hate each other. They are completely on opposite sides of the Islamic ideological aisle, if you want to put it that way. A lot of people don't know that the Islamic world is not a unified, homogenous force like people believe. There are different religious sects and differences between those groups, and Saudi Arabia and Iran are pretty much the forefronts of that difference right now. As a matter of fact, the Yemeni Houthis, which are currently conducting strikes against Israel, actually conduct strikes against Saudi Arabia, meaning that Saudi Arabia is being directly attacked on a fairly consistent basis by a proxy force that is funded and supported by Iran, just to let y'all know the kind of actual diplomatic situation that exists between the two. And that's why, if you ever pay attention, you'll see that the Saudi Arabian armed forces' main pastime of every week is to go down to western Yemen and go and wipe out as many Houthis as they can with some precision airstrikes. So quite clearly, this guy is saying nothing but raw bogus. He's been causing us hell today in the news circles, however, because people are believing his statements at face value because he's wearing a crappy fatigue and also looks like a Muppet, so people are believing that he actually has some sort of real authority or his statements actually have authority, but they do not. These are absolutely harebrained statements that have absolutely no verification or proof to any of them at all, and I would say that this guy is Tehran. How do we make a name rhyme with Tehran? He's Teflon Tehran. That's what we're going to call him, because this guy's stuff does not stick. But outside of that, we are going to be moving on from a little bit of a clarification that we have to make in our news coverage, because if you've been hearing anything from Teflon Tehran today, the guy's statements are absolutely absurd and do not make any actual credible or logical statements whatsoever. He also made some additional statements, by the way, about Pakistan possibly nuking Israel, and you can see right here, once again, I have to point out, it's the same guy making these statements, Mohsen Rezai. Right here again, Mohsen Rezai said Iran may be forced to take actions that could destabilize the entire region like they haven't already been trying. And it also appears that he said earlier, and I'm trying to see if I can get that statement, earlier than that, he actually made a statement about Pakistan possibly nuking Israel in support of Iran, which would be highly unlikely, if not impossible.
Well, that's actually that statement that he did make that statement, by the way. It was confirmed. This the Muppet-looking fellow here from Iran, he did claim that the Pakistanis told him in private that the Pakistanis would nuke Israel if Iran was nuked. So that's what was said. But Pakistan came out like immediately after that and started shouting from the rooftops, saying, "We never said that. We'll never do that." And that's the end of the story. So Pakistan backed off that instantly. Like they were not going to let that simmer even for a brief minute. So maybe the Iranian guy made it up completely, or maybe the Pakistanis told him that in confidence, and then he said it out loud. There's no telling, but the Pakistanis backed off of that. Like there's no validity to that statement.
There is absolutely no validity to it. And on top of that, that was completely flying in the face of the fact that on a operational standpoint, the Pakistanis, like any other country in the world, have a defensive nuclear doctrine, meaning that they would only use their nuclear weaponry if the very existence of Pakistan was a threat. And the folks, the Muppets being wiped out in Iran does not threaten the existence of Pakistan to any degree, meaning that they would never use a nuclear weapon against Israel in this situation. Just to make that clear to many people, because a lot of people took that statement and started running with it today and started saying that the U.S. should glass the Pakistanis, when we shouldn't be, because they didn't say that. They never told that guy that, and that guy literally just made that up and then said it and ran with the story. But nevertheless, we are going to be waiting for some more additional video and picture evidence to come out at this moment. But while we are waiting for that video and picture evidence to come out, I do want to once again recap some things for people who may have joined us here just in the past few minutes. Right now, the United States Armed Forces are rapidly mobilizing into the region. We have been able to see around 4 countable KC-46 Pegasus Stratotankers moving into the region, along with 2 C-17s, and we've also been able to hear that the USS Nimitz, currently inside the South China Sea, is now making all possible speed for the Middle East to be put under CENTCOM command, along with the U.S. aircraft carrier Carl S. Vinson, which is currently already in theater or under theater command of CENTCOM. And we've also been able to hear that these 2 carriers will be joined by the British carrier, the HMS Prince of Wales, and its strike group, which should arrive in the region incredibly soon. We will be seeing that there will be a heavy naval presence of coalition aircraft carriers, and we are also hearing that there will apparently be a significant aerial presence by the United States Air Force as well, especially by the movement of these Stratotankers today. The movement of the Stratotankers ahead of any combat aircraft is usually incredibly atypical and is showing us that U.S. combat aircraft will be moving into the region incredibly soon, following on the heels of the Stratotankers that are moving in just at this moment right now. We also will be hearing that apparently the United States is now issuing MOP gear, which is the nuclear, biological, and chemical protective gear. It's really just biological and chemical protective gear. There's no way to protect against a nuclear blast. You just get vaporized or you get burned. So, you know, it's not really a thing. But beyond that, the biological and chemical protective gear, MOP, is being issued to U.S. forces throughout the entirety of the CENTCOM theater at this moment, as it's being stated that this is a precaution in case of chemical or biological attacks are to be conducted here in the near future. We have also heard that there is ongoing air attacks against U.S. forces at the Al-Assad Air Base, although we have not gotten any updates on that at the moment, who launched those attacks, or if those attacks were shot down, which is usually normal. Usually it'll take about a day for us to get updates on that because it's something happening to U.S. forces, and usually the United States staggers their information releases about 24 to 48 hours after a major incident occurred. If you would like proof of that, go back to the Atomf garrison attack when 3 U.S. service members were killed, and the U.S. actually waited 36 hours to state that 3 U.S. service members had been killed at the Atomf garrison during that attack. We also have been able to hear that the Israeli armed forces have been able to stop an Iranian ballistic missile launch with a preemptive counterattack being conducted by the Israeli Air Force, destroying a significant number of the transport erector launchers that were to be used to launch that attack against the state of Israel. We have also been able to hear of a major exodus of Iranian citizens from Iran, and we've also been able to hear that a large amount of these citizens are attempting to go to the ports of exit from Iran and try and enter other countries to try and escape the possible carnage that is soon to follow. We have also been able to hear that the Israeli Air Force has once again hit the Fordo and Natanz uranium enrichment plants, and also hit the research reactor out at Parchin, just southeast of the capital city of Tehran. We are still waiting for a lot more video and picture evidence to confirm the hits and damage at Parchin, Fordo, and Natanz at the moment, and we also understand that the major airstrike that we were expecting when we went live on air from the Iranians is pretty much not going to be happening at this point, because the Israelis have been able to successfully thwart the operation. We have also been able to hear in some smaller details and news as well, that there's been a larger earthquake within the area of, I believe it is Parchistan. Let me make sure that I'm correct with that. Baluchistan, within the eastern southern region of Iran. And we've also been able to hear that it already seems that while the Russians have signed a strategic partnership with the Islamic Republic of Iran today, they have already pieced out effectively on a diplomatic level, as they are now stating that they will be willing to mediate peace between Israel and Iran, meaning that they are assuming the position position of a neutral third party that may be able to negotiate an end to the conflict, but they are not willing to join actively in the support as a belligerent on the side of the Islamic Republic of Iran, meaning that the Iranians at this point are on their own and facing a U.S., British, Israeli coalition single-handedly without any hopes of foreign support. But Matthew, I understand that we have more breaking news.
All right. So I think I did report this. Actually, I did not report this in the video earlier today, but just a note, and this is a really far down, of course, so you don't have to scroll to it. I'm just going to report on it. We are being told that the location of Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei has been located. Ali Khamenei was transferred to an underground bunker in Lavazan, which is northeast of Tehran. So he is in a bunker inside of Lavazan, which is an upscale neighborhood of Tehran, and apparently he was moved there just hours after these attacks began. So that is where he currently is. The Israelis are assuring everybody they know exactly where Khamenei is located, and the moment they deem it necessary to take him out, they have the capability and the knowledge to be able to do that. So Khamenei is no longer in hiding, essentially. He is known, and his location is also known as well. So just a big report on that. And also, by the way, we have just heard loud explosions are being heard in Tehran's eastern neighborhoods, which happens to coincide exactly where Khamenei is hiding out right this second, literally right now. We're also hearing air defenses are activated in Isfahan and also Tehran as well this very moment. So a lot of stuff going down right this second inside of Tehran.
And we were able to look at this neighborhood the other day. We actually heard that there were ongoing Israeli airstrikes throughout the area of Lavazan, and we actually did note that it actually was a very pretty area inside of Iran. If you look at it, it's a very nice place filled with beautiful parks, a beautiful forest nearby. Even when it snows here, it actually looks quite nice. I said it was very similar to the Rocky Mountains or a place near to Denver, Colorado. It's an incredibly nice place. But under this nice looking scenery is an underground bunker that right now Khamenei is currently inside of. So it appears that the Israelis may be ending the jig for Khamenei and maybe putting him 6 feet under rubble as they blow up the mountain that he's pretty much hiding under at the moment. We're not entirely sure on that, but we have also been able to hear of the air defense fires inside of Isfahan as well, as it appears that the Israelis are now targeting the two largest cities within the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is Tehran and Isfahan. It may be that they're going after military targets. It may be that they're going after top officials again. We'll have to wait for more evidence or statements from the Israeli forces as to what exactly they are going for at this moment. But we are able to confirm that the Israelis are keeping up an incredibly high tempo of air operations within Iran at the moment, and have been able to hit and destroy Iranian ballistic missile launchers, Iranian nuclear sites, and are now once again hitting major Iranian cities at this point. It actually is incredibly convenient that we came on air at this exact time. It's almost like we had a message from outside, because we were preparing for the Iranian missile attack. We actually got on air just in time to be able to cover all of the major airstrikes that the Israelis are conducting inside of Iran. So we are going to be waiting to get more video and picture evidence, which should be out here soon in just minutes from Tehran and Isfahan of the air defense fires as well as the impacts on the ground. I do see a decent amount of people are talking about the ongoing Israeli airstrikes and what they may actually mean in a large part, because it's almost a repeat, to be entirely honest with you all, outside the ballistic missile launchers being attacked, of the very opening of the offensive. It's almost like they're going for a double tap of everything. And Matthew, I was wondering, could we ask the audience a question about that, about whether they think there is a double tap operations currently being conducted by the Israelis, or whether these are going to be going after new, fresh targets that are in the exact same places as the prior attacks, but are still hitting different locations or different key targets. That would probably be a very interesting question to ask folks to see what they're thinking about it while we're waiting for that additional video and picture evidence to be coming out at this moment. But in the meantime, we are going to be once again hearing and waiting about those ongoing Israeli air attacks on the cities of Tehran and Isfahan. Also,
So we are getting some news right this second that apparently there was a singular attack drone that went toward Erbil inside of Iraq. That's what we're being told right now. We do have a video alleging to show that one drone that was shot down, and it apparently crashed down as well after it was shot down inside of Erbil. So let's take a look.
And we can see here some air defense missile that has been fired, or actually it appears to be the falling drone on fire. And it appears to have fallen in a residential complex, blowing up quite literally in the middle of the street, probably the luckiest place for that drone to fall. But that's the end of that clip right there, but it does confirm the loss of a drone that was flying into Erbil. We don't know the make, model, type, or country of origin of the drone. It may have been a drone being launched by a proxy force into Erbil, but it does appear that the air defense reports from Erbil were correct earlier, and they did identify and shoot down an incoming drone of an unidentified origin at the moment. We are still going to be waiting to hear additional information about the ongoing Israeli airstrikes within eastern Tehran, and it also does appear that OSINT Defender is now corroborating that there was a magnitude 2.5 earthquake recorded by the Iranian Seismological Center near to the area of Qom, which is very close to the Fordo uranium enrichment plant, which in conjunction with the Natanz uranium enrichment plant has been responsible for the centrifuge production of weapons-grade uranium that is higher than a 90% purity that could be used in Iranian nuclear weapons production. So it does
Now,
appear...
Enforcer, real quick on the earthquake situation, I see a lot of people asking about the earthquake, and I'm trying to find some updates about it. I was sitting here looking at the report from the Seismological Center about this earthquake near the city of Qom inside of Iran, which is obviously right next to Fordo. So it appears to be the earthquake was at a depth of 10 kilometers. I believe that might be a more shallow earthquake. But I'm not an earthquake or a seismologist, so I wouldn't know that for certain. I think nuclear tests are conducted deeper than that. But you might want to maybe check and see and look into that real quick and see typically what depth are nuclear tests conducted at, because it appears to be only 10 kilometers deep, according to the seismology report.
Let's see here. 1 second, folks. I'm going to go pull that up really quick. Let's see. So it appears that nuclear tests or underground nuclear tests are usually detonated at depths of more than 2,400 meters or 2.4 kilometers underground inside of a, let's see, underground depths of more, so it does appear that it's around 2,400 meters or 2.4 kilometers. So it actually appears that that seismological activity is so deep inside of the Earth's crust that it also, that is very deep, by the way. That's about 7 miles below the Earth's surface. So that actually sounds to be normal seismological activity, and an incredibly minor one at that. A 2.5 is hardly feelable by most people and wouldn't even cause visible tremors if, say, you had fine china on a cupboard somewhere that was on display. It wouldn't even tremor the fine china where you'd hear any rattling. So
also, by the way, I'm seeing people say that that is simply a placeholder, apparently, on the seismology report. So, once again, this is from the Iranian Seismological Center. So, why they would put 10 kilometers as the depth, not knowing if that's the depth or not, seems a bit stupid. It seems like they would simply just cross it out and wait. So, apparently, that is a placeholder, and that's the way the Iranians do it, is they simply put something there on the report that isn't accurate until they find the real information out.
Well, that seems kind of cheap. Like, I'm not going to lie, that seems fairly cheap to me. But we'll be trying to see if we can find some more information, at least at the moment, as to where that earthquake actually happened, what depth it happened at. They're saying 10 kilometers, but apparently that is a placeholder, so we'll be waiting to see if we can get any more confirmed information as to where that actually happened, or what depth it actually happened at. But beyond that, it does seem that we are continuing to get more information, at least at the moment, or ongoing developments from inside of the region. And Matthew, do we have any more additional news at this moment about what is going on within the area?
So I'm currently looking here to find some more information about the earthquake situation and also the loud blast heard in Erbil inside of Iraq. Of course, we are waiting to see if the U.S. is going to get dragged into this entire situation. The U.S. says that they are open to entering the conflict against Iran, but they're not too wild about it right now. They prefer not to. But Israel is essentially begging the United States to come in and help defend their country and also take offensive actions against Iran as well. So this loud blast in Erbil might be one of those instances where the U.S. might be able to justify maybe getting involved, because once again, there's no reason for these drones to be attacking in Iraq unless they're going for probably U.S. forces most likely. So right now, we don't know exactly what was attacked on that. So we're trying to find out exactly what the target was. We simply don't know right now. But as for more information, we are still hearing from the IDF spokespeople that the areas that have been warned to stay in their shelters are still instructed to stay in close proximity to their shelters right this second, because even though the Israelis have allegedly taken most of the launchers out in Iran that were going to carry out this massive drone attack and also missile attack on Israel, it sounds like they can't guarantee the safety even as of this moment. So we're not really sure just yet what the deal is with that. So we are keeping an eye out.
And so we'll be waiting for more additional information at the moment. It seems as though we are currently in a short lull of news right now, as we are still waiting for more video and picture evidence confirmation of what's going on in the ground below at Natanz, Fordo, as well as Parchin, just outside of southeastern Tehran. But we are going to be trying to get some more available information on those developments when we can. In the meantime, though, I do have to thank all of y'all, the 33,000 of y'all who are here right now, for watching and enjoying the stream so far. But of course, we don't mean to make this into a subscriber drive right here, but considering that there's so many people here right now, if you have enjoyed the channel, please think about subscribing or consider subscribing. We've been covering this pretty much religiously for as much as we can, as long as we can, every single day, as this situation has been developing over the past 108 hours at this point. So if you're enjoying our news coverage right now and the depth of information that we have, you can expect this pretty much every single day. Even once this ends, we go live every single day at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on a 24-hour news cycle covering all of the major international, foreign policy, and military developments happening around the world every single day. So if you enjoy this right now, you might enjoy it every single day, possibly. Who's to say? But still, I have to thank everyone so much once again for being here with us at the moment while we're still waiting for that additional information and evidence to be coming out at this time. We are still seeing that there's a little bit of a lull at the moment. And so while we are hearing that, and let's see, it does appear that the IDF spokesperson is actually telling people to still remain in shelter or close to shelter inside of Israel, as it's still uncertain whether or not the Iranians are going to be firing off a ballistic missile attack or not. The Israeli counterattack was able to stop the Iranian ballistic missile launches for now, but it appears the Israelis are not entirely confident whether that will stop the Iranian ballistic missile attack that was destined to happen an hour and a half ago from happening at all. So we'll be waiting to see how that is going at this point, and trying to figure out if those ballistic missiles are going to be fired or not. But Matthew, I do understand that we have something going on at the moment. And what do we got?
All right. So I see a viewer suggesting in Hansen is suggesting that we go look at the NASA firms map and go see where the active fires are right now inside of Iran, because apparently there's fires all over the place, at least according to what I'm hearing. So let's go take a look at the firms map. And once again, if you're not familiar with what that is a satellite-based map that NASA provides showing fires around the world, and it will show us on the map generally where heat signatures are popping up based on the satellite footage that we're getting. So let's take a look and see exactly, specifically around Fordo in the city of Qom, I believe, what exactly is happening around there. Let's see how big that fire currently has gotten.
Okay, so currently we are seeing that there is a fire off in the distance out here at what appears to be a smaller facility, but actually appears to possibly be a charcoal manufactory. Let me go check on that really quickly to try and see exactly what that thing was. This appears to be some sort of a cement or some sort of an aggregate manufacturing plant of some type. Unfortunately, I cannot tell what that is, but most likely not an Israeli target. It has nothing that would resemble any kind of a nuclear development or enrichment facility. We can also see that there are some reported fires here on the southern side of Qom, around this area, like we can see here on the firm satellite. But we can't really see anything of significant note that would be on fire in this area, at least at this time. There is no military base. This appears to be pretty much what we could call village huts, if we wanted to call it that, or really some sort of storage tanks out here. And then we can see even further south than that, where the other fire was located, it appears to generally be some sort of mixed residential commercial zones as well. So we can't actually see any of those clear fires at Qom at the moment. But if we go up further north, or really further south, towards the area of Natanz, and let me see if I can find us the Natanz nuclear facility. Let's see here.
Also, by the way, Enforcer, there is a slight delay on the NASA firm's information, by the way, so it may not have updated just yet. It looks like there is, once again, the satellite passes over every so often, and it takes a new image, and it finds the new heat signatures. So it could be simply it hasn't updated right this moment, because we do see on the footage there is a fire here. We've seen that confirmed with footage. So I think that probably is the case. It just hasn't updated as of this moment.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it has updated. As a matter of fact, it may look like some information is redacted retracted because it is not showing an ongoing fire or any smoke from Natanz. And this firm satellite doesn't just find ongoing thermal hotspots, it also finds smoke plumes as well as indicators of possible hotspots. And that's why sometimes the firm satellite can actually show that a fire is happening a little distance away because it's actually picking up the largest part of the smoke plume from a fire in that area instead of where the actual epicenter of the fire is. So the firm satellite isn't entirely accurate, and it does appear that at the moment it hasn't updated yet or given us any clear information right now on the kinds of fires that have broken out in Iran or where those specifically are, but we have not been able to see those on the firm news at the moment. But we do have breaking news coming out of Iraq. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so we've gotten some very disturbing information right now about the singular drone that was shot down. Actually, it's not a singular drone. It turns out it was not just one drone. We're currently seeing that U.S. forces were the ones that shot down the attack drone that was flying toward the U.S. General Consulate in Erbil in Iraq. So that makes things much different right now. Apparently, the target was the U.S. General Consulate of that attack drone, and we do not know exactly which group carried this out. Right now, there's speculation that it could have been carried out by an Iranian proxy group operating within Iraq, but we're not really sure at the moment. We've also gotten several new pieces of footage as well showing this thing coming in. So let's take a look.
Now, you see the drone being taken down right here. It appears that the U.S. forces were able to successfully intercept and shoot down the drone, once again from another angle. And we were also able to see in this clip here another clip of the downing of the drone.
Interesting that U.S. forces took that down because I wasn't really sure at first who shot that down, but clearly the U.S. shot it down now. And also there's one more footage right here.
A lot of wind noise in this clip, but it does confirm that the drone was shot down. It does appear that U.S. forces were involved in the air defense of the city of Erbil, and it does appear that they were the ones to have shot down the drone. It appears that many are saying that it's likely that it was an Iranian proxy group that was operating in Iraq that conducted this drone attack, which has failed, but it does confirm that U.S. armed forces are now under some form of attack by either the Islamic Republic of Iran or its proxy forces within the region. These attacks have also been confirmed at Al-Assad Air Base inside of western Iraq, which we can find right here. And we were able to hear that earlier in the night, the Al-Assad Air Base was also under attack, although we have not gotten any additional developments or information about that attack and the kind of damage that it may have caused or the amount of drones that have been shot down. We are still waiting for more information and developments on that ongoing story at the Al-Assad Air Base, but it does appear that we are able to confirm that U.S. forces within northern Iraq did clearly come under fire from an Iranian proxy group and have shot down the drones. That has been confirmed by video and picture evidence. And so we will be waiting for more information at this moment on all of those ongoing attacks. And while we were doing that, let's also go check out Flight Radar 24 as well and try and get all of the data and information that we can, at least at this moment, and see what's going on in the Middle East. And yes, there is nothing going on in the Middle East because there is an ongoing war pretty much between Israel and Iran. Oddly enough, there actually is a decent number of aircraft that are still taking off and landing inside of Jordan, as it appears that Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Jordan's airspace is still opened. It also appears that there is another aircraft here that is currently flying into the area, which is some sort of a Lebanese airline, it appears, that is possibly turning around at this point or preparing for final approach at the Beirut Rafi Hariri International Airport, whatever its name is. We can also see, and let me see here really quickly if we can identify any military aircraft that are currently flying in the area. We can actually see a NATO AWACS aircraft in E3 Sentry that appears to have flown all the way out towards the city of Batman, and it's now flying back towards Konya, where it came from. This may possibly be a NATO aircraft that is being involved in operations to gather intelligence and data for the United States or the United Kingdom, which are currently conducting air operations in support of the state of Israel against Iranian air attacks or inevitable Iranian air attacks that may be happening happening soon. We can also look around the Persian Gulf to see any other air activity that may suggest a U.S. or NATO or larger military involvement by either the RAF or the U.S. Air Force that is currently attempting to conduct some sort of air activity within the region and try and find some more information. I can also see a lot of people laughing at the whole Batman. Yes, there is actually a city in Turkey that is named Batman. You can actually see it on the map right here, and it is quite literally called Batman. So that is the city. We do understand that that E-3 Sentry did fly just north of Batman, about 20 miles away, and then did a 180, and then is now flying back towards the city of Konya, which is in the southwestern region of the Anatolian Peninsula, which is the peninsula that the country of Turkey is on. But nevertheless, while it appears that NATO is channeling the spirit of Batman to try and figure out when the next Iranian missile attack is going to be coming, we cannot really see any significant military activity, at least at the moment. Usually, larger military aircraft have generally the same kind of icon on the map. It usually has the icon of a Boeing 707, and at the moment, I'm trying to look through the massive amounts of air traffic that are currently happening in this area and try and find us anything that looks similar to a Boeing 707's icon or profile, because that would give us a good indicator of what aircraft are heading into the area or what they are. Let me quickly...
If you look up their enforcer at the top left under most track flights, under that little top header right there, if you scroll through it, you should see some flights that are most likely coming from the area, if there are any, because I'm sure they'll be tracked quite heavily. That one over there is in Canada right there. It's circling around, looks like Canada for some reason. But I mean, also... You say what now?
Well, you know what's interesting about that? It's flying over Canada, and it's a stratotanker. It's a KC-135 stratotanker, and that's suggesting that, at least with its transponder on over Canada, it's not flying over Canada for no reason. There's an aircraft that's being refueled right there to possibly head further out in some direction, who knows where, from where that stratotanker's at right now. So that may possibly suggest that U.S. air assets that do not have their transponders on, that are not publicly listed, may be getting refueled in this area, possibly even strategic bombers, as they are making their way back out towards the Pacific, although that's highly unlikely at this point. But go ahead, Matthew.
I was going to also say we got some more news here. We actually got a geolocation of some of the footage we got earlier showing the explosions near the Iranian city of Qom, which is, of course, near the Fordo nuclear site. We are seeing some geolocation information showing exactly where it is on the map, thanks to OSINT Technical, and it's at the very top, and it's a thread as well. So if you click on that tweet, you'll also see it's a thread. It shows you the location on the map.
Got you. And so it does appear that we can actually get this and put this in on the map. We'll do that in a second, but we'll show you all the clip again, just to remind everyone of where we were looking at. But that's the end of that clip right there, and now we actually have the geolocation. So let me grab this really quickly. And let's go take a gander at exactly where this was near Qom, so that way we can put down the marker accurately. And this looks like a hardened ammunition storage facility, and this is actually north of Qom, not where the firm satellite was showing the fires here in southern Qom. This is actually in northern Qom, right here. So it does appear that this is a larger ammunition storage site used by the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we can actually see a large amount of these hardened ammunition storage alcoves inside of the ridgelines and hills in this area. So we're actually going to be moving our hit marker north of Qom, and let's see here. Let's see, actually, we haven't put that one down. So let me really quickly go and grab that clip, and let's put it down in its exact location where the fire is coming from, which is right up here. So we'll be putting that ammo site hit visible fire. So that way y'all can all follow that along on our map whenever y'all would like to. So with that, we can put that right there. And also, by the way, folks, if you are new to the channel, which I'm assuming that many of y'all may be, we have 31,000 viewers live. If you would like to follow along with what we have on the map here, and you're wondering where does this map come from, it is scratch made here on the Enforcer channel every single day. And so if you would like to have access to this map, the only place to get access to it is here on this channel, and it's in the link in the description below. It's the very last link down there. there. And if you'll click on the link for the day 1208 Global War News Map, you will be able to get directly onto this map and click around it and take a gander at it at your own pace. So far, it actually tells me how many of y'all have looked at it, and so far about 16.2 thousand people have actually taken a look at this map for their own selves and taken a look around at all of the clips and information that we've been able to get over the past 108 hours since the beginning of the military operations by Israel and Iran. But that is just a little bit of a tidbit of a tip or a helpful note for all of y'all who may be new. You can actually check out the grand old map that we use here on stream by clicking on the link in the description below. But nevertheless, we are still waiting for more information at this moment coming out of the Islamic Republic of Iran of those airstrikes. We were finally able to confirm the location of the Qom airstrike, which actually was north of the city of Qom and north of this industrial zone that we can see right here as well. So it's actually quite out of the way of the city of Qom. We are still waiting for more video and picture evidence of the hits on the the uranium enrichment plants at Natanz and Fordo, which apparently have been hit a second time, as well as the nuclear research and development facility at the city of Parchin, which is to the southeastern area of the city of Tehran. But still, at this moment, we are also beginning to hear that there is additional development and news. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So right now we're getting a statement from the Iranian military. The Iranian military officials are now warning Israel that Israel will not be habitable very soon because they're going to fix them up real good. That's what the Iranians are saying in the midst of everything. The Iranians are rejecting calls for a ceasefire. The Israelis are also rejecting calls for a ceasefire. And there is no signs that there's any off-ramp to the situation whatsoever. So Israel is committed and Iran is committed. Even though Iran is getting smashed right now, they're going to keep going. Also, we have gotten a video here showing air defenses activated in the Imam Hussein Square in central Tehran right this very second. So we do have that video to take a look at.
It does appear that once again it's uncoordinated blind air defense fire into the skies of Tehran. Once again, ineffective. Honestly, you know what this looks like, Matthew? It looks like the air defense that was happening when the F-1117s were striking Baghdad in the opening of the Gulf War in 1991, I think.
Yeah, it kind of does look similar to it. Kind of not too chaotic. It's just kind of like slightly peaceful, like if that's even appropriate to say. Slightly peaceful anti-aircraft fire to an extent.
Yeah, you know, it's almost like the anti-aircraft fire. You know, Matthew, I would say that the anti-aircraft fire style in Tehran is like those little hydraulically operated water sprinklers. You know the one I'm talking about, where they have that little thing that hits the water and it bounces the sprinkler a little over to the side with each time, like with each articulation.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. They just casually fire up into the air. They don't know what they're shooting at. They don't even know if anything's up there. They're just firing up there, wasting ammunition, and nothing is ever hit. It's an incredibly relaxing thing, actually. They ought to make a 10-hour loop of this and put it on YouTube and say, relaxing destruction at Tehran sounds that you can listen to as you sleep. I think that would be a pretty good idea. But beyond that, it does appear that this fire is actually coming from the Imam Hussein Square. And we'll be taking a look at that Imam Hussein Square right now, so we can put this mark down. And what about that square in Tehran? Ah, yes, here we are, the Imam Hussein Square. We actually have pictures. They have a small tower here with like some sort of an oddly, vaguely floral pattern on it. And it also appears that they have some other stuff, like birds, which have been all eaten, and the remainder will be eaten on Tuesday. But we will be making sure to put this down near to this area. It actually appears that this air defense fire is once again coming from the area of eastern Tehran, just a little bit south of Lavazan, where Khamenei is at the moment. So let me take that and bring that down here on the map to that specific square, which should be here somewhere on the map. We're going to put it the closest we can. Where in the world was it again? Sorry, everyone. I'm trying to make sure that we get this correct here. And it's right here. So, it's right there. Here we are. So, air defense fire. We'll put that down on the map. And also, Matthew, I understand that we have additional breaking news as well. So what do we have?
All right, so we just got some video evidence here showing some of those loud explosions that have been heard in Tehran as Israel continues its strikes. And I saw a couple of bots come in a minute ago and say, there's nothing going on in Tehran. That's not true. Right now, Tehran is under still attack, and we see that here in the video.
That is confirmed air defense fire. So it is a double confirmation at this point that there is air defense fire coming from the Imam Hussein Square in eastern Tehran, close to the areas of the Mahalati and Lavazan neighborhoods where a large amount of Iranian officials live, or just a couple of miles south of it. So we are still going to be waiting for more picture and video evidence of the actual impacts and strikes, which are soon to be reported from this area of Tehran, as Iranian air defense's interception rates are 0% at this point. We have not been able to confirm that they have shot down a single incoming Israeli missile in 108 hours. So we are expecting that all Israeli missiles that are entering the airspace will hit without a doubt. But Matthew, I do understand that we have actually gotten a lot of people to weigh in on the current question that we've asked thousands of people at this moment as to whether or not Israel is conducting a double tap tonight or going after fresh targets. And Matthew, what are people thinking, and what are you thinking about it?
All right, so 35% of the audience said it is double tap operations by Israel. They're hitting old targets once again, while 26% said they're hitting brand new targets inside of Iran, and 25% says a 50-50 chance of either one. And generally speaking, I think generally they're going for new targets. I think that's pretty much it. We have seen some, I guess you could call them double taps or secondary strikes on the Fordo nuclear facility and also the Parchin nuclear facility as well, and also including Natanz. Almost forgot the third one there. But we're seeing those get double tapped, I guess you could say. But I think generally it's kind of a mix of both, actually. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that in my opinion, I believe it is most likely going to be a blend of the two as well. Most likely double taps, because we're already hearing that Fordo and Natanz are under attack, and those facilities have largely been destroyed from what we understand. And we're also hearing that apparently new targets may be hit inside of Tehran and Isfahan. So a double tap in one sense and fresh targets in another. And I actually just saw someone in the chat, AJ said, what's a double tap? A double tap is hitting a target that has already been hit before a second time. So like, say for example, this is where it started, to give a little bit of the historical instance behind this. Let's say that you know that a terrorist is riding around in a a rover, calling himself Ed Sharpova near Tisana in Yemen. So you call in a Reaper and you hit his car once. And then you wait about 2 minutes, and then you fire another Hellfire at his car, and then you blow it up a second time. That pretty much ensures that if he wasn't killed in the first hit, he's going to be killed in the second one. And that generally is what a double tap is. You can apply that principle to anything. So you could hit a building once, and then hit it again in about 10 minutes, and that would also qualify as a double tap. So really, a double tap is any hit on a singular target that is being conducted twice in close succession to the first hit. So at the moment, I do believe that the Israelis are conducting a double tap on the Natanz and Fordo uranium enrichment plants, but I believe that they're also going after new targets inside of Tehran and Isfahan. So that's what we're largely believing, at least at the moment. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least with the information that we have at the moment. And we are still waiting for more information to come out right now. But Matthew, while we're going through a little bit of a lull in the news and we're waiting for more video and picture evidence to come out here, I think it is time for us to grab a couple of questions from the folks out there in the chat. So what do we got?
All right, so grabbing a few super chat questions in the meantime while we wait for more breaking news. Our first super chat goes to BC Skyman, a longtime channel legend here on the Enforcer channel. Literally, almost since day one of the founding of the channel, BC has been here. So thank you very much, BC, for that $140 donation, and we appreciate that very much. I did not see a comment attached to any of them, but we do appreciate that raw support, and of course, it helps to keep the channel running. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you for the massive support, BC Skyman. We are greatly appreciative of having you here today today, and I got to thank you incredibly for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. Many of the viewers here probably have realized that we don't have ads running on the stream, and not only that, we don't have memberships either. It's only through Super Chats that we were able to keep this channel running, and I got to massively thank you, BC Skyman, for always being a old guard and channel legend of our Least Spring Army community here on the Enforcer channel, and not only that, supporting this channel incredibly and helping us to keep this thing running. As all of the people who have been on this channel for years can attest, BC Skyman is the greatest of all time in the Least Spring Army community. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a very generous $100 donation from Patrol, who's also a longtime channel legend. And thank you very much, Patrol, for that $100 support and also helping to fund our work. And he said, Slava Ukraine.
And Slava Ukraine. And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running as well, Patrol. I got to thank you massively for that, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't have been able to make this channel possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it running. And I do have to once again apologize to all of the folks who come here for Ukraine war news. I hope everyone does understand, but due to the exigent circumstances of the major conflict in the Middle East right now, it is largely taken front and center stage out of everything that's going on in the world. There are still some decent developments going on right now in East Asia as well that we've been trying to pay attention to and try to cover, but there's just no way we can cover any of it because the Middle East situation is such a large and developing one that we just have not been able to get to the others. I do thank you massively for support, though, and helping this channel to keep on running, even as we are covering different types of news, because eventually this conflict will most likely start to subside, and we will get back to our normal news coverage of the major global events that are happening in Eastern Europe, East Asia, and then the sporadic developments to happen inside the Middle East. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again, Patrol. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next support here goes to none other than Old Warrior, who throws in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Old Warrior, as well, for being a channel legend and also supporting us once again. And he said, ballistics as well as hypersonics both exceed Mach 5, and the difference is that a true hypersonic can maneuver at hypersonic speed other than minor course corrections, and ballistics like the Kinzhal, they cannot make maneuvers at speed.
Thank you for the support, Old Warrior, and I believe that that is the correct Western definition, which is generally the definition, or should be, on how a hypersonic works, but I believe the Iranians and the Russians pretty much just go off of the principle that the Kinzhal and the Zircon are just extremely fast. I didn't hear in prior attacks that the Zircon ever maneuvered. The Russians appear to have stated that the Zircon also flew just wildly fast at supersonic speeds in a straight line directly at its target, and that was how it was able to successfully hit it. It was just going so fast it could not be intercepted. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and that is pretty much correct. That all missiles do end up going supersonic at some point of their flight, but I also believe that conventional ballistic missiles actually start to drop a good bit of their speed once they're in their terminal phase, and their fastest part of their flight is their mid-course phase as well, if I'm not mistaken, but I might be wrong on that, Old Warrior. But I do thank you for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep covering the news. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. Hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Paulie, who threw in a $25 donation, and thank you, Paulie, as well, for that support. He said, I did deep dive and calls on ChatGPT, and GBUs plus bunker collapse plus fault triggering could cause a magnitude 2.3 earthquake, and some set near several active faults.
Thank you for the support, helping this channel to keep running, Paulie, and thank you for providing that information. ChatGPT is starting to become a friend of many and starting to find a lot of answers, and it does appear that based off of the AI's data sets, that may be correct, but we'll have to see. It is highly likely, though, especially considering that that earthquake was reported north of Qom. If I went and showed you all again, you can actually see that the earthquake was reported especially just north of Qom, right there. And if we go to that map and we go look at that area just north of Qom, right there, that is actually the very site of that ammunition storage. So it is highly likely that the AI is correct, and the explosions were able to produce a significant, well, not really a significant, but a very light magnitude 2.3 or 2.5 earthquake. And so a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next support here goes to Morrow Lester, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Morrow, as well. They said, thanks for all the hard work, guys. And please go into more detail about those small earthquakes that we've seen around the nuke sites. And long live the LSA.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, we can't really go into a lot of additional detail about the earthquakes, unfortunately, Morrow. We can generally extrapolate a lot of information off of minimal detail, but at the moment, at least in the area of Parchistan, which I believe is what it's called, I probably got that wrong again, and let me go check. Balochistan. At least in this area, I cannot really confirm that that's any other details rather than it happened. At the moment, it does appear that the other earthquake was actually produced from an explosion of ammunition at a ammunition storage site north of the city of Qom, and that's about all of the information that we have about both of those seismic activities at the moment. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel keep on running. I hope that does give as much detail as we possibly can give, or we would be comfortable giving with a great deal of confidence. And a big thanks to you so much once again for support, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't have been able to keep this thing running to be able to cover this news today. So with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and let's take a quick break from our super chats and jump back into some new footage that we've received out of Iran. We've gotten some very interesting looking footage here that I've never seen before, showing a ballistic missile launcher truck filmed by another Iranian. This is an Iranian missile launcher, by the way, one of the mobile ones that they drive around, and it appears to have maybe an active ballistic missile on the back, and it looks like the truck might actually be abandoned on the side of the road, actually. So let's take a look.
It does look like it could be abandoned. It's possible that the crew bailed out and left when they started hearing of the Israeli airstrikes and possibly lost contact with their battery commander. It's possible that that could have been the case, but we actually can see one of those transport erector launchers just sitting idle on the road, practically abandoned in the midst of the night, as another Iranian drove by and actually filmed it, which is incredibly interesting in its own degree. But with that, very interesting footage, man. Good job on finding that right there. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And moving into our next super chat here, this one goes to Halo23, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Halo, as well, for that $20 support. They said, is there any further info on the Delta Force going to the Iranian enrichment facility?
At this moment, we do not have any additional detail on that. It does appear that either that story was just leaked briefly and it actually had some validity to it, and then we got no additional information, or it may have not had validity to it, because we have not gotten any confirmation about that story beyond the initial statements. So we have not gotten any additional information, in short, about that story, whether it's developing or not. But still, I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, also, someone in the chat said, a lot of people in the chat have been wondering, who are we? I'll tell you all really quickly, because someone just said, these guys have the same voice. It's uncanny. Actually, me and Enforcer Matt are actually brothers. I'm the younger brother, and I'm also known as the Enforcer here on the show. And then my older brother, Enforcer Matt, his name is actually Matthew, and he's the co-host. We're both hosts of the show, and so that's who we are. Just in case you are getting a little bit confused and wondering, why do they sound so similar? Why do they talk the same? That's generally the reason why. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, or at least clear up some confusion that some people may have had about our identities or who we are. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And if you enjoy the identical sounding people, we're not schizophrenic. It's actually two different people. If you enjoyed that news coverage from those two different people, smack the subscribe button and get notified of the new streams that come live, and also videos as well. But moving on to our next super chat here, this one goes to Pete Shador, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Pete, for that support as well. He said, some of my best spent money to keep you guys speaking reliably and intelligently, and well done.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for helping us to stay on air. Folks like you who support this channel make it possible for our operations to go day in and day out. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it rolling, and I got to thank you incredibly for that, because if it was not for folks like you, we just wouldn't have been able to make this thing possible. So thank you for supporting us, and thank you for really throwing in some high praise and some kind words as well. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, also some people, you know what? I had to blow all of y'all's minds since we have 27,000 people here, because I'm sure y'all are getting news from multiple different sources. Me and Enforcer Matt, or Enforcer and Enforcer Matt, the two of us here, are probably the youngest people that y'all are getting news from at the moment, as I am 23 years old, and Matthew is soon to be 25 years old, but he's still 24 at the moment. So we're probably some of the youngest people that y'all are getting news from, and so if y'all like to hear the younger generations out here covering news with a great deal of intelligence and a great deal of rapid fire information that we have at the moment, and you would like to support the upcoming generations of this amazing country and being able to become the forefronts in global news coverage, at least here on YouTube, also make sure to hit that subscribe button as well, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to be very shocked to know that we are in our early 20s. But nevertheless, I hope that does address that the best we can, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to none other than Long This, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Long This, for that support as well. And they said, trust me, guys, wearing those suits suck. He's referring to the mop gear. He said it's highly more likely to limit true performance than needed.
And I thank you for support along this. I would definitely agree. Wearing anything that pretty much closes your body in pretty much retains all of your heat. There's no way for your heat to radiate into the open air, and it gets bad. It gets extremely muggy. I'd actually know, because at some points I've actually worn years ago in reenacting a World War I uniform and put on all of the protective gear, the gas mask and everything, and it gets extremely hot. Like, and of course that was in like the South Alabama 100-degree weather with 100% humidity wearing that stuff. It actually gets so hot you'll pretty much just melt out all of your water and sweat over the course of a couple of hours in that kind of condition. So I can guarantee you, even just wearing the lighter form of what people wear these days, it definitely sucks, even just to wear it for a couple of hours, much less days or weeks like folks had to back in the day. So a big thanks to you for the support. And I'd have to say it most likely would limit the performance due to fatigue, but at the same time, it's probably a necessary precaution to issue the gear, because if it's needed, it would be better to have it instead of seeing that all of these soldiers are either debilitated, turn into casualties, or fatalities due to some sort of chemical or biological warfare that could be conducted on them in the future. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again for the support. I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Andres Opp, who puts in a $20 donation, and it says, when did we have a reveal about what that orb was over Tehran?
I thank you for the support. Unfortunately, we have no information of the orb. It appears that the orb was a hoax. We've been trying to make that clear for the past 2 days. We try and report information that we get when we get it, and when information like that pops up and multiple different sources are independently confirming or corroborating the existence of the supposed orb, it made it to where we had to report it because it seemed that it was a story that was actually going to be happening. It didn't happen, oddly enough. It's one of the few stories that we've seen that where we've got no leads, and it appears to have actually been a complete hoax. So, unfortunately, there's going to be no updates or developments on the orb, because it appears that story was entirely made up by people in Tehran on the ground. And so with that, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, one thing that I could say that could have resulted in that orb being seen by many is that it could have been an incident of public pandemonium, considering that there were ongoing airstrikes throughout Tehran for about 2 days at the point the orb was reported. It could have been that a lot of people were looking into the sky for quite literally anything, and they could have seen maybe some light reflecting from a fire on the ground up into the clouds above the city, and it looked like it had like a reddish, orangish hue to it, and they could have reported that as an orb because they were just absolutely paranoid, scared, and looking up into the sky for something, saw that, and then made it into a big deal. That's what I would assume, at least, because it appears that the orb had absolutely no validity to the claim or the story. But a big thanks once again for the support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, let's see here. Heather Fitzgibbon in the live chat said, who was a general who mentioned the channel in his book? It was actually mentioned in General David Petraeus' book, and he was also the former CIA director as well. So he actually was kind enough to write us in his book as a source that he was using to actually like come up with some of his information. So we were very honored about that, and very very excited to see that too. We were very honored for sure. But
Yeah,
also,
it's actually this
Mhm.
book right here. It's Conflict by David Petraeus, New York Times bestseller. But everyone knows that every book is a New York Times bestseller. It's still actually sold a large amount of copies. We are actually in the Ukraine war chapter of the book. As a news source, I believe the quote is that we were a news source as influential and as important to the coverage of news on that specific conflict as CBS was with its television coverage of the war in Vietnam. I think that was the comparison that was made. So we were really honored to have that comparison made by a former director of the CIA and a former commander of CENTCOM, who was David Petraeus. It's pretty cool to know that we were included in that book. It was a high honor. But with that, I hope that does address that well, in case some people were asking about that or wondering about that. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next support here. This one's going to go to Destination Canopus, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Destination, for that $20 support. They said, just a lowly Leaf Spring Coast Guard reservist here, appreciating all the excellent work, and keep it up, enforcers.
And you may think you're a lowly Coast Guard reservist, but Coast Guard reservists and the Coast Guard is an important part of our armed forces and its ability to protect our shores and mariners who are currently traveling around the globe and the United States coastlines right now. I got to thank you massively for your support and your service in the United States Coast Guard, and I got to thank you incredibly for enjoying this channel and finding a great deal of value in our coverage of major global developments and events that are still ongoing right now. It's great to know that we always have a wide variety of people who either are currently serving inside of the armed forces to some capacity, people inside of the U.S. government, people in international governments around the world, folks who work at SpaceX, race car drivers, and everyone else alike who are here watching this channel. We're entirely honored to have everyone here, and we love to know that we are able to be the ones who get to tell you all the major developments and news that is currently happening in the world right now. So a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I have to make this disclaimer. We're not affiliated with any government agency. I want to make that clear. I'm not joking about that. I'm being serious to make that blatantly clear. We are not affiliated with any government agency. Because I see some people, making suggestions here that we're one thing or another. And I can assure you that we're not. We're just two young people reporting the news. But jumping into our next super chat here, this one goes to Rye Guy SR, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Rye Guy, for that support. And Rye Guy said, hey, enforcers, and keep up the great work. And can we have the enforcer talk about the Mob ordinance? I think he meant to say Moab. He said, could it cause a quake? And what planes can drop it? And would Israel have anything that could carry and deploy an LLT LSA?
And thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. The Moab is the GBU-43, and it is the largest mass-produced bomb in existence in the world. I know that a lot of people are going to say something about the FOAB, the father of all bombs, which was made by the Russians simply to outdo the Moab. But the FOAB was never produced in large numbers and was generally just produced so that Russia could lay the claim to the largest conventional ordnance in the world. Outside of that, the Moab is still the largest conventional ordnance in use anywhere in the globe. It is specifically a thermobaric air blast bomb, meaning that this bomb is actually designed to deal with soft targets around a large area. Thermobarics largely liquefy the internal organs of really anything that's within its blast radius, and considering that the blast radius of a Moab is about a mile in width, it's actually a fairly significant sort of a weapon to use. Generally, this weapon cannot be dropped conventionally due to its size. It has to be dropped off of a specialized cradle out of the back of a C-130 or a C-17 Globemaster, I believe, which are the two aircraft that can carry it. Actually, it appears that Wikipedia is only saying the C-130 or the MC-130 is the aircraft that actually could drop a Moab, meaning that there's very limited use or availability to use this kind of a weapon system. The fact that it uses a C-130, which is a slower-moving, four-propeller, heavy transport aircraft, or medium transport aircraft by modern definition, means that it would be susceptible to ground air defense fire, or really any ground fire, at all, meaning that the aircraft would have a very low chance of success unless if it was in completely uncontested airspace where the United States or Israel had complete air superiority without a question, meaning that its current use over Iran would be highly unlikely even if the Israelis wanted to use it. The Israelis do have C-130s, and so they technically could drop one of these, but using one of these is a little bit rare. A Moab has only been used once, and it was used, I believe, in 2007, late 2017 or early 2018 against a Taliban stronghold inside of the mountains of northern Afghanistan, and it was successful, but that really seems to be one of the few niche uses for this kind of a bomb. Also, if y'all are wondering, why is it this green? Oddly enough, the bombs were actually painted in John Deere green, the exact green that's used for John Deere tractors, because the factory that was producing the Moab had a very large availability of John Deere green paint and not the typical OD green paint that is used normally in ordnance production. So all Moabs are actually painted in this John Deere green and yellow color, in case y'all are wondering about that. So if you ever end up being on the receiving end of one of these things, I guess you could say that nothing runs better than a John Deere. But beyond that, I hope that does address it the best I can, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat is a massive $200 donation from Hawk, who's a longtime channel legend as well.
Dang.
And thank you very much, Hawk, for that massive support right there, the largest super chat of the day, actually. And we do appreciate that very much. And of course, we appreciate you being a longtime viewer as well. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you for the unbelievably massive support, Hawk. I think that's the third time in a row that you've thrown in massive support like that over the past few days. And we got to thank you for massively supporting this channel and helping us to keep this kind of news rolling. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't have been able to keep this thing running quite literally now for days now, and in a very irregular schedule, pretty much working endlessly now to try and cover this news. We've actually heard that some people are starting to say that this channel is like a machine, the way we're putting out news, because we put out short war videos still, and then we also run marathon-length breaking news streams. I have to tell y'all that this one tonight is probably going to be shooting more for a conventional time segment, less than 4 hours long, because we want to make sure to be able to pace ourselves. It looks like this may end up being a bit of a marathon for coverage with this sort of a conflict right here, and so we want to make sure that we're able to endure and ensure that we were able to keep covering news at the high amount of quality and information that many of y'all expect, and to be able to do that, we want to make sure to pace ourselves here and there. And so with that, a massive thanks to you so much once again for support, Hawk, and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so we've got some more breaking news coming out. So we're going to take a brief momentary break from our super chats and move on to our breaking news segment once more to figure out exactly what is happening here. So let me actually get a little bit more detail real quick. Let me repost a couple of things. And yes, we are ready for our breaking news segment right now. So we're getting some more information, by the way, about the explosions that were reported near the Fordo nuclear site in Qom inside of Iran. Right now, we're being told by witnesses on the ground that they saw several loud explosions near the nuclear site. And at the exact same time, this is the information I've been waiting for, they noticed the ground tremors at the exact same time the Israelis struck the Fordo nuclear site. The video right here appears to show blast around 20 kilometers from the city of Qom, which generally coincides somewhat in the same area as the Fordo nuclear site, a little bit, but we're not very clear on that right now. But apparently the tremors were felt at the exact same time that these explosions were heard.
And it does seem as though we are now hearing that the Fordo nuclear facility has clearly been hit, and we'll be putting this down on the map as a clear marker that the facility has been hit as further confirmation of enrich plant hit, and we'll be putting that down right here. And so there we go. And we also were able to get some additional information as well, Matthew, if you want to guide us through this next piece.
So yes, we do have some more information here that in Tehran, we're seeing more heavy airstrikes near the Narmak in Lavazan neighborhoods, which is where Khamenei and his family and also other government officials are known to reside inside of the capital city. So once again, we are aware that the supreme leader here, Khamenei, the so-called supreme leader, is currently hiding in an underground bunker in the Lavazan neighborhood. So it's unclear if they're trying to get him or take him out right now. Of course, we have heard the United States has vetoed that idea, at least publicly. They've said that they do not want Khamenei taken out by the Israeli regime, or excuse me, the Israeli government, and they do not want to let them go in there and get Khamenei right now. So that is what we're hearing. We're not really sure if Khamenei is actually the target or not, but that's what we're hearing out of that story. Also, by the way, we are getting some video here showing the ballistic missile facility in Tehran currently being targeted right here in this video.
صدا هنا حتی ایرانی مقدمه وگرد خاک یکسانی کرد تو رخت نشو زنی بفرانم.
That's the end of that clip. And moving further on up, we also got to hear that apparently Iranian air defenses are still firing near the Revolutionary Guard Square and Vali-e-Asr camp in Tehran as well. Once again, showing that while impacts are being reported in some areas of Tehran, air defense is also still firing in other places as well.
Some awfully quiet air defense. It's like quiet as a mouse.
And that's the end of the clip right there, but still showing us the air defense fire that was going on. It also appears that there was a plane that landed at Ben Gurion Airport as well. That just literally refreshed right in front of me. So thanks for Matthew for finding that, and let's watch the clip of this aircraft landing at the Ben Gurion Airport. Unfortunately, cannot tell what type of aircraft it is.
It's probably government because the Ben Gurion Airport's closed until further notice.
And so that's the end of that clip right there. But those are all of the video and picture clips that we had at the moment of ongoing developments at this time. So I hope we were able to address that news well for all of y'all. Big thanks for all of y'all listening in and getting a little bit of the additional details that are going on live at this moment. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so back to our Super Chat segment. While we wait for more breaking news to come out, we do see a $50 support from, actually, there was no name listed on this Super Chat, actually. I don't see a name at all, so I'll call him Army Man because I see a profile picture. It appears to show a GI in it. So thank you very much, GI, for that support. And he said, we're on a good timeline. The chaos of the last few years has delivered some amazingly positive results. And thank you, Enforcers, for your amazing coverage of such an important time in our history.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are happy to know that you've been enjoying this channel. We try our best to make sure to put out the news as best we can, and we hope that we met that criteria again today. So massive thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $50 support from Thomas Ball. And Thomas did not leave a comment, actually, but thank you very much, Thomas, for choosing to support our channel as well and helping to keep us on the air. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you for the support as well. While you didn't throw in a comment, the support is massively appreciated. And we'd love to know that people enjoy this channel and help us to keep this thing running. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 50 from Axom Outdoor Adventures. And thank you very much, Axom, as well, for the very generous support. And they said, I just found you guys a few days ago, and I appreciate what y'all are doing.
And I thank you so much for appreciating what we're doing. I thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Axum. Because if it wasn't for folks like you who supported this channel, we would have never been able to make it possible many years ago when we first started running. Folks like you who go out of their way to support this channel have made this thing possible through the crowdfunding for years. And we've got to massively thank folks like you who just found this channel days ago and the folks who found this channel months and years ago for continuously enjoying the channel enough to take it upon themselves, although they don't have to support this channel and help it to keep on running continuously and daily. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Ken Schutz, who puts in a 20. And he said, thanks for the tireless work.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying our tireless work. It is quite truly tireless in the fact that we are pretty much covering news now in about a 12-hour news cycle every single day at this point, twice a day, actually. I got to thank you so much once again for enjoying it and supporting it, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to be live on air getting to cover this news at this moment right now. So massive thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $20 super chat from Interstate Chef, who said, after all of this goes down and the Iranian government gets overthrown, what will happen to all the proxy groups at large?
The proxy groups will most likely dissolve, as they will no longer have a consistent or reliable source of funding, and funding is largely what makes these groups possible to function. We will most likely see that in the larger part, these groups will splinter off or disappear, and some of them may start to evolve into slightly different groups that still will be conducting or attempting their acts of terrorism, but will be greatly hindered due to the lack of funds or the real availability to weaponry that they will no longer possess. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a massive thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've also got a $20 super chat from Paulie, who said the math used was seismic yield of a GBU, assuming 12% coupling at 90 meters depth. It's higher the deeper you go. It adds sympathetic detonation of other explosives stored on bunker and the collapse energy of bunker plus seismic area. Honestly, that sounds like it's above my pay grade. I'll be perfectly honest, but Enforcer, what say you?
And I thank you for the support, but Matthew and me have never been known for a strong suit in math, so I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, but it does sound a little bit above my pay grade at least. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to LSA Sergeant Figment, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Sarge, for that support. And we do appreciate that again. And he said, I'm Israel Chai. And the line of Zion is awoken, he said. LSA, hit the like button. That's in order.
And a big thanks to you for the support, and please, folks, make sure to hit the like button. We've already hit nearly 10,000 likes in the stream. We're around 9,027 right now, and getting incredibly close to hitting 10,000. I got to thank you so much once again, LSA Sergeant Figment, for constantly supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. And not only that, enjoying it greatly. We love to know that folks enjoy it, and we love to know that you've been here daily supporting this channel and helping it to keep running and listening to the news all the same. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to none other than Interstate Chef once again, who puts in a 20. And actually, he put in, I think it was the same question again. I think it might have been a duplicate, but thank you very much, Interstate Chef, for the second support there, and we do appreciate that once again. And we also have a 20 from Brummy, who said, I'm new to you guys, and fantastic job you do both.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you for saying that we both do a fantastic job. We try our best to make sure that we are able to keep the stream running, and it pretty much runs like a well-oiled machine, because of Enforcer Matt and me. And so I got to thank you massively for the support and enjoying this channel, because if it wasn't for folks like you, both of us wouldn't be able to be here and keeping this news running to this day. So a massive thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next support here goes to none other than Kauai Island, who puts in a 20. And they said, I've heard this, but I missed any details. But has Iran launched at the U.S. consulate in Iraq? And thanks.
From what we know, they have not launched an attack on the U.S. consulate in Iraq. It appears that they were attempting to attack some sort of a U.S. base near Erbil, and we've also heard of drone attacks on the Al-Assad base in western Iraq, but we have not heard of any attacks at the U.S. embassy inside of Baghdad that can be confirmed to be launched either by an Iranian proxy or by the Islamic Republic of Iran itself. So the answer to that generally is no at the moment, but I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've also got a $20 support from Alan Sabin, who puts in a 20. And he said, would you think that the IDF knew for a long time about the bunkers in the mountains and would be focused on developing a bunker buster good enough to penetrate it? And also, what about the Jericho 3? It can carry 30,000 pounds.
It is possible that the Israelis may have developed some sort of bunker busting ordinances, but the truth of the matter is that the Israelis very rarely ever develop a lot of their own indigenous air to ground ordnance. That usually is provided to them directly by the United States, courtesy of Uncle Sam. We do know that the Israelis have developed their own air to air missiles, however. The Python series of air to air missiles is an incredibly common one inside the state of Israel and several other countries around the world. And we also understand that they have their own versions of the AIM 120s, or at least their own version of an AMRAAM style missile. Outside of that, however, I would say that that is a little unlikely at the moment for them to have developed a bunker busting air to ground ordnance outside of the U.S. But we can understand that they could use a Jericho 3, which is their larger ICBM nearly style missile that could hit the Islamic Republic of Iran with a significant amount of explosive ordnance. So it is entirely possible that they could use that to try and get Khamenei in Lavazan neighborhood. But a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, big shout out to Anon for putting in a $20 donation, along with Duncan VR for also throwing in a 20 as well. And thank you very much, Anon and Duncan, for that support. And also thank you both for watching the channel for a very long time, being legends of the channel. And we also have a 20 from Danny B. And Chef Danny said, "Good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And sorry for the last week. I haven't been in the chat or the Discord. I've been super busy and I'm always listening. And this morning I had 2 caterings from a business and then had to do the dad thing and LSA.
And I thank you for the support. And oh, dear,
I stuttered like crazy just then too, man. I don't even know why.
I was like, dang, dude. I was like, I don't know if he's putting on an actor or if he's like serious right now. I was like,
no, that was my Piglet impression, actually.
Dude, that was actually a pretty good one, honestly. You had me fooled there. But beyond that, I got to thank you for the support, Danny B, and it is perfectly fine. We are happy to have you here today, though, and I thank you so much for enjoying this channel and supporting it, Danny B. And of course, folks out there are always busy and working hard, kind of like we've been working hard here on this channel, at least recently. And I got to thank you massively once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't have been able to make it a reality all this time. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and I hope that addressed that incredibly well to the chef of the LSA. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Charles C. Trisco, who just threw in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Charles, for that generous $50 support. And he said, live.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying this stream live on the air, Charles C. Trisco. I got to thank you massively for that once again, because if it wasn't for folks like you who are supporting this channel, we wouldn't be able to be live. And you know something, folks? Of course, this channel's entire goal isn't to just beast on mainstream news and teach them a lesson, but one thing that is nice to know is that in the ratings yesterday on YouTube, we actually did end up beating Fox News for viewership by about 1,000 people or so at the peak of our live stream. And I believe that number is also being underreported a little bit, because I think we reached 34,000 live viewers. So folks like you, Charles C. Driscoll, aren't only helping us to stay alive, you're helping us to actually beat out mainstream news at their own game and start to teach them how to run an actual news channel. And for that, we're massively appreciative and thankful. Hopefully we'll be able to actually start changing the way news runs, because the only real mainstream news channels that beat us was apparently let's see here, PBS NewsHour, live now from Fox, which was covering the parade yesterday, and also the Associated Press. Beyond that, we beat Fox News. We beat, let's see here, who else? Trying to make sure that we get all of the rest of them. Let's see, we beat Kari 11, which appears to be a news channel. We also beat, let's see here, we beat Bob Ross, apparently. I cannot believe that. We beat a decent amount of news channels, CBS, CBN, Fox 5, New York. We beat a large amount of them that were in the top 100 live streams yesterday. And folks like y'all are continuing to help this channel to really set the precedent for what news coverage really should be, instead of making it pretty much some sort of political commentary, which is what Fox and CNN generally are about. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a, let's see, a $20 super chat from Cheeky Angel. And they said, I'm autistic, and your detailed coverage and explanations make it possible for me to understand the chaos. And thank you very much for the public service that you're doing.
And I thank you so much for the support, Cheeky Angel. And it's great to hear that we're able to help you hear the news every single day. We love to know that we're able to make our news presentable to most people. We try and make sure that it is very well researched and well informed, or at least has as much information as we can possibly put out. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we simply would not be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Nightmare Before Christmas. And thank you very much, Nightmare Before Christmas, for that support. They put in a 20 and said, I hope you ordered delivery. And can we get a question from the chat? And LSA.
And I thank you so much for the support. And I thank you for enjoying let's see. Oh, we did order delivery, actually. We actually did order delivery the other day, at least. I actually got a pizza, and it was pretty good. It was a very good pizza. And so with that, I thank you for the support, and we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor. So with that, what do we got, Matthew?
And the live chat question is going to go to David Tablet, who said, have there been any confirmed interceptions using the THAAD? And also, I think those exo-atmospheric interceptions are typically THAAD. Am I correct?
Usually those are conducted with the Arrow 2 or the Arrow 3 anti-ballistic missile systems, such as these right here. But I have heard that there is a singular THAAD system deployed inside of Israel right now, or a THAAD battery that's been deployed. It's just that I haven't heard of any confirmed interceptions on their end. It appears that all of them are being conducted with the Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 systems.
Interesting, because I had heard some reports that the THAAD was one doing some of these exo-atmospheric interceptions, the ones that create like the really wild like anomalies in the sky, but I wasn't really sure, so I didn't know.
It is capable of doing that. It's entirely capable. It's just that I haven't been able to hear any confirmations on my end. Maybe you have, and I haven't. But from what I've always heard, it was always the Arrow 2 or the Arrow 3 that were conducting those interceptions. But I might be mistaken. It may actually be a mix of all three systems. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next support here goes to Husker Nation, who puts in a 20. And they said, thank you for the live updates. And do you have a shareable link for the Global War News map? And also, do you think American Special Forces are involved?
I would say American Special Forces are not involved yet, and I also thank you for the kind words. And if you're wanting to look for that map, let me actually show you how to get to that really quickly. Let me go here. Let me go here. And let me go get this map really quickly. Okay, so 1 second, y'all. This is going to be really loud. I would say... Okay, there we go. So, this is the stream as it shows up for all of y'all. So we're having a little bit of streamception here. To show you all how to get access to the map, what you would do is you go down here, you click more, this pops up, and then you go down here to this link. You click on that, and then it brings you straight to the map on stream. So I'll show y'all right here. I click on this, brings me straight to the map. So you can go and look at every single little poster of news that we have on this map. You can click on them, you can then click on the links, and it will then take you to an external site wherever that information was gathered from. Usually tonight, pretty much all of this on the map has been gathered and compiled from Twitter. So if you're ever wondering where we're getting most of the stuff from, we're just really good at open source intelligence on Twitter and are able to get a lot of the stuff quickly. But that's how you would get access to the map that you're seeing on stream. So it's actually incredibly easy, and it's actually built into every single stream, every single time and night that we're on air for the large part. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Con Nat. And thank you very much for that $20 support as well. They said, how long would it take for an F-35 to fly from Israel to Iran?
An F-35 flying from Israel to Iran would generally be assumed to be flying at subsonic speeds for fuel conservancy reasons. And if we were to assume that that aircraft took off from Nevatim Air Base, which would be right here, and flew to Iran in the straightest line it could, let's say to its staging area, that would actually be a range of about 600 miles. And considering that the aircraft has a range of 1,400 miles, that means that it pretty much would have several hundred miles of additional loiter time at its staging area before it launched its attacks and then returned. That range could, however, be extended by external fuel tanks, conformal fuel tanks, or in-air refueling, which could allow for these aircraft to remain on station at their staging areas for a good time longer. But if you wanted to fly directly to Iran in the straightest possible line, it would generally be about a 680-mile flight from Nevatim Air Base to the border of Iran, or about a 650-mile flight before you started to reach Iranian airspace directly over their territory. So with that, I thank you once again for support, and I hope that does address that question well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And our next super chat here goes to Notorious GRG, who puts in a very generous $50 donation. And thank you very much, good sir, for that support. And he said, for some reason, I'm not getting notified about your breaking news coverages, even though I have the notification on. And thanks, YouTube. Anyways, please take a live chat.
And a big thanks to YouTube. I hate to hear that, Notorious GRG. I do thank you for the massive support, though. And I don't know why YouTube notifies some people and doesn't notify others, because right now we have 21,000 people live, and this is the low point of the stream. At the peak tonight, we actually had 40.4 thousand people here live, which is a massive amount. That's actually getting on up towards, I think, one of the largest live streams we've ever run in the channel's history. I don't know why YouTube does that. Big thanks to them, though. Hopefully, they'll eventually fix that. But I do thank you for the massive support and help with this channel to keep on running in the meantime, Notorious GRG. Very sorry, though, that you didn't get the notification. But with that, we will make sure to get a live chat in your honor. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so the live chat question goes to, let's see here, Christian, who said, do you know if the Bushehr nuclear power plant was a part of the Israeli strikes inside of Iran?
It doesn't sound that it has been. We have gotten no confirmed reports of airstrikes, explosions, or air defense activity at Bushehr, so it appears that the Bushehr reactor has been completely avoided. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again for the support and sponsoring a live chat, Notorious GRG. I hope we addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jake Lee, who puts in a 20, and thank you very much, Jake, for that $20 support as well. And he said, more money.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and throwing in more money. It helps us to keep this thing running, and money helps us to buy food, to keep our lights on, and pay the bills, and make this channel possible to do as a full-time job. So I massively thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, someone said in the live chat, how long do these guys cover these news? They're on here like 24/7. Honestly, for the past 3 days or so, we have been on here 24/7, actually. Every waking hour of my day is spent on this channel, on the stream, making videos, Twitter, or communicating with fans, dealing with business, or something. Like these days, I am 24/7 on this thing. I get a little bit of sleep, so does the Enforcer, and then we're back up and at it. And usually, my diet right now consists of saltines, white bread slices, and water. So we are truly like slogging this thing out right now. But it's very, very interesting to see these events going down live on the air, and it's honestly an honor to cover it. I know it sounds kind of like cliche, but it really is. It's crazy to actually cover this live. We're literally watching a historic event going down, and we're here to literally present it to you all live, which is crazy to us. But anyways, jumping into our next one here, this one goes to the Martian, who puts in a 20. And they said, does the president of the United States really think that Iran would listen to us in the United States? Israel hasn't, so why would Iran?
Iran will never listen to us. I don't really know what the whole thing is about. Let's try and talk to him again. It really confuses me, and I think it might just be some form of diplomatic trolling, because it wouldn't really make too much sense in the big picture. So I hope that does address it the best I can. I thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Azem, who puts in a 20. And they said, what do you think is the likelihood that Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz? And would the United States get involved militarily if they were to do that?
Everyone in the world would pretty much get involved militarily if they close the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz has a very significant international waterway within it, and for the Iranians to close that off, they would be in violation of international maritime law, which means that pretty much everyone in the world would come bearing down on them to pretty much beat the hell out of them, especially the British and the United States, because we both, the British and the U.S., have significant interest in the oil coming out of the Middle East and the control over it. So we would go down there and we would start to slaughter the Iranians at that point. I have a feeling they're probably not, though, because the Iranian Navy got attacked the other day, and while we haven't been able to get damage reports, we haven't heard anything about the Iranian Navy since, possibly suggesting that there may have been some damage, and they're just trying to keep it really concealed about how bad the damage was. Or they may have not been hit, but that may have scared them to keep in port and try and keep themselves as protected as possible. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and I thank you once again for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Nathaniel Doggett, who puts in a 20. And he said, not to get political, but I've heard a rumor that the U.S. president met with Putin and said he would look the other way on Ukraine if Russia stood down from defending Iran. And given Iran's importance to Russia, I think it's nonsense. But what are your thoughts?
I would say that whole thing sounds like it was some sort of like a made up political rumor for political drama here in America, because you're looking the other way in Ukraine and letting Ukraine lose would be a complete failure on the U.S.'s end, whether we agree to do something with Iran or not. That's just not really how foreign policy has ever worked. So I would generally doubt that that was something that ever happened, at least from what I would know. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. In our next one here, also real quick before we move on to our next one, just a real quick piece of breaking news right now. The Israeli Home Front Command, which is in charge of basically protecting the civilians of Israel right now, is once again telling the Israeli civilians to remain near their shelters for the time being. Even though there's no active attack on Israel, they are telling people to stay in shelters. And now that alert has been active for 3 hours, which is unusual because typically that alert ends the moment an attack is over. And so far, we were told that all the launchers were taken out that Israel went after inside of Iran. So we're really not sure why that alert is still in place. That is unusual, very unusual actually, and indicates that something is about to either happen that's unexpected, or maybe an attack is about to start that we were not expecting either. So we will be keeping an eye on that. But moving into our next support here, this one goes to Mark Perkins, and he puts in a 20, and he says, thanks for all the hard work.
And thank you so much for the support and enjoying our hard work and helping us to keep it going. So a big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than, guess who? I'm trying to scroll up to it. This one goes to Hysan Thunderbird, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Hysan, as well, for that support. He said, thanks for the well-researched news and updates. And what do you guys think is the likely next turn in this conflict?
And I thank you so much for the support and enjoying our news coverage. And I think that the likely next turn in this conflict will be that the Iranian government starts to destabilize visually. It appears that that's already starting to happen, and I think that that's most likely the next likely event that's going to be happening in this war so far. And so with that, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a $10 super chat from SI who said LSA. And also we had a $10 super chat from Mayanok T, who did not leave a comment. But thank you, SI and Mayanok, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thanks to both of y'all for the support. Y'all didn't throw in any comments, but the support means a lot and helps us to keep this thing rolling and to keep this news coming out every single day that we can. So a massive thanks to both of y'all once again. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Octavian Timorsanu, who puts in a 10. And he said, YouTube censored my original super chat, and he put in the Spanish version. And sadly, I don't know how to read Spanish, nor say it, or speak it. So I sadly can't read it, Octavian, because I would butcher it, and it would sound very bad. But thank you very much for that support once again, and we do appreciate that very much. We also have a $10 super chat from Steve Pat, who said, more money for saltines and toast. And thank you. I'm eating a hell of a lot of that these days. I got a whole pack, a fresh pack of saltines next to me right now in case I happen to get close to falling out. So thank you very much for that. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I don't have a pack of saltines. I don't even have water back here. I've been just, talking for 3 straight hours. I can feel that my throat's dry. But beyond that, I don't get saltines and toast. That's a Matthew thing. I actually go and get real food like Taco Bell, which honestly, for some reason today, it didn't really hit right. Like, I don't know. It didn't taste as good as it did any other day. It was made the same way, I could tell, but I think I'm getting a little tired of Taco Bell at this point. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 super chat from Jenna, who said, hola, mi amigos, and LSA. And even though I said I couldn't read Spanish, I can read that little simplistic piece of Spanish. And hola to you, and thank you very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I thank you so much for your support, Jenna, last name Tolls. And thank you so much for being a part of the Lee Spring Army. And a big hello, or an hola, to the Lee Spring Army. I hope y'all are all doing good today, and it's good to have y'all all here, all 21,000 of y'all right now. So a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a $10 super chat once again from Pete Shador, who said, remember MERS / Germany thanking the U.S. for D-Day. One day Iranians may thank Israel for this day.
Maybe so. Maybe one day they will. I think they honestly will. And so a big thanks to you once again for support. And that's actually a little interesting, a little deep to think about right there. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we got a 10 from Kirk Davis. He said, as always, excellent coverage, guys. And thank you very much, Kirk, as well, for that support and also the kind words. And we also have a $10 super chat from Brittany Coy, who said, if this is the best news channel, put LSA in the comments. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, do it now. You won't regret it. And look how many said LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and I hope so. I hope that people do join this channel, Brittany Coy, because you've been around for a very long time. You're actually an old guard, if I remember correctly. And hopefully, folks do subscribe. We've actually gotten up to 385,460 subscribers at this point, meaning that we've gained another, let's see here, 6.5 thousand subscribers today, which is quite a large amount of people. And so if you would like to join the channel and subscribe, please do. And put an LSA in the chat if you'd like to, like everyone else is doing right now, all of the members of the LSA. Because if it wasn't for folks like them, we would have never been able to be here. We wouldn't have an audience to be able to tell the news to every single day. So a massive thanks to you so much once again, Brittany. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And it's actually crazy to see the live chat being filled with LSAs. It's actually insane to know how big the community really is, even in major streams like these, where a lot of people who have just gotten onto the stream have probably never even heard of this channel before. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on into the next one.
All right. And moving here into our next one, let's see here. Also, we're getting a preliminary report here that air defenses were just activated over Eilat, Israel, and a drone was shot down over Jordan. So we do have a video allegedly showing that. So I can't tell if this is an old footage here because it looks familiar to a piece of footage we saw last night. So I'm not really sure.
It's in the same place. I mean, it's definitely Eilat, but we can't tell if that's old or new yet. So we'll be waiting for more information on that at the moment. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $10 super chat from Joe Emily, who said towards a mini fridge and a microwave for Enforcer HQ 3.0, and love you both.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for loving us both. We love the entirety of the LSA. It's an amazing community filled with great people out there who really do enjoy this thing. And I got to thank you massively for helping this channel to keep on running, because folks like you make this thing possible and help us to keep the news going. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we got a $20 support from Edward Nielsen. And he said, how long until Iran runs out of long-range missiles?
Iran will most likely run out of long-range missiles after about 12 to 15 more large volleys consisting of around 70 to 100 ballistic missiles each. They will most likely have run entirely out because we believe that they have around 2,000 to 3,000 ballistic missiles in storage right now. And based on the size of their launches so far, that means they can only keep going for about 12 to 15 more large launches, and then they'll be pretty much entirely expended. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Plant Lord, who puts in a 10. And they said, great channel as always, guys. And I saw a report that Iran shot down a third F-35. And is this false? I assume. Great work. Get some food and rest.
Yes.
Also, Enforcer, I sent you an image in Discord, by the way, of the F-35 shoot down, if you want to show the audience real quick.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Yeah, like there it is right there. As you can see, it's a goner.
Yeah, that thing looks finished. Crazy enough, it looks like it killed half everyone in Iran, too. The thing's so big, it, like, crushed half the country. Luckily, it didn't land, like, the wingtip didn't land on Tehran. But yeah, there's been an AI image going around of a very crappy-looking F-35 like that, and people have been claiming that it was actually taken down. But the reality is that no singular F-35 has been shot down yet, so that is entirely misinformation by the sources that are publishing that. And there's been no video or picture evidence to corroborate that information either. So a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, that is super false information, by the way. Like, no F-35s have been shot down at all. Any information you've ever heard about that, because there's been a lot of those claims running around, like the Enforcer said, it is all fake. And also, the image, obviously, that I showed you is fake as well, as most people are laughing at it right now. But moving on to our next one here, this one goes to Yugi Matao, who puts in a 10. And they said, do you think the U.S. is actually going to get involved? And would that be World War III? Also, what happens if the leader of Iran is assassinated?
If the leader of Iran is assassinated, it's just going to be a little womp womp for the Iranians, and nothing really will happen around the rest of the world. As far as the U.S. getting involved, it wouldn't be World War III then, because if that is World War III, then the Gulf War was World War III, and this would be World War IV. Because in the Gulf War, the U.S., Saudi Arabia, Britain, and a whole bunch of other countries who were a part of our coalition in 1991 joined us in fighting the armies of Saddam and their illegal invasion and occupation of Kuwait. So that technically would have been World War III by this definition. So I would say no. If the U.S. joins, that is not going to be World War III. And so with that, I thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, we have an absolutely massive $250 donation that just came in from Arthur Carty. And thank you very much, Arthur, for that support. I think that is your first ever support of the channel, and we appreciate that very much. That is massive support, and it does mean a lot to us. And Arthur said, best coverage from anyone, and keep up the great work.
And thank you for the massive support, Arthur Carty. And thank you so much for enjoying our coverage. We love to know that people are enjoying it greatly. And we also thank you so much for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. Because if it was not for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. And we wouldn't be able to make it a reality to this day, continuing to cover the major news of what's going on everywhere around the world. So a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a huge thanks to you massively once again for that. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a $10 super chat from Rye Guy SR. And he said, keep it going, guys. I love the coverage. And everyone hit the like or throw the LSA in the chat. And does Israel have any bomber of any type, a bomber aircraft, an LLT LSA? And thank you to Israel.
And a big thanks to you for the support, and thank you for the kind words and wanting everyone to subscribe and hit the like button. I actually think, as a matter of fact, we are getting on up close towards 386,000 subscribers here soon. But to answer your question, Israel doesn't have any purpose-made strategic bombers. All the aircraft that they have that can be considered combat aircraft are the F-16, the F-15, and the F-35, and all other aircraft types have been retired from service. At one point, the Israelis actually did have a fleet of B-17 bombers. Let me go show you all the Israeli B-17s. Let's see here. Yeah, here we are. They actually did have some B-17 bombers at the very beginning of their country's existence, and later they would upgrade their bombers to be Voltors. And let me see if I can get that Israel Voltor. Here we go. So the best examples of these aircraft are from War Thunder, sadly enough, but you can actually see some pictures of them right here as well. And these were French light bombers that were later adopted and used by the Israeli Air Force throughout a decent part of the 50s, the 60s, and I think the early 70s, but they were retired by the early 70s by the Israeli Air Force. So they did have purpose-built bombers at a time, but those have generally been retired from service, as the Israelis far prefer the multi-role platform that is able to pretty much operate like a light or medium bomber if loaded out properly. So with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next support here, this one is going to go to none other than Paulie, who puts in the 10. He said the GBU-57 is larger at 30,000 pounds and dropped by a B-2.
Now let's go check out the GBU-57 really quickly. Ah, yes, the mop. That thing's a little bit of a chunky fella, and it appears we can see one inside of a B2 right here, or at least a B2 simulator. So that's very interesting right there. We can also see it being dropped from a B-52 during a weapons test in 2009. I actually did not know about this ordnance. I'd have to largely declare ignorance. Let's see, is a precision substantially larger? Let's see, the 5,000 pound due to its size. It's designed, let's see here. Interesting. So it's designed to destroy bunkers or weapons of mass destruction located in well-protected facilities. So pretty much possibly North Korean nuclear weapons silos, I would assume, is what this thing is directly designed for, because it appears to have been put into service in, let's see, sometime in the early 2000s, which would have lined up about the time that the North Koreans got a nuclear weapon. So I thank you for the support and sharing that. I actually did not know about this weapon system, and I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Jeffrey Whalen, who said, new subscriber here, and I'm really enjoying the channel. And any thoughts on Iran potentially using some type of dirty weapon?
Dirty weapons are a concern that I believe is a quite serious one with the Islamic Republic of Iran, because considering that a lot of their nuclear research and development capacity has been completely destroyed, they have a large amount of enriched weapons-grade uranium left that they could try and attach to conventional explosive and create a dirty bomb out of it. So for that reason, I would say that that's actually a very serious concern, because we do not know if they would have that ability and if they would do that at some point in the future. So I thank you for the support, and I also thank you for finding this channel recently and massively enjoying it, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be here on air and keep this channel running. But I would consider that a massive concern, and I would make sure to keep nuclear sniffers operational around the area to see if there are any trace amounts of radioactive material that these sniffers could detect that might be trying to leave the country to possibly be used for a terroristic attack in some other major city somewhere. And so thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $10 super chat from Mr. Bitten. And he said, I'm just saying thanks for the marathon coverage, and take one from the chat.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying the marathon coverage. We try our best to keep this thing running, and we love to know that people are enjoying it and supporting it. So a huge thanks to you once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And that live chat question is going to go to Koljack, who said, do you think Israel is targeting illegal trade ships to Russia in the Caspian Sea?
We haven't heard of that yet, so I would say most likely not. And so with that, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I thank you, Mr. Bit10, for sponsoring that live chat. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $10 super chat from Gary Bott, actually. And thank you very much, Gary. He said, I've been listening for over 2 years, and keep up the good job. And also, we do appreciate you listening for 2 years, Gary. And thank you very much for supporting the channel once again. And we also have a $10 super chat from Kirk Davis. And he said, I don't know how you do it, but here's another 10 in addition to my other one the other day.
Hey, thank you so much for the support. And thank you, everyone, for enjoying this. Thank you very much, Gary Bott and Kirk Davis, for your support and enjoying this thing. It's great to know that you all have been around for a while and continue to be around and supporting this channel and helping this keep on running. So with that, big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have another super chat from Charles C. Trisco once again.
Hey.
And thank you very much, Charles, for another generous $50 support. And we do appreciate that. He said, another 50. And I am a 73-year-old Navy vet, and I love the show. And also, thank you for your service, by the way, Charles. And thank you very much.
And thank you very much for your support, Charles. And thank you very much for your service as well. I got to say, we are glad to know that you greatly enjoy this show as a 73-year-old Navy vet. And I got to thank you so much for massively supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running, so that way we can make sure to keep this thing on air well into the future. And so a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, Charles would probably find it interesting. We have a ton of ex-military watching the channel. Like, I think we've run a poll in here before. We have a ton of people from literally every single branch in the military that's either retired or active that watch the show. So quite a few people in here that are ex-military, actually. But jumping into our next super chat here, this one is going to go to Alan Deshane, who puts in a 10. He said, do you think this conflict is somehow connected to when we saw government planes leaving Moscow? And also, what happens if and when Russia loses its supply of Shahed drones?
Russia is not going to be losing its supply of Shahed drones, because Russia produces their own domestic supply of those drones at this point, and largely do not rely on the Islamic Republic of Iran for the shipment of or importation of Shahed 136s. The Russians in the current present day pretty much primarily use the Geron 2, which is the license-built version of the Shahed 136 produced inside of the Russian Federation, meaning that the Russians actually have their own independent ability to produce those drones at this point, and pretty much been relying on that for about the past year and a half. As far as the aircraft escaping Moscow and traveling to Yekaterinburg and Chelyabinsk, I'd largely assume that that was a part of a emergency a continuation, a continuity of government operation, most likely, that was completely independent to Russia's thinking and decision-making, as they most likely did not know that the Israelis were going to be striking the Islamic Republic of Iran soon. That is something the United States was privy to, but the Russians would have never been privy to that sort of information, and largely would be considering, most likely, the Middle East situation to be unstable, but not incredibly strenuous, or something that would jeopardize the security of the Russian state to conduct a continuity of government operation like that. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $20 support that just came in from Average Enthusiast. And they said, what is the point of Iran continuing to fight this war if they don't have a nuke? And what are they hoping to achieve? And how do they get any other outcome other than regime change at this point?
The reason why Iran is continuing to fight the war is because they really don't have a choice rather than fight the war or to submit. And considering that the leaders in Iran, if they submit, will most likely be seeing a government overthrow anyways, they would rather risk the fight and then possibly lose their power than give up and lose the power on their own volition. And that's really the reason why the fight is still going on at this point. But I have a feeling that they're most likely realizing that it's inevitable, but they'd rather go out with a fight than without one. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we got a $10 super chat from Dark Time 213. And thank you very much, Dark Time. They said, this channel is amazing, and it really is. And you guys are incredibly smart. And thank you for that, by the way, Dark Time. He said, as someone who is your age at a fresh 22, I love these so much.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Dark Time 213. Really cool to hear that we have someone here on the channel that is very close to us in age. And I gotta say, thank you very much for the kind words and saying that we're incredibly smart. I just know things and remember them well and recite them incredibly well. I pick up on patterns here and there, but I'm not wildly smart because I'm bad at math, and I think that really takes a good amount of points away from my intelligence scores, that I just do terribly at math. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it rolling. So a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $10 support from John King. And he said, RCH 1800 via FR-24 is U.S. Air Force C-5 departed Bandar Lenga, Iran, and could it be evacuating U.S. citizens?
I actually would have to declare ignorance on that, John King, at the moment, because unfortunately I do not know about that situation. And so a big thanks to you for the support, and I hope that does address that somewhat well. And with that, we are moving on to the next one. But before we do, I just saw John Salemi say, you guys are 22 years old? Well, no, actually, I'm 23 and Matthew's 24. That always comes as a shock to many people watching the channel, because they usually expect us to be in our 40s and 50s. But we're actually in our early 20s, the both of us are. And generally just working off of our common knowledge and information with what we know, what we have experienced, not that that's a lot, and then putting that all together to be able to get the news for y'all, or the interpretation or analysis of the news that we have tonight. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
But also, by the way, even though we are young, though, this is our area of study. The Enforcer went to school for history studies. I went to school for political science studies. So this is our area of study not by trade necessarily. I don't think trade is the right word, but by education, I guess you could say. But anyways, jumping into our next super chat here, this one is going to go to Steve Pat, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Steve, for that support. He said, do you think with the way warfare is being waged in Russia and Iran with drones and infiltration, that China may be more apprehensive to make moves on Taiwan out of fear that something similar might happen to them?
I have a feeling that it most likely is the case at this point, because what's becoming clear is that really all the axis of evil countries, or the axis power countries at this point, are quite clearly deficient in many ways that have not been accounted for so far. Many people made Iran out to be a formidable foe, and they were destroyed really within 24 hours. People made out Russia to be a formidable foe, and the Ukrainians have held against them for 3.5 years. The People's Republic of China has been made out to be a formidable military power, and really one that actually stands out against the rest. And even still, they might not be as formidable or as potent as many people are believing at this point. And that's leading me to think that most likely, considering that the running theme is the David and Goliath battle within the 21st century, where David almost always ends up beating Goliath, Israel beats Iran, Ukraine is beating Russia, that it's highly likely that Taiwan could also beat China as well. And so, in my opinion, I think the People's Republic of China may be considering that, and may be thinking that they want to push back their invasion windows back to their original timetables to happen sometime between 2029 and 2032, instead of the very soon timetables of late 2026 to late 2027, which is what a lot of analysts are now thinking the invasion timetable looks like. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And Semium1 put in a $20 donation, and thank you as well, good sir, for that support. He said, what is the status of the approximately 5,000 member Quds force? I think the commander's dead. I think we can say that for a certainty, but I don't know what the 5,000 members are doing at this point. Probably scrambling for a power struggle, maybe. But Enforcer, what do you think?
I heard that they were all out chewing on cud, but that's all I know at the moment. We actually don't know what any of them are doing right now. It's probably absolute chaos. It's probably like a Game of Thrones type situation up in that cud's force, because their commander has been killed, and right now there is no clear chain of command anymore. So there's probably a lot of people who view themselves as the top dog trying to go and take the position of the leader of the cuds. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And let's see. Really quickly, I saw someone say something in the chat. I can't find it now. Dang nabbit. Man, the control room just froze up on me. I literally scrolled the chat for like 1 second, and the control room immediately crapped out. So give me a second, everyone, so that way I can refresh my control room here and try and look at the live chat again. So, let's see. Dang, I can't find it. So I'll just go with this one. Buzz In said, found this channel yesterday. It took me a couple hours to convince myself these guys are not AI bots. Yeah, we're not AI bots. If you're wondering why do we not show our faces on stream, I just think it's tacky. Like, that's just the personal answer. I don't really like that because, like, now, not to disrespect the other people who do it, because pretty much everyone else does it but us, but I feel like it really detracts from the news itself, and it almost ends up becoming like a react channel, because that's what really the whole face camera thing was from, because back in the day a lot of people on YouTube could make it without showing their face, but the whole showing your face on camera while also showing something on the big screen deal came from the react category of YouTube back in the early 2010s, like when people would react to funny videos and stuff, and so it more so made it half about the content you were watching and half about the reactions. I personally didn't really like that. I found that content to be cringe, and I really don't like it on news coverage because I feel like it really makes it more so about trying to make a personality of about the reporters instead of it's supposed to be about the actual news itself. So that's why we don't really show our face on stream. It's not that we're some sort of like an AI creation behind the scenes that, you know, does not have a face or a living body. You know, there are actual short videos and stuff, and a few videos here on the channel where we actually did show our faces on camera for a little bit. It's just that we don't do it often because I think it's generally a little bit tacky with the news coverage side of things, at least in my personal opinion with how we go about news coverage. So that's kind of why we do that, because I would like y'all to focus more so on our news and more so on our voices and the analysis of things than our actual faces and reactions to the given news. And also, generally, it's not going to be interesting to watch us. To be entirely honest, my reactions are incredibly deadpan because we've been watching this kind of stuff, folks, for years now. Like, it's kind of just like our state of being to watch stuff get blown up, people get maimed, injured, and killed, you know. So it's just more kind of like a fact of life, order of business sort of a thing with how we cover it. And so, you know, I'm not over here like with giant eyes going whoa, you know, on everything. And so it wouldn't really make sense for us to have a camera where y'all get to look at us and go, oh yeah, there they are, because it's like, what reactions would y'all be looking for? There wouldn't be any, really. And so with that,
I would hate to have a camera on me while I'm doing stuff, because I got so much stuff going on. I can only imagine my facial expression is probably profoundly confusing looking, considering I'm looking at so many things at once. So honestly, I do not like having a camera on me unless I'm able to focus on it. And, you know, we're not totally focused on just talking, because obviously I'm doing like a million things over here. I'm trying to get OSINT from several different sources. I'm also recording super chats, live chats, running polls, interacting with the audience. I mean, it's just a lot. So to add a camera to the mix where I got to focus on how I'm looking in the camera, that's just that's too much at that point. That's like, that'd be the straw that broke this camel's back if we did that.
Yeah, also I just saw someone joke around and say, you know, they're probably in their underwear doing this. No, actually we're not. Like, I can say personally, I'm actually in a little navy blue polo and also wearing some khaki shorts. I would like do this usually wearing like a white shirt, like a white t-shirt. I probably look like a cultist, honestly, if I was on camera wearing that, because it's literally just like a white t-shirt with nothing on it. That's usually what I wear when I do these shows. But today I'm wearing a polo because right before the show I told Matthew, I was like, oh, before we go live, let's both go and make sure that we're squared away. Like, we went to the restroom, we had some water, we had a little bit of food, so that we can get on here and go however long we needed to without, you know, pretty much being in desperate, dire straits while running the show. So we actually are wearing like normal clothes running the show today. It's just y'all don't get to see it because we don't have any cameras. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, or kind of just talk about a little bit of behind the scenes stuff to take a little bit of it off of the news and the questions here for a minute. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Benjamin3, who puts in a generous $50 donation. And thank you very much, Benjamin, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that very much. He said, I can confirm they're freaking out and smoking something, and I can smell it from Kuwait.
Dang, well, I thank you for the support, and I thank you for sharing that with us, and I thank you for helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and make this thing possible. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Justin R., who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, Justin, for that support. He said, emergency broadcast.
Hey, and thank you so much for your support. And it was the emergency broadcast, and I hope you ended up enjoying it greatly. So massive thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a $10 super chat from Average Enthusiast. And they said, things are getting bad for the regime when Mossad agents start setting up cranes in the middle of Tehran.
Yeah, that's true. Things are getting pretty bad throughout all of Tehran. It seems like it's just like chaos out there in the streets right now. And we'll see how it ends up developing here in the future. But still, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a 5 from Dexton Dalton. And he said, I've watched the show for years now, almost every day. And I appreciate y'all and wish the best for you and much love.
And thank you so much for wishing us the best. We wish all y'all the best. We hope y'all are having a great life out there, or making it a great one. And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Multigamer343, who says, at first I thought this wouldn't spark World War III, and now I'm not too sure with the US and UK sending naval craft there, but what do you think?
I think it's more so just a coalition action like the Gulf War or the invasion of Iraq, which neither of those were World War III. I think it's just largely that nations that are in support of Israel are coming to their aid at this point. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and let's see here. We are getting a little piece of breaking news here. Let me make sure I'm getting this right. Okay, and I've got it. So the breaking news we currently have right now is Israel's telling the United Nations that Israel's saying that intelligence obtained over the years indicates a massive and sustained attack by all members of the Iran-led axis that will lead to a ground invasion of Israel from all its borders by thousands of terrorists. So I'm not really sure how that ties into the whole thing, because right now the quote unquote axis of evil, which is Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, I think it's all three of them actually. I believe that they're sort of taking a step back right now. So I'm not really sure why they're bringing this up, but Enforcer, what do you make of it?
Probably just Israel trying to add more credence to their casus belli. That's what I'd assume. So I don't think it's anything more than that, honestly. I think they're just trying to make it seem more credible what they're doing right now, which it already was Loctite. I mean, they were creating weapons of mass destruction in violation of non-proliferation treaties. So what more do you need? I mean, that's a perfect casus belli right there. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we got a $20 support from Coleslaw. And they said, thank you for the great coverage and love to help the channel keep running. And if the leader of Iran dies, who's going to take his place? And did our president come out with a statement on the current strikes? And P.S., get y'all some monsters on me.
And thank you so much for the support. We will get some monsters on you. Hey, thank you very much for that. And also, I got to thank you for enjoying our great coverage. And thank you for keeping the channel running with your support. If the leader of Iran dies, I don't know who's going to take his place. Because I think if he dies, the Islamic regime might fall apart, because he's been alive the entire time the Islamic regime existed. So that's what I'm largely thinking at this point. And as far as the president coming out with a statement on the current strikes, I don't think the president has made any public statements at this point, at least that I've followed, about the current strikes. So I'd have to declare ignorance on that right now. But I do thank you for support, Coleslaw, and helping this channel to keep on running, because folks like you make this thing possible and help us to keep it rolling. So a massive thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And up next, big shout out to Hamad Al Ali for putting in a 5, along with Alan McMillan, and we appreciate that very much for that support. Also, we had a 5 from AZ King, and also we appreciate you as well, AZ. We also had a 5 from Blaze Gamer, who said, I have an exam tomorrow, and can World War III wait? And take care of yourselves, guys. Top tier coverage, and Hiram Slava.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And thank you for enjoying the top tier coverage. We try our best, and we're happy to know that we're able to meet people's criteria every day for the news that they're looking for. So a massive thanks once again, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a $54 donation from Troy Kolakowski. And thank you very much, Troy, for that support. That's generous of you. He said, longtime viewer and first-time donator, I love the work. And can you pay homage to the last of the active F4s getting destroyed with a quick wiki review and rip to the Phantoms? And they were epic back in the day.
And let's see here. I think there are still some countries that actually are operating the F4 Phantom. Um, yeah, Greece is actually still operating the F4 Phantom, so do not fret. Do not fret. The Greeks are still operating these, at least from what I know. Let me make sure to go check with the list of active users map, because there should be one. And I'm pretty certain. The Turks are also using F4 still as well. So there are two countries, the Greeks and the Turks, that are using them. Yeah. See, the Iranians lost theirs, but the Turks and the Greeks are still the last holdout of usable F4 Phantoms that are still in service in the world right now. So, kind of technically not really really they aren't even the last F4s. The last F4s will probably end up being retired in Greece or Turkey sometime. But I do think it was support. The F4 Phantom was a pretty impressive aircraft. I think it was the first Mach 2 capable aircraft in terms of airspeed that was ever put into U.S. service in the U.S. Air Force back in the late 50s, I believe, was when it took its first flight. Let me check. So it was manufactured from 1958 to 1981, so it actually was in service for quite some time, although it was introduced into service in 1960 with the U.S., I believe it was the U.S. Navy, or the U.S. Air Force, and then the U.S. Navy adopted theirs for carrier operations, but still, an amazingly impressive aircraft. It was very good for its time, although it was a little bit too ahead of the time, even still to this day, because the original F4s actually were not built with a internal gun, so they were gunless and they only had missiles. Turns out that was a bad idea, so they ended up with later variants like the F4E mounting an M61 Vulcan into its an M61 rotary cannon into the front nose cone with about 650 rounds of ammo inside of an internal drum. And this is actually an F4E right here. But beyond that, I do have to thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. The F4 is a very interesting looking aircraft, one that will never be forgotten. It was a icon of the Cold War for the large part, and also an icon of the Vietnam War, especially with the fights it conducted against MiG-21s and MiG-17s. So a big thanks to you so much, and also the MiG-19s. I forgot to mention those. But a big thanks to you once again for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Halo23, who puts in a 5. And they said, is there any additional information on Delta Force heading to the enrichment facility?
We have not gotten any additional information on that at the moment, and we're still trying to find more verification of that story. So big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from DJ Wynn, who said, thank you for the map, guys, LSA. And also, we're glad the map is useful to a lot of people. The Enforcer goes through a lot of trouble to make sure the map stays up to date, and a lot of people do appreciate that. And thank you very much, DJ, for that support as well. And we also have a 5 from Noah Atter. And he says, good evening, and take this money to build the caffeine supply. You might need it, and keep the news flowing in LSA.
And thank you so much for the support. We will make sure to try and keep that caffeine flowing. It is vital to our operations on this channel that we do. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't have been able to make this thing a reality. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 7 dirhams donation. I think that's dirhams, maybe, from MCMD Daya, who said, your boy here in the UAE, watching and supporting y'all. And thank you very much for that, by the way. Isn't that the land of the Lamborghini police car, I believe?
That is the land of the Lamborghini and police car. That's the land of Abu Dhabi and Dubai, which are pretty much their only major cities. Really, their only cities, actually, in the whole country. There's not really many others, and most of them are incredibly small, like Labab. Right here. Interestingly enough, let's take a look at these because it's actually crazy to see what some of the normal UAE looks like. It pretty much is still what it used to look like back before the UAE started to rapidly develop Dubai and Abu Dhabi, which is a really interesting thing. But beyond that, I got to thank you for your support and helping this channel to keep on running, all the way from the United Arab Emirates, famous around the world for its luxurious cities and its massive buildings. Some of the tallest buildings still around in the world, although those are soon to be surpassed, I believe, by Saudi Arabia, who's now building I think Kingdom Tower, which is supposed to be taller than the Burj Khalifa. But beyond that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on here to our next one. This one is going to go to Multigamer343 once again, who puts in a 5 and said, do you think the U.S. ships are there just to say that we aren't lying?
Yes, I think that they're largely there for that, and I also think that in the future, if decided, they may be there to also conduct strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, someone asked, are you guys in the last question segment or is there more news? We're answering our super chats while we're scanning for news as we answer these. I'm constantly checking all my different sources as I'm reading these off. So we will report breaking news when we get it. But moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Ninja Salad, who puts in a 5 and said, incoming drones intercepted by coyotes in Erbil, Iraq. Personnel on the ground confirmed.
And thank you for the support, and thank you for sharing that. And yes, we were able to confirm that as well. It did appear that they were engaged by air defense and shot down over Erbil. So a big thanks to you once again for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jack Ray, who puts in a 5. He said, I'm guessing Israel and possibly the UK, US, and French special forces are observing the Iranian nuclear sites to make sure they don't try a dirty nuke option.
And can you reread that one again, Matthew, really quickly?
He said, I'm guessing that Israel and possibly the US, UK, and French special forces are observing the Iranian nuclear sites to make sure they don't try a dirty nuke option.
I would actually agree with that. That's I would say that they're most likely observing that and waiting to see if that is the case. But if that is the case, they're most likely going to want to also try and destroy anything that could be used to launch that dirty bomb at Israel or to deliver that dirty bomb into Israel somehow. And so with that, I thank you once again for support and helping this channel keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So we do have some breaking news right this very minute. So once again, the Home Front Command inside of Israel has been warning people to stay near their shelters because they can't guarantee that the attacks are over. Right now, we are seeing that ballistic missiles have been launched by Iran yet again. Actually, for the first time, I'll take that back. For the first time is the initial time we thought they were launched, but it turns out the Israelis were able to take them out before they launched. So this time, we see right here in the picture, Iran was able to get some off. It's unclear how many are on the way to Israel, but right this very minute, we are seeing them on the way there. So we have confirmed launches this time heading toward Israel right now at this very minute.
And it does appear that we are now going to be hearing of more ballistic missiles that have been fired. We don't know how many there have been at the moment, but we will be waiting for more reports and information on that as the time continues to pass. We'll most likely start to hear that they will enter the Israeli air defense perimeter based off of prior estimates around 15 minutes from now or 10 minutes from now. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Hopefully we'll be able to hear about more developments on that soon. And in the meantime, we're going to continue to get questions in between right now and then. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we are hearing as well that drones are on their way through Iraq. Iranian drones are flying through Iraqi airspace right now, and they're en route to Israel, and they'll be there in a couple of hours. So the missiles will get there obviously well before the drones get there, but we are expecting a follow-up drone attack behind the missile strikes that are expected to take place coming up here very soon. But jumping into our next super chat, this one goes to Keymaster, who puts in a 5 and said, Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Respect and honor.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And I actually forgot it was Father's Day. That's happy Father's Day to everyone. I hope y'all are having a great day out there. And I hope that y'all are enjoying the stream as well. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jerry Joyner, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Jerry, as well, for that support. Also, big shout out to Brian Pichush, who put in a 5, along with Andy Surfer, who put in a 5 as well. And we do appreciate all three of you very much for that support. And we also have a 5 from George Webb. And he said, great job on citizen journalism. It runs circles around MSM.
Hey, and thank you so much for enjoying it. We love to know that we are able to run circles around the mainstream media, and I got to thank you massively for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Multigamer343 yet again. And they said, to anyone saying that this is the start of World War III, it isn't. World War III would imply that Russia and China are thinking of jumping in, which they aren't.
And I would agree. Russia and China are not thinking about joining in support of Iran, and Iran is pretty much entirely on their own against the U.S., Britain, and Israel now, possibly. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so right now I do have some more information about the ongoing ballistic missile attack that is currently being launched by Iran. It looks like Tel Aviv, Yafo. In fact, this is apparently a big one because it looks like a lot of the population centers are lit up in red. Haifa, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Beersheba, also Khan Yunis, it looks like pretty much everywhere that has a population is being targeted right now at this very moment. So it looks like it will be a big one. We're expecting impacts and also interceptions in the next few minutes. We're looking at 3 to 5 minutes before we see the first video evidence of interceptions taking place. So obviously, this is a pretty serious situation breaking out once again. But jumping into our next super chat in the meantime, this one goes to JRP300, who puts in the 5. He said, new subscriber and fan, and keep up the hard work. And will there be an emergency stream tomorrow if things escalate yet again?
I thank you for support, and I thank you so much for being a new viewer who's been enjoying this. We are massively appreciative of that. As far as the breaking news stream tomorrow, we will have to see if there is enough breaking news. We will run a breaking news stream tomorrow. If there isn't, then we're probably not going to run a stream at all, because usually Monday is our off day. But we'll kind of have to see and play it by ear. But generally, folks, I would assume as a precaution that we will probably be running an emergency live stream tomorrow, although I cannot guarantee that. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So moving on here to our next one. Also, by the way, we're getting reports of explosions happening right now in Iran, in Zanjan, Iran. A short while ago, we see a massive explosion took place. It appears to be, I'm not sure what part of the city that is, but a massive explosion there in the middle of it.
And that is a significant explosion. Also, by the way, if you have any kind of issues with epilepsy, you might want to look away. It appears to be a bright, flashing sort of an explosion. And if you are an epileptic, we wouldn't want you to get a seizure watching this. So with that, we're going to be continuing the video, just, with that warning in mind. I do not know
what. It's a massive hit right there. I'm not sure what that's hit, but that is huge.
Yeah, it's like pulsating. It's a little bit bizarre. Honestly, that's very odd.
You think that maybe it's like a rocket storage or something? Because that pulsing is a bit strange.
I don't know. We don't really hear a lot of sound, like a whooshing sound, like it's some sort of propellant on fire. But the smoke is white, so it does suggest that there may be some sort of like solid propellant that's on fire. Maybe it is. It's just a little bit bizarre. But let me go find the city really quickly while we're here on the news at the moment. So let me go get that. And let's see, Zanjan. So that is way west of Tehran on the road to Tabriz. So we will put that down. That's a new target that's been hit. We've never actually seen that target hit before. So there is a major fire and explosion in Zanjan. Fire and explosion.
I've got some more news coming out right now. We've got a lot of ballistic missiles being launched by Iran. I've got footage of them being launched from their origin right now. So Enforcer, refresh the Twitter and show them these two videos that we have right now. We have 2 videos of it.
Oh, dang.
It's a lot.
That is a lot of them. And let's go see the second clip really quickly. Oh. That is a lot of them.
I've also got one more video that I just reposted.
And let's take a look at that one really quickly.
محمد وآل محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد صواريخ الجمهورية الإسلامية الإيرانية المنطلقة ضد الكيان الصهيوني المجرم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
That's a lot.
تنور سماء محافظة الديوانية. أهلا وسهلا
أهلا
وسهلا ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن في محافظة الديوانية اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
Got a King Yapper in the background.
Yeah, this guy, he's a yapaholic. He goes to Yapaholics Anonymous to try and get some help, but it's not really helping him too much. But we can hear.
I've got one more video, Enforcer. If you refresh one more time, I got one more view of it.
All right, so let's take a look at this. And that does appear to be dozens of ballistic missiles that have been fired towards the state of Israel just a few minutes ago by the Islamic Republic of Iran. We do understand that this time air resistance is going to be a lot more difficult for these incoming missiles, as U.S. Air Defense Forces, British Air Defense Forces, and Israeli Air Defense Forces will be engaging the incoming wave as it starts to make it to Israeli airspace. Considering that this information was just disclosed 5 minutes ago, those missiles are most likely 7 to 6 minutes away from reaching Israeli airspace at this time, meaning that air defense activity in some limited form may already be occurring at this moment. We're going to be trying to wait for more additional video video and picture evidence, and we're also going to be pausing our question segment here in the meantime to be able to make sure that we can keep up to date with this massive developing situation. Matthew, what do we got?
So right now I am looking at the live camera footage. Unfortunately, we cannot show this. We do not have the license to show live cameras of Tel Aviv, but I can assure you there are massive interceptions happening above the skies at Tel Aviv right this very second. Let's see here. Looks like we got an errant. I'm seeing some errant interceptions, interceptor missiles flying around the skies of Tel Aviv. It looks like most of them have been successfully intercepted. I'm not seeing any evidence right now of on-the-ground explosions in Tel Aviv. But once again, not all the missiles have made it there yet, but some of them have, and they're being intercepted right this very second. So it looks to be a pretty large attack. And once again, this is only one city, Tel Aviv. There's multiple cities that were targeted in this strike. So we're not really sure what the damage is looking like. But also, Enforcer, take it from here. I'm going to keep looking for some more news here to spot on the Twitter.
All right, and at this moment, folks, we are hearing that the Israeli air defense over the city of Tel Aviv is active now and is actively intercepting Iranian ballistic missiles that are entering the airspace over Israel. This is coming just minutes after we were able to hear ballistic missiles being launched from the area of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it does appear that our timetables were off by 6 to 7 minutes, meaning that when we get alerts and warnings of missiles being launched from Iran, we do not have the typical 10 to 15 minute window. It appears to be a 6 to 7 minute window due to the time it takes for these people to be able to upload that information onto the internet. However, it does appear that Israeli air defense is successfully dealing with the situation largely at this moment, and the David Sling, Patriot systems, and others are still working hard. But Matthew, what do we got?
So it looks like the interceptions are not going that well. We're hearing of direct impacts inside of, it appears to be Tel Aviv. Refresh real quick, and you should see we're hearing of direct hits in Tel Aviv.
And we see a large amount of interceptors being fired, and we can see the Iranian ballistic missiles quite literally coming in like raining stars. And we can see multiple impacts being made throughout the city of Tel Aviv.
Haifa also has a direct impact, according to some reporting that I'm seeing as well. I can't get the footage of Haifa right this second. I do not see it available, but Haifa is apparently also having some direct hits as well. So this appears to be a pretty bad attack because it is making it through the interceptions right now. So trying to find some more video evidence here to show you all what's happening. We do have a video of the sirens going off in Tel Aviv. You can show that in the meantime. We're getting reports of actually multiple direct impacts in Tel Aviv right at this very moment. So clearly it is not going well right now in Tel Aviv. We are currently waiting for some more information, which is currently coming in right this very second. Let me try to get a grip on this footage real quick. And okay, yeah, give me a second to keep compiling it. And in the meantime, you can keep showing our footage that we've got and sort of do an overview while I look for some more.
All right, so at the moment, folks, we have video evidence of the interceptions that were occurring over Tel Aviv. We were able to confirm that there are countless dozens of Iranian ballistic missiles that were beginning to fall down towards the city in this clip right here, along with visual impacts, which we were able to confirm at this end of the clip right here in 2 distinct locations. It also appears that we were able to hear the air sirens, which were being sounded right before the attack in this clip.
Also, Enforcer, I got a new video here. We're seeing some firefighting efforts at the site of an impact. Well, actually, this is old. Never mind. Scrap that. This is old footage. I recognize it, so I just unposted that. We are getting more reports of alerts going off in more parts of southern Israel. Multiple loud explosions heard in Tel Aviv right now. And once again, interceptions are still underway as we speak. So the attack is still ongoing. It is not over yet, but we're currently waiting for more footage to come in, showing us what the damage looks like and also what this whole situation looks like in the air right this second.
And that is very interesting here. It does appear that we are starting to hear multiple explosions throughout the area of Tel Aviv. We've heard of one explosion in Haifa within the north, and we're also hearing of explosions now coming south of Tel Aviv, possibly from Ashdod, Beersheba, or any other cities such as Jerusalem. It does appear that there is a large amount of air activity at this moment ongoing inside of Tel Aviv, but at this moment in time right now, we are most likely assuming that the attacks are most likely fizzling out as the last remaining missiles in this barrage are beginning to make their way to hit their targets. We are still waiting for some additional video and picture evidence to be able to confirm this information at the moment and to be able to make sure that we have everything we need to be able to start talking about the story in greater detail, including the damage assessments from the ground and possible casualties these reports, which may be reported by the Israeli Defense Forces and the Home Front Command here in the very near future. We do hear that there are more alerts possibly coming for Tel Aviv at the moment, and it appears that everyone is repeating that there are new missile alerts now in Tel Aviv at this moment, as it does appear that there's now a second wave coming in.
So right now we are getting more footage of the interceptions. We're also seeing, let's see here. Let's see. Let me review this footage real quick. Got a lot of footage coming in. We got a multiple huge direct missile impacts in Haifa. Haifa's getting hit really hard. You'll see here. Blasts are being heard in Jerusalem right this second. So there's direct hits in Jerusalem as well. So we have direct hits in Tel Aviv, Haifa, Jerusalem. Pretty much every major city right now that is being targeted by Iran has major direct hits. We're also seeing a picture from Haifa right now. We're seeing it appears to be that some industrial site has been hit. It looks like there's a massive explosion of fire behind what appears to be some sort of cooling tower that we're looking at actually right here in this image on the screen. So this appears to be the Haifa oil refinery that we're looking at right here. This is in northern Israel, in and around Haifa. We're hearing about multiple impacts around this facility right now. And we also, Enforcer, have some more footage as well on the top of our Twitter page.
And so we actually are able to see the missile interceptions that were being conducted at Haifa in this clip here. Actually, correction, that is incorrect statement. That is not Haifa, that's Tel Aviv, so we're going to be unposting that one. And also, it appears that the second one also unposted as well there, and I don't know why. But we are able to see here the skies of Nablus, as the missiles are also impacting in this area as well. But that's the end of that clip right there. And it does appear that we do have more missile interception footage over Tel Aviv, but at the moment, it appears that we had a little bit of an issue when I tried to unpost a clip that was accurately placed to Haifa by a poster when it was clearly Tel Aviv due to the skyscrapers and skyline. It appears that the clip from Haifa also unposted as well, although I didn't try and undo that repost. So, Matthew, do you think we could possibly find that one to try and get it back on air?
And it was a video of Haifa?
Yes.
Yeah, let me see if I can get that real quick.
Because we had one that was we had one that was labeled as Haifa, but later in the footage it literally showed Tel Aviv, so that was a mismarked video. But there was another one that said it was from Haifa, and I was wanting to see if we could get that one and show it really quickly.
All right, so I've reposted what I believe it was, so take a look at that.
All right, so let's take a little look really quickly. And this is the one of Tel Aviv, actually, because this is the city of Tel Aviv, same skyscraper, skyline, and all that. So we need the one. I
think the other one might be lost to time. I can't really find it.
Dang. Oh, well, it's fine. It's fine. We'll eventually get some footage here in a bit from Haifa, but it does appear that we are able to report multiple hits, including hits inside of Nablus as well, which is actually in the West Bank, technically within Palestine, not the state of Israel. So a little bit interesting to hear of that. And actually, let me take that footage and put that down really quickly, because that's a little bit bizarre to see. Let's see. Views. We'll just put the view from Nablus, because it may also be showing the missiles that were flying into Tel Aviv. So we'll put that down right there. And let's see. And then we have the Tel Aviv hits. And let me make sure to put those down on the map as well for the folks who want to follow along on the map. So we are getting more hits in Tel Aviv.
We're also getting a little bit more footage as well. I'm just sort of piecemealing it together, but there's another video here showing some of the ballistic missiles flying towards Israel from a ground point perspective.
All right, and let's take a look at that. We can actually see the ballistic missiles making their way towards the state of Israel from the Islamic Republic of Iran. This was most likely filmed over Iraq.
Also, I have another video that just came in showing some live interceptions right now over the skies of Israel. And it shows the Iron Dome system in action, and it shows it trying to hit these ballistics before they go on the ground. So let's take a look at that.
We can see what appears to be 2 impacts over the horizon and a third one right there. It appears that the air defense systems may actually be getting overwhelmed at this moment, as we are seeing less interceptors than ballistic missiles. So it does appear that this Iranian attack was actually large enough to overwhelm the Israeli interceptors and just push some missiles through to their targets because there wasn't enough interceptors to stop them. So it does appear that this attack was a little bit more successful than prior attacks that we've seen the Islamic Republic of Iran conducting. It is also showing that the Islamic Republic of Iran, while still losing a decent amount of transporter-erector launchers just a short while ago, is able to have enough of them in reserve or enough of them spread out across the country that the attack was still able to press on forward and was still able to be launched to try and hit their targets throughout Israel. So we are going to be waiting for more video.
Here's my question. We've been hearing that the UK, the US Air Forces are trying to assist in shooting these things down when they come in, also drones as well. We've not heard anything disproving that necessarily. So my question is, how are all these making it to Israeli airspace without being shot down by the allied forces that are allegedly helping Israel? Because right now it appears that most of the missiles that were fired are making it into Israeli airspace, and they're having to be combated using the Iron Dome air defense system. So I'm wondering why that is the case, actually. I'm kind of curious.
I believe it's because they're in an exo-atmospheric trajectory, and while the U.S. and Royal Air Forces may be working in conjunction with the Israelis to try and shoot down incoming missiles, the fact of the matter is that they really can't shoot them down because they're flying well over their heads outside of the Earth's atmosphere. So it may be the case that while there are U.S. Air Force and Royal Navy, Royal Air Force assets present, they're not really able to deal with the threat. It may be necessary to bring in Arleigh Burke and Ticonderoga class destroyers and cruisers so that way they can fire off SM-2s or SM-3s to be able to successfully shoot down these missiles, as those missiles would have a significant enough range and the ability to conduct exo-atmospheric interceptions and actually shoot those missiles down. So it appears that it may be an appropriation of the wrong kind of resources and equipment into the region, and they may have to wait for larger destroyers and cruisers to come in with larger caliber air defense systems to be able to shoot these down at the moment.
Yeah, I think the U.S. better speed up the deployments because it looks like Israel is getting overwhelmed right now. Because I'm also reposting right now some direct hits in central Tel Aviv. These impacts are becoming much more common as these retaliation attacks continue, and it looks like Israel is needing some help at this point, kind of desperately. Now, once again, there are Iranian bots coming here saying that Israel's getting destroyed. It's not getting destroyed, but we don't want it to get to the point where it gets out of control, and it looks like it could be heading that way. So, the U.S. and allies better speed things up a bit because it looks like they need some pretty quick assistance right this second.
We see here video footage as the sirens sound over Tel Aviv. The camera person getting out onto the patio and watching. Also, by the way, Mandy, I'm going to go get some water real quick.
Oh, there comes a couple. There's some more coming in. Oh, maybe an interception. Oh no.
We see several impacts there.
Yep, definitely a direct hit. There's some interceptors, or maybe some, interceptors flying in, it looks like.
Those appear to possibly be the David Sling or the Arrow 2 or the Arrow 3. We're not exactly certain.
Quite a bad scene. Oh, there's another direct hit.
And another one in the direct downtown area.
Multiple direct hits. Not good.
We hear the cracks and whips of missiles above the interceptors as more Iranian missiles continue to rain down through the city. We can see a large smoke plume and fire originating from the explosion that happened right in front of the cameraman, as we can still hear the cracks and whips of air defense interceptors flying overhead.
Also, we are getting current reports that a large number of medics are responding to multiple areas in central Israel as a result of these direct impacts at the very moment. Also, I want to also mention this as well. Like we mentioned before on this channel, it is an open secret that Israel does have nuclear weapons. It's an open secret. It's something that Israel doesn't proclaim all the time that they have them, because obviously that would violate some treaties. But they do have nuclear weapons. So another reasoning for the U.S. forces speeding up their deployment to this area would be the fact that if Israel does feel like it's getting overwhelmed or potentially getting overrun with these missiles, and it starts really destroying their cities, they might feel like they're backed into a corner where they end up having to use something of a very wide scale destroying capacity, like a WMD of some sort. So, it's very important for the allies to step in quick, because we don't want it to get to that point where it would get crazy.
And also, you see a small part of an additional clip here as a part of the first one, showing the smoke rising from the explosion that happened right in front of the cameraman about a half-mile away. That's the end of those clips, but still showing us the air interception activity that was conducted over Tel Aviv and some of the failures of the interceptors that did occur. We do hear the medics are responding to the reports of ballistic missile impacts throughout all of central Israel, specifically the Tel Aviv region right now, and it does appear that this Iranian attack may have been more damaging than others. Most likely, this will result in an even stronger Israeli response to the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we may actually see that the Israelis will move forward with killing Khamenei as a result of these attacks and the fervency at which they are now being conducted. Whether that will really happen or not, that will yet to be seen, and we'll have to wait and try and get more information and news on that as time continues to pass. But I do understand, Matthew, that seems to be the general conclusion to this significant attack at the moment, if I'm not mistaken.
So right now it does look like, generally speaking, also, by the way, the attack appears to be over. Let me double check and do a quick scan of the live cameras. It does appear that the skies have gone somewhat dark at the moment. So right now, Israel's dealing with the aftermath of the direct hits on their big cities right now. So let's see. I am seeing, actually, scratch that. I think I'm seeing here another one coming in. No, scratch what I just said. There's an ongoing missile attack right now, and there are still missiles flying across the skies of certain parts of Israel at this very moment. It looks like the skies above Tel Aviv have gone momentarily quiet, but that's not the case for the entirety of Israel. So it is ongoing, but right now that's all the news I have.
All right, and so we are still hearing that there are oncoming missiles from Iran going into Israeli airspace. None of them are entering the Tel Aviv area. It appears to be south of Tel Aviv, near to Ashdod and Beersheba, or further north towards the city of Haifa, or possibly even the coastal city of the town of Netanya, which is also north of Tel Aviv as well. We are still waiting to get more information on that at the moment, and once we do get more information on that, we will be helping to cover that with all of y'all and let y'all know the details of what we're seeing right now and possible impacts and air defense successes that we'll also be hearing about as well. But it does appear that this attack was a very significant one, and while delayed by about 3 hours by the original Israeli counterattack, which occurred just at the very beginning of the stream, actually 4 hours ago nearly at this point, it does appear that these launches still were conducted and ended up posing significant damage to the state of Israel. And so with that, we'll be waiting to see any additional details and developments that we have on this at the moment. But Matthew, I do understand that we have some additional questions to answer in the meantime while we're still looking for that news. So what do we have?
So yes, in the meantime, we will get back to our super chats while we wait to scan for more breaking news that is happening as we speak. This one here goes to the Fat Man, who puts in the 20. He said, that looks like electrical fire.
And I thank you for the support. Unfortunately, oh, wait a minute. I actually think you threw that in about the pulsing explosion within Iran. It may actually be an electrical fire, possibly, or it may have been solid propellant igniting. It's just that explosions that have bright, flashing sort of a sequence are incredibly rare, so it's a little unique when that happens. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to David, who puts in a 20. He said, I've only been listening to you guys for 6 months, and you have the most accurate details on the wars that compares to any other news briefs, and now I'm not lost on what's going on, and thank you for that.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and the kind words. We try and make sure that we have the best details possible and the best information possible on what's going on. We tried to make sure that we do the best here, and I got to thank you so much for the kind words and the support, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and make this thing possible. So a massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on here to our next one, and also real quick, I am doing another search for breaking news. Oh, wow. We've got a big deployment of American U.S. Air Force assets right now. It's about time, to be perfectly honest. We're running a little bit late. We're seeing at least 16 tankers eastbound to Europe from a lot of different Air Force bases in the United States right now. A massive deployment of tankers eastbound to Europe at this very moment from U.S. Air Force bases in the domestic 50 states. This is a massive deployment right now and indicates that we're finally getting up and going to help. So they are on the way there, as you can see right here on the map.
And it does appear that there are 16 tankers of both KC-135s and KC-46 Pegasus variants that are currently flying on their way from multiple U.S. air bases throughout the country towards to the Middle East. A significant tanker presence is most likely showing that offensive air operations by the United States of America, along with just general high-tempo air operations in general, will be conducted here incredibly soon in the region of the Middle East. It does appear that while the United States has made no official statements at the moment, this action is a clear indicator that the United States of America will be getting involved here very soon on the situation that is currently evolving inside of the region. And for that, we will have to wait to see exactly what the United States will be doing in full force once we get into the region. But it does appear that America, the sleeping giant of a military power that it is beginning to mobilize some of its power and move it into the Middle East to be deployed. So we will be waiting for more information and details on that in the days to come. But a major development, once again showing that the United States of America is now getting actively involved in the situation. And so with that, while we've been hearing that major breaking news, we will be... Go ahead.
And also, by the way, just more information. Those tankers are hauling ass right now, by the way. They are going very fast. I don't have the exact speed in front of me, but based on some information I just received, they are moving out very quick. They're moving at one of their top speeds, actually. All these tankers are. So they are getting there very fast. Because obviously there is some urgency to the situation, because now we're seeing that Israel is getting overrun somewhat by these Iranian missiles and they need some assistance. Of course, we just saw a bunch of stuff leaving the other day out of the region, which were leaving. There were tankers leaving the area from Qatar and heading out back to Europe. I don't know why that was, but now we're seeing a redeployment of a bunch of tankers back to Europe, back to the Middle East. So, that's what we should be doing.
And hopefully we'll see that this involvement does help out a Western American interest in the Middle East at large. But also, Matthew, their airspeeds are actually published here with their flight information, their altitudes and airspeeds. 503 knots, 578 knots. This one's actually going 350 knots. But it appears that most of them, once they're getting up to their cruising altitudes, they're starting to kick it up to about 500 to 550 knots, which is a significant speed. It's close to, I think it would be something like Mach 0.8 or Mach 0.9. So they're getting on up there towards the very limits of the cruising speeds for these aircraft. So they're really pushing them. But with that, we are going to be getting on into the remainder of our questions here at the moment, while we are still hearing major developments about future U.S. involvement in the conflict, which will be coming within the next few days. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Chris, who puts in a $20 donation. He said, I know this is off topic, but did you hear that North Korea returned their warship upright and they're doing repairs on it? And amazing what people can do when their life is on the line.
Hey, and I did hear about that a little bit. I thank you so much for the support. And apparently they are going to start repairing the vessel, but it still will never remove the embarrassment of the fact that they actually went and just had the thing freaking flip over when they were launching it. I mean, that's just a embarrassment right there. But I did hear about that, and I do thank you for support and notifying everyone about that. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that I've addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Greg Denny, who puts in a 20. He said, has there been any news of Israel taking out Iranian drone factories? Because that would help Israel as well as Ukraine. And yes, they did take out a Shahed drone factory, I believe, earlier this morning. I think they took one out maybe the other day as well. I can't recall, but I do know that I reported on one that was taken out in my video. So, yes. But Enforcer, what say you?
And can you reread that one again really quickly?
He said, has there been any news of Israel taking out Iranian drone factories?
Yes, we actually did hear about that, and I think Matthew had some of that information in his short war video earlier today. So thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Hackneys and Rhinelanders, who puts in a 20. And they said, please order a pizza on me. I'm a new subscriber and a graduate of MA programs in conflict management and diplomacy at Georgetown. Oh, very nice. And also Reichman University in Israel. And I've been learning so much in a few hours.
Oh, and thank you so much for the support, Hackneys and Rhinelanders. I got to say, that's very high praise of you, and I thank you greatly. Matthew actually has a major, a bachelor, a major in political science, and I also have a major in history. Both of us have bachelors, and I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And it's very high praise to say that you have been educated at Georgetown and Reichman University, and yet still this is teaching you something. I got to thank you greatly for that. That's a very high praise and compliment right there. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on here to our next super chat. This one is going to go to Shaggy Trip, who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you, Shaggy, as well. He said, "What's happening? So drones from Iraq, Yemen, and who's next?" And thinking of whom else will join in, and thinking of one, the United States. Hell's coming soon, and think about bunker busters.
And thank you so much for the support. And it's getting very hairy in the Middle East, but it's going to really generally be getting hairy here in the future for the Iranians, because once the U.S. and the British get into the area, it's going to largely be over for the Iranians, because the U.S. alone, not just speaking of Britain, has enough firepower to pretty much offset anything that the Iranians could ever want to do fairly easily. So I have a feeling that's probably going to be something of an end game for them once that comes around into being. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and we do have, so let's see here. We got some pictures coming out from Tel Aviv right now showing the damage to one of the, appears to be maybe an apartment building, a high-rise apartment building right now that we're seeing right here. So take a look at that. And also, I'm trying to get some more stuff as well. Let's see here. I'm trying to figure out exactly where this footage I'm looking at is coming from. I'm getting some footage here outside of the damage report we're looking at right here on the screen, showing some missiles being launched from the city of Iran toward Israel. That was from earlier. So when we get done with the damage report, you can take a look at that.
So it does appear that this building did take some structural damage to its outer walls. We can actually see some here in the bottom right corner, along with an ongoing fire inside of one of the apartments. And we can also see smoke rising from the parking lot and also the epicenter of the explosion on the ground below. But outside of that damage assessment, let's see the footage of the launches that from Iraq. These appear to be a part of the attack that's already happened and pretty much is almost over at this point. But we're finally getting footage from around the city of Iraq, near to Afghanistan and Iraq, where these missiles were fired. And so here's the clip. Everyone in Iran that's trying to film a video is like also trying to release a mixtape at the same time.
یه خوردش هم اینجا کلا ترکی اصلا معلوم نیست کیه این همینجوری دارن تون میزنن خدا.
We see them continuing to show the streaks of the missiles as they were fired from around Iraq. This guy also sounds like a hot dog man, by the way.
شهرمون حالا
But largely just showing off the streaks of the missiles that were launched.
ساعت چنده
But that's the end of that clip right there. And Matthew, do we have any additional news that's come out in the meantime?
So we're not seeing it on ADS-B data, which means we're not going to see it on flight radar or any type of flight tracking information. But apparently, these tankers do have fighter jets also in tow, or apparently with them in some way or another. I'm hearing some individuals with some knowledge on the matter saying that that is the case. So obviously don't see that on ADS-B, but the tankers are apparently accompanied as well, from what we're hearing.
Interesting. So, it's not really that they're a company. It's more so that it's more so that the tankers have pretty much like put little leashes on the aircraft and like, come with me, we're going to the Middle East, and they're going to refuel them along the way just to make sure, pretty much to have the aircraft just follow them along. So it looks like these tankers are actually not just flying over on their own; they're actually already bringing over the aircraft behind them, and are just going to refuel them along the way across the Atlantic and into the Middle East. So that's actually going to be meaning that the U.S. force response is going to be quicker than originally anticipated, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it's surprising to me how large of a deployment this really is. Like, of course, it is needed, obviously, but it's a very, very large deployment. This is a lot of tankers taking off simultaneously. I can't ever recall a time where I've ever seen this many tankers take off simultaneously. I think a lot of other people that are longtime analysts seem to agree with me on that. This is a very, very large singular deployment of tankers, which either indicates urgency or maybe we've fallen behind a bit and we're trying to catch up, one or the other. So that's probably what that means.
It does seem that that is the case, and we're still going to be waiting for more developments on that here in the near future. But it is quite clear the U.S. is coming in to respond, and it's going to be responding very heavily here in the very near future. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And in the meantime, while we've gotten through all of that news, it's time for us to get back into some questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And this one goes to Dan Metcalf, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you, Dan, as well, for that support. He said, I'm a Patreon supporter and a listener for several months. And the first super chat, thank you, Dan, very much for that. He said,
Hey.
Do we know how long the Iron Dome can handle this type of barrage from Iran? And do we have any data on how many missiles they have available?
So generally, the Iron Dome is not designed to actually deal with these incoming threats. The Iron Dome is specifically designed for smaller rockets and artillery shells fired from distances of 2 to 43 miles away. The systems that we would be seeing right now that are involved in the air defense would be systems like the David Sling, which we'll show y'all right here. This is a larger air defense system that is actually designed to fire at targets 25 to 190 miles away, very similar to that of the Patriot or THAAD air defense systems. And then there is also the Arrow 2 or the Arrow 3 anti-ballistic missile systems, which you can also see right here. These are the largest caliber air defense systems that Israel has at their disposal, and these are capable of conducting exo-atmospheric interceptions. On the other hand, the David Sling is more so a conventional air defense system, which is not capable of conducting exo-atmospheric interceptions. Outside of that, the David Sling and the Arrows have an availability of hundreds of interceptors each, meaning that they technically have enough interceptors to be able to deal with the large number of Iranian ballistic missiles. However, that does not mean that they can deal with them all at one time, because once these launchers are depleted, they have to reload them, which means that these launchers are pretty much out of service once they're out of ammo in the middle of the fight. So that is really the limiting factor, at least for the moment, with Israel's air defense response, is how many launchers they have. Kind of the similar thing with how many transport erector launchers the Iranians have to be able to launch off their ballistic missiles. Those are really the larger limiting factors to the volume of fire that can be conducted. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Dan. But unfortunately, we don't have the exact number of interceptors. We just know that it's well into the hundreds, maybe even close to 1,000 for each of those systems. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and a huge thanks to you once again for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one is going to go to Average Enthusiast, who puts in a 10 and says, in the last video of the missile launch, they are speaking Arabic and not Farsi, and that is not Iran. Maybe an old video or launch from somewhere else.
Oh, well, no, it actually is that they were filming most likely from Iraq, because they can actually see the launches from places like Iraq or Kermanshah or Sanandaj, all the way from Iraq itself. So actually, they most likely were filmed from inside of Iraq. That's usually where we get that footage from. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $50 support that just came in from Malhaloth. And thank you very much, Malhaloth, for that $50 support. And that's very generous of you. And thank you very much for helping to support our work. And they said, I missed the first 3 hours. I started watching y'all when Israel first striked a couple of days ago, I think. And can I get a brief recap on notable events from the first 3 hours of the stream? And thanks from Amir 92F, stationed downrange at the moment.
Hey, and thank you so much for your support and your service, Malhaloth, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I will actually give you a really brief rundown of what we've seen so far at the beginning of our stream, and I'll try and make it as quick as I can because there's a lot that happened in 3 hours. And I'm just going to cover what happened in the 3 hours. If you want to know what happened throughout the rest of the day before the stream, Matthew made a really good video that came out, I think, just an hour before we went live. So it pretty much covered everything else that happened for the rest of the day. So at the very beginning of the stream, there was an Iranian ballistic missile launch that was going to be conducted, but the Israeli Air Force conducted a counterattack, destroying some of those ballistic missile launchers on the ground and delaying their attack pretty much all the way up until just recently, 30 minutes ago. They also started to strike the Natanz and Fordo uranium enrichment plants again, and also hit the Iranian Nuclear facility. We then were able to hear of airstrikes that were happening inside of Tehran again in their eastern neighborhoods near to Lavazan, where Khamenei is currently hiding at the moment. And we also were able to get additional details that there was air defense fire going on at Erbil and Al-Assad as U.S. forces have been brought under attack in those two areas. We also were able to hear that the U.S. is now bringing over a significant number of tankers, in-air refueling tankers from their bases inside the United States to the Middle East, and we've also been able to hear that the Russian Federation has officially pieced out, and it will now only enter the conflict as a neutral third-party mediator, meaning that they will not publicly and openly support the Islamic Republic of Iran. We also were able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran 30 minutes ago did fire their ballistic missile launch at Israel, and we have been able to confirm multiple hits inside of Tel Aviv, Haifa, as well as Beersheba and areas south of Tel Aviv at the moment, although we're still gathering information on that as it's coming through. So that's pretty much the last 4 hours for the large part, because we just passed a 4-hour stream again, in a nutshell for the large part, with what we've been hearing and seeing right now as ongoing developments. And so I hope that does address that the best we can. I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and we are happy to be able to tell folks like you the news of what's going on around the world. So a huge thanks to you once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and real quick, we do have some very unfortunate scenes. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see here. We've got some unfortunate scenes from the streets of Tel Aviv, and we've also got some crazy footage here coming out showing an attack on the Gezer gas power plant in Israel right this second. So, unfortunately, let's take a look at that attack first on the Gezer plant, and let's see what that looks like.
All right, and let's take a look at it. We have the video right here. We can actually see the air interceptions being conducted and the missiles slamming down.
Whoa,
I actually believe that that is the facility inside of Haifa, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it could be.
בבתי זיקוק, אחי.
And that's the end of that clip. And moving on to our second clip, we also have videos of the destruction that have occurred in Herzliya, Tel Aviv, after the Iranian missiles hit. And so here is, actually, Matthew, is this copyright by chance?
I wouldn't know right off the bat. There is a photo you can show if you don't want to show the video off to the right.
So here's the damage that we have at the moment. I don't want to show the video because I'm not entirely sure if it's copyright or not. But here is the damage that we can see right here through the streets. And it does appear that this ballistic missile once again hit a residential area, attempting to cause as much damage and harm to the Israeli citizens as it possibly could. So it does appear that that is something that we are able to confirm at this moment is the damage that occurred at Haifa, at the refinery, at the Gezer gas power plant in Israel, or that actually might not be in Haifa, that actually might be elsewhere, and then also in Tel Aviv as well. And so with that, I hope we were able to get that news out to you all the best we could at the moment. And in the meantime, while we're still waiting for more news and developments to come out, we are going to be making sure to get back into the questions. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so while we wait for more breaking news, our next super chat goes to Shaggy Trip, who puts in another 20. And Shaggy says, Iran is toast and feeling enough is enough. And the United States and others bringing the full power of war, so get ready.
And I would have to agree. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And hopefully Iran will be toast. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Grar, who puts in a 20. And they said, I'm a little bit behind on the stream, but a B-2 can carry a Moab as well. And greetings from a cavalry scout from the U.S. Army. And thanks for the updated news, and take care, guys.
Hey, and the big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And actually, apparently, from what I was able to pull up earlier, a B-2 can carry a Moab because it can also carry a MOP, which is technically larger than a Moab. And so I got to thank you so much for the support and help with this channel to keep on running, from an Army cavalry scout to just a simple YouTuber here. And I got to thank you once again for support and help with this channel to keep on running and clarifying that information. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $20 super chat from Max Knightman that just came in. And Max said, the North Korean ship launch fail is very similar in comedic value to the Vasa sinking in Sweden. Love the channel and watching from the space coast of Florida, and I have friends and family in Haifa.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And actually, that North Korean destroyer foundering the oh man, what in the world is it called? I forgot the name of the class, but that class of destroyer founding was hilarious to see the satellite pictures of it. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't have been able to make it possible. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And we have a $20 super chat from Wubba. And thank you very much, Wubba, as well, for that support. He said, keep calm and coffee on, and thanks for the absolutely massive coverage.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to have a coffee fund, and we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. Hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we have a little bit more footage that just came in this time showing the attack here. Let's see here. Let me repost a couple of them. We have a first video here showing the attack from an apartment balcony in Tel Aviv. So let's take a look.
You see some impacts over the distance there.
Oh, wow.
Some very significant hits. We can't really see them. We can just see kind of the periphery of their orange blaze as they hit. And that's the end of that clip. And in our second clip, actually, that's the same clip we saw from earlier, right, Matthew, where we saw the Gazere gas power plant getting hit?
Yeah, refresh and go to the top. I just put a new one up there.
All right, and so hopefully we'll be able to see this really quickly. And we can, actually. We can see the damage inside of the Haifa power plant. So that actually was Haifa that was getting hit at the Gazere power plant.
Oh, my God.
So everyone's covering their ears. It sounds like the turbine might be exposed, because that sounds like an exposed turbine. You know, Matthew, like that whirring noise that we heard at Brown's Ferry a long time ago? That actually was the whirring noise of the turbine, and it was inside of an insulated compartment. And you could even hear it from that far away. So it seems as though the insulation of a turbine may have been blown away, and that's the raw, exposed sound of one of those turbines running out here in the open. So let's listen to that again. It's very loud, folks. Just a volume warning here. Didn't expect that myself. But let's listen to it one more time. So I'm going to give you a little bit to turn down your volume, and then once the clip ends, we're not showing it again. So here we go. It kind of sounds like that. That's what I would think it is.
That's bad.
Yeah,
I think that plant's pretty bad off at this point. I think it might be finished.
Yeah, I think that actually might have been a hit that knocked out that power plant right there. So it appears that a significant power plant in Israel has just been knocked out, possibly at the moment, because that turbine didn't exactly sound healthy either. But anyways, with that, I hope we were able to address that somewhat well, at least from what we have at the moment. But with
we got one more video, by the way, showing the hypersonics coming in. It was go back to the Twitter page. It should be a couple down. Let's see. Scroll down. I'll point it out. There it is. That one up. One more up. One more up. This one.
Oh, this one. Let's take a look.
Yikes.
I feel sorry for that kid. That had to have been jarring. But beyond that, it does appear that we are able to see that, once again, there was a significant amount of impacts throughout the entirety of Tel Aviv, including in those clips right there, and also in Haifa on the power plant. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, at least at the moment. And with that, it is time for us. Matthew, do we have any additional news or information at the moment?
So I'm trying to do a quick scan for the news. I'm trying to keep up with it here. I'm trying to also scan on the live cameras too, to see exactly what's going on here. We got something bad. Haifa right now. We're hearing about a fire near an ammonia facility in Haifa right now after the ballistic missile strike. Not good. That's obviously not good. You don't want fires anywhere near an ammonia facility. Also, we have gotten more footage here showing more damaged sites in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv has been hit hard, like very hard, much harder than the last times we've seen. So take a look at that, Enforcer, and see what's going on.
All right, so let's see if we can take a look at this. And we can see the impact site of another missile that hit in Tel Aviv.
بنيان. Yo, yo. Yo.
Not good. That's the middle of
وانا
Tel
عشان
Aviv.
أشيل لك Wow.
Honestly, it looks like the downtown streets of Kyiv whenever there's a direct impact by a Russian missile there. Very similar with the kind of destruction. But it appears that this missile attack by the Iranians actually was more effective than prior ones seen so far, as they were able to hit, and apparently, according to some, either create a rupture of high-pressure steam through a high-pressure steam pipe or desheath a turbine, which is what we were hearing. Either one. It appears that some people who have worked on power plants such as those are saying both things, either a high-pressure pipe leak or that of a turbine. We've also been able to see that Tel Aviv itself and residential and commercial areas were hit quite significantly by Iranian ballistic missiles, although we have not been able to get a casualty report at the moment. So with that, Matthew, is that all of the news that we would have generally at this moment, or do we have anything additional?
Yes, that is going to be all the breaking news for the moment. So with that, while we still scan for more breaking news that's coming out, literally minute by minute, we're moving on to our next super chat here, which goes to Traveling Tramps, who puts in a $111 donation.
Dang.
And thank you very much, Traveling Tramps, for that massive support. That is huge, and we appreciate that. He said, tyranny and war are ugly, and thanks for showing the good along with the bad, and God bless both Israel and Ukraine, and both of you too.
And thank you so much for the support, Traveling Tramps, and thank you for the very kind words. Tyranny and war are incredibly ugly, but we like to be able to try and show it as best we can and get the news out there to all of y'all to let y'all know what's really going on out there in the greater world. And I'm glad to know, Traveling Tramps, that you find it to be a very great service and you're supporting this channel and helping us to keep this thing running. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a $90 super chat from Gareth Baker. And thank you, Gareth, as well, for the massive support. That's also very generous of you. And Gareth said, have you found any Scooby-Doo mobiles today? And great channels, guys.
And I thank you so much for your support, Gareth. And we haven't found any today. Those are pretty much entirely a Russian abomination, the Scooby-Doo vans, the UAZ 469s. Actually, we've seen none of them in Iran. And I'm guessing that the Iranian market is still more refined than the Russian automobile market, and no one would ever even want to buy one of those horrendous-looking things. So we haven't actually seen any today, but still, a big thanks to you for the support, and thank you so much for enjoying our work and helping us to keep this thing running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make it possible. And I got to thank everyone so much who's throwing in kind words as well in the chat. We see all of y'all. It's just that the chat's moving at about 100 to 200 chats a minute, to where it's pretty difficult to be able to respond to all of y'all, but we see all of y'all saying that we're doing a great job, and we thank y'all all for the very kind words, because it means a lot to us to know that there are 24,000 people live right now, which is actually half the size of the stream at its peak, and y'all are still massively enjoying this news. We got to thank y'all greatly for that. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well, at least the best we can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we had a $20 super chat that just came in from Doug, and he said, here's for some delivery, and y'all might need it tonight in LSA.
And we might need it tonight, actually, Doug, and I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So big thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $20 super chat from Kavath Payandrag, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Kavath, for that support. They said our tankers may have been near the end of their deployment and we cycled units, or we were caught flat-footed. I think, honestly, it was probably flat-footed, to be honest with you. But they said, or there was indecision on supporting Israel, and now we're playing catch-up. Either way, our reaction time is frustrating.
It is frustrating, that I will agree, but it's good to see that we're finally reacting, because I guess you could say it's better late than never, that's the old saying, but I would largely agree with you. It is a bit of a aggravating reaction time, but I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Walther P99, who puts in the 10. And thank you very much, Walther, as well, for that support. He said, have any Iranian aircraft gone up to engage Israel? And also, has there been any attacks on the Iranian Navy?
We've heard of an attack on the Iranian Navy yesterday at Bandar Abbas, as air defense was firing in the area. We were not able to confirm any hits, however, and we have also not seen the Iranian Air Force actually engage or lose any aircraft due to air activity, or the Israelis lose their own aircraft because of those reasons. We've actually seen that the Iranian Air Force has largely been destroyed on the ground near to the area of Kermanshah, as a significant amount of F-4s were destroyed at that airfield, but we have never seen the Iranian Air Force attempt to engage the Israeli Air Force in air-to-air combat at this point. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Trevor Jaster, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you, Trevor, as well. He said, let's try again. He said, I'm loving the coverage of everything, and I don't think Israel is properly protecting the civilians targeted, and it might be why we see a lot of missiles getting through.
And I thank you for the support, but there's really no way to properly protect civilians, because you can make the same argument for Ukraine or Russia, or really anyone else in the world who's ever been under an air attack, or Iran itself, or really anyone in the world. The truth of the matter is that air defense is not 100% efficient or 100% accurate, and the Israeli air defense is doing the best it can at this point. And so with that, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, big shout out to Tom Bassessi, who just put in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Tom, for that support. And also throwing in your first ever super chat. We do appreciate that. And also supporting the channel. And we also have a super chat which just came in as well, if my spreadsheet will cooperate with me. This one just came in from Edward Nielsen, who put in the 10. He said, what are your thoughts on Iran focusing on civilian targets and not military?
I think it's absolutely senseless. It doesn't make any sense at all, because if the Iranians would actually focus on a moment at the Israeli Air Force instead of the civilians, they actually could probably try and force the Israelis to where they could not respond, and then the Iranians could just attack them at their own leisure. And then it'd be up to the United States and Britain to have to do all the heavy lifting and pretty much save Israel. Instead, the Iranians are so strategically stupid that they decided that attacking civilians with precious missiles that they don't have a lot of to waste is what they would rather do. It makes no sense to me. I think it's absolutely stupid and asinine from a strategic perspective, and not only that, it's a crime against humanity and a war crime as well. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and I think it wants to give her support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, by the way, a piece of breaking news real quick. We are hearing that the number of tankers, which is taking off en masse from the United States, has risen. The number has now risen to 21 tankers on the way heading east. So we are deploying, I don't know how many tankers we have in our full fleet, to be honest with you, but we're deploying a humongous section of our fleet. Say what now?
We actually have quite a lot. I think we have like over 1,000 of them, if I remember correctly. Let me go check though, because still, I mean, 20 or so of them on the move. That's actually huge. But let me go get the list of equipment that we have. Oh, this is the whole list of equipment. Okay, so here we go. So we want to go down to the K-46s. Let's see here. It should be.
So the U.S. Air Force operates 606 tankers actively right now. So we're deploying at least 21 right now at this very second simultaneously to the Middle East.
So that's like 3.5%, I believe, of all of the tankers that we have are going to the Middle East. That's not a lot, like in the big picture, but that is still a significant number. And we do understand that there are additional 179 KC-46 Pegasus that are planned to be put into production and be put into service here in the future. But these aircraft are going to be a significant part of U.S. air operations here in the near future. Also, I was about to say, what in the hell is a Jolly Green? Like the Jolly Green Giant? What? Like, I don't even. Anyways, with that, this is still a significant part of the U.S. Air Force's Stratotanker fleet. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So our next one here goes to Noah Atter, who puts in a $10 donation. And he says, any idea how much longer reporting on Ukraine's conflict with Russia will be on the back burner for? It seems like we got our attention drawn away from that for now.
And I have to apologize once again for that. It shouldn't be too much longer. I believe that we'll only have to do this probably for several more days. There's going to be an inevitable conclusion to this at some point, and then we'll just get back to business as usual after that. But unfortunately, I can't really give an exact time date, but I think that's going to be about a week, maybe or so, until we return back to what we normally do. So a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have let's see here. Let me scroll back up. We have a $10 super chat from Mike Zubrod. And thank you, Mike, as well for that $10 support and also helping to keep us running. And we also have a $5 super chat from Big Walt, who said, where is the entrance to the underground facility in Iran?
The entrance to the underground facility, I would have to ask, which one are you specifically speaking of? Because we wouldn't know on most of them, unfortunately, at least here on the channel. So I generally have to declare ignorance to that question, but I also do not know which specific underground facility you speak of. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $5 super chat from David Lieberman. And he said, what happens when the Iranians deplete their ballistic missile stockpiles? What happens to the war then?
Largely what happens then is that the Iranians pretty much just have to give up. They won't have a way to strike at Israel anymore. They don't have an air force to do it with either. So pretty much they'd either just have to sit around and just take the brunt of Israel's attacks until they collapse or give up. So that's generally what will happen. And so with that, I hope that is addressed the best I can. I thank you once again for support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to the average enthusiast, who puts in the 5 and says, so what's the point of Iran continuing to fight this war if they don't have a nuke? And what are they hoping to even achieve?
Pretty much they're just trying to survive. They're trying because at this point they can either give up without a fight or they can give up with a fight. And considering that the Iranian government wants to hold on to power, they're probably going to give up with a fight, but eventually end up collapsing as a result. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I think it once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one. And also, Dave Katz, yes, this is being reported in real time. We are just taking a moment for questions because we do not have any news to report in real time at the moment. The attack on Israel just concluded. We are still getting some damage reports here and there from the country and video and picture evidence to corroborate that, but we are covering this in real time. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Drew, who puts in the 10. And he said, what is your thought on the Golden Dome project here in the domestic states?
I think it's largely a waste of U.S. government funding. I'm actually, I don't believe that that money is being wasted by putting it into the military. On the contrary, I believe it's being misspent. I believe that $500 billion would be much better appropriated for the U.S. Navy and its modernization than that of a Golden Dome system, which will only have a limited amount of use before it largely becomes an obsolete system. The U.S. Navy is getting a little bit older. It's starting to age, and a lot of the experimental ships that we put money into in the past to try and see if we can make some sort of technological breakthrough have largely failed. I think it's important for us to make sure to prioritize the U.S. Navy as our main backbone of power around the world, as 90% of all global shipping happens on the world's oceans, and not only that, it's the main way for the United States to be able to power project globally, whether we have overseas bases or not. With that in mind, I think that it's more important to put that $500 billion into the U.S. Navy, or possibly a good amount of that money goes into the U.S. Navy, and then a good amount of that money also goes into the GMD to expand our protection against intercontinental ballistic missiles and other nuclear threats that could be presented by rogue states like the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. So that's generally what I would consider to be a strategic imperative, not the Golden Dome system. And I know that that might be construed as political by some, but I just generally do not find a $500 billion system specialized in the interception of hypersonic missiles to be something that is strategically viable. Hypersonic missiles directly threatening the U.S., considering that those missiles would have to be launched pretty much across the Atlantic or the Pacific, it would take so long for those missiles to reach us that we could already have a response in place before the missiles even hit. At least in most scenarios and situations. So it just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me to have a weapon system that specializes in that kind of defense that costs that much money. I feel like we could actually do it a lot cheaper with ground-based defense systems that are just placed along the coasts, either the east or west coast, that are stationary or fixed in place even, if that would make them cheaper, instead of coming up with this giant space-based interception system. But that's just my take and opinion on it. I think the money would be better spent on the Navy, in short. But I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to that mom who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much to that mom for that support. They said, I hope you boys are taking care of yourselves with the long streams and extra days lately. And don't forget to call your family. You never know how long you got them.
Hey, and thank you so much for supporting that, Mom, and thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be here, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing rolling. And we have been trying to take care of ourselves the best we can. And these streams are long. I didn't expect to run another 4.5-hour stream. It's definitely going to be a 5.5-hour long one. I'm starting to stutter, folks. Oh goodness, a 5.5-hour long stream. I didn't expect to get into another one today, but I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we will make sure to take care of ourselves the best we can. And so with that, I thank you so much once again. Hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we got a $10 support from Logan, who said, we, meaning the United States, don't have assets in the area that we can't join the fight right now, and why wait?
We don't have enough assets in the area to join the fight right now, or at least ones that would help out in a meaningful way. That's why we're having to move everything like the USS Nimitz and all of these stratotankers and the aircraft following them into the Middle East at the moment. So it's a little bit odd that we were in that kind of position, because you would think that we would have kept everything in Diego Garcia and we would have kept all the carrier strike groups in theater to wait for something like this to go down, because it was quite clear that this was going to be an unavoidable incident. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to George Guede, I believe it's said. Hopefully I'm not butchering your last name, George, but thank you very much for that $50 support, and we do appreciate that very much as well. It helps to keep the channel running. And we also, he says here in the Super Chat, he said, can you give a few scenarios on how World War III could start with all that's going on in the world right now?
I don't think I can give you 3 individual scenarios, but I could give you the one that I think would be the most likely. The Russian Federation continues to lose the war in Ukraine, or continues to largely take major economic damage from the war in Ukraine, and decides to take drastic action and begins a larger war with NATO. The United States generally would not get involved in that conflict, at least initially, which would leave Europe to mostly fend for itself, which would create a situation that further compels the Russians to keep that fight going. At the same time, the People's Republic of China could attempt an invasion of the island of Taiwan, which would largely invoke a U.S. response to protect the island defense chain, or the island containment chain, that we made against the Chinese many years ago. We could then also see that the ongoing situation with the Islamic Republic of Iran is still somehow ongoing, or continues again in a couple of years. And because all 3 of these situations have happened at the same time, we could see that all 3 countries find common ground and attempt to create some sort of a mutual alliance, pretty much an Axis powers of a sort in the modern day, to try and coordinate their actions or forces, or largely their logistical abilities, to be able to try and deal with all 3 of them at the most. We then see the United States will pretty much hop full in, not only into their war in the Pacific, but also the war in Europe at that point, and try and make sure to force a status quo antebellum agreement at some point, because there's no way to win a total victory in the modern day. Everyone just gets nuked, so you have to pretty much just fight to try and achieve a treaty that literally resets everything back to how it was for everyone. So I think that would be at least 3 different regions, or 3 different scenarios that would happen, that would pretty much create the perfect storm to see that a 3rd World War could actually happen, and could be technically considered a world war, because it would be two united fronts, an allied power and an Axis power, fighting over the entirety of the world as 2 unified alliances, which is pretty much what we've seen all other world wars ended up being. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, some more breaking news. We are seeing even more tankers go airborne right now in the United States. We are seeing 24 plus tankers are now airborne, and that's only the ones that are squawking on ADS-B right now. So there could be more about to be taking off here shortly, or it could be that simply some are popping up on radar, or maybe on the tracking data right now. But we are seeing yet even more tankers popping up. So clearly, even a larger deployment than we thought originally.
It does appear that this is quite a deployment here. 24 aircraft is quite a significant number, and apparently all of these have fighter aircraft in tow. So they are bringing over a large amount of firepower and abilities for the United States into the region. Pretty wild thing to see. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best we can at the moment. Thank you, Matthew, for continuing to keep up with those major breaking news developments. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Andrew Barbro, who puts in a very generous $50 donation. And thank you very much, Andrew, as well, for that support. He said, LSA, stay sane fund, and God bless America, and long live the LSA. And take one from the chat.
Hey, and thank you so much for support, and God bless America, and long live the Lee Spring Army. I gotta thank you massively for support, and supporting the Stay Sane Fund, because running streams like these, folks, it is mental. Like we have to remain mentally in a box. We have to be laser beam focused on the stuff. It is mentally exhausting a good bit. I don't know about you, Matthew. It's very fun, but when we do it for an incredibly long duration of time, it actually is somewhat tiring. But we do it for y'all, folks. We do it to make sure that we can get the news out to all of y'all, and we are very happy to know that right now there's just 23,000 people live watching us do this. It makes all the work, effort, and the mental focus that we have to have on this really worthwhile. And it you know, like I don't know, maybe a lot of people see where I'm coming from. Having to stay laser beam focused for 4.5 hours or so on my end to be able to hear of any developing situation and then analyze it and break it down and speak about what's going on, for me that's mentally taxing, because my brain is working at 100 miles an hour to try and find any examples of anything to be able to use or extrapolate information out of right now. So with that, I thank you so much once again for support, and we are on to the next one.
All right, so the live chat question goes to Betsy, who said, how many positive strikes have Iran landed in total at this point? And also, only recalling the few or so yesterday.
And how many strikes landed in Iran?
Let's see, how many strikes that Iran landed in total on Israel?
Unfortunately, we don't have a specific count at the moment, but there has been at least several dozen, from what I would assume, from what we've been able to hear. So quite a decent number of them, as a matter of fact, a lot more than we originally thought. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, and thank you once again for sponsoring a live chat and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $20 super chat from Richard Both. And thank you very much, Richard, for that support. He said, any update on the shipping bottleneck blockade or threat to mine/patrol or otherwise disrupt the flow through the straits, etc. And thanks, guys, and well done. And God bless and keep safe.
Hey, and thank you so much for support. We haven't heard about anything yet about them actually trying to close off the Strait of Hormuz. It was floated as an idea yesterday, but it doesn't seem that they've ever followed through on that idea at the moment. And so with that, I thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $5 super chat from Hamad Al-Ali, once again, who said, I'm currently in Kuwait, and we are afraid from the refinery leak in Bashar into our water and contaminating the water.
Oh, that's what you meant. I'm so sorry. I actually did not know what you meant earlier. I do thank you for the support. And I think there was a refinery that was hit somewhere around Bashar. We haven't been able to document it in video or picture evidence, but that would be concerning, because I believe that y'all get most of your water from desalination plants. So that would be fairly concerning for all of y'all. Hopefully there will be a fix or a resolution to that situation. Or maybe y'all could try and see if y'all can get into a water lease deal with the Iraqis, which might be one of the easier things to do. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Sully Canuck, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Sully, as well. He said, I hope this helps. And I've taken to skipping most other news vlogs, and I just wait for yours and LSA.
And I thank you so much for the support. And that was clearly evident today when we went live. We were blown away. I think it was in the first minute and a half, there was 2,000 people on live waiting for us to get on. Like we've actually shortened down our normal stream intro considerably at this point to make sure that we get on air live right away. And there was a huge amount of people already waiting just by the minute we got on air. I think there was already 4,000 people on. So I got to thank you massively for the support, Sully Canuck, and thank you for choosing us to be your pretty much sole source of news on what's going on around the world. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I saw a good live chat question here from Andrew Barbro. He said, how long do we estimate the conflict lasting, the current one that's going on right now between Iran and Israel? I would say personally, in my estimate, and based on what I know, I would say we're probably looking at weeks. Because once the USA shows up, I think here's the problem. Iran is going to end up getting desperate because Israel's about to retaliate strongly. They're clearly going to do that. Right now, we're hearing reports of apparently a 10-year-old boy who was caught up in the strikes inside of Tel Aviv. That is going to anger the Israeli public badly, and that's going to also anger the entire world badly, that now children are getting caught up in this and killed inside of Israel right now. So I would say this is about to escalate dramatically. Israel's going to obviously start attacking Iran even harder, and then Iran's going to try to retaliate harder. And at that point, Iran's probably going to end up attacking U.S. base, and the U.S. is going to go in hard on them. So it'll probably be weeks, and we're about to see it escalate dramatically, is my assumption. But Enforcer, what do you think?
I think the same thing. I think it will most likely last for at least in this high tempo phase. This is going to last for probably a couple of probably about a week, maybe two. But the actual conflict is going to be going on for weeks, guaranteed at this point. It's just that eventually we're going to have to just start doing our normal shows again at 10 p.m. Eastern time and just going through the 24-hour cyclical news that we always did, because there's a lot going on in the world right now. There's a whole war going on that we're not able to cover right now up in Ukraine. And there's a lot going on at the moment in that war. The Ukrainians are still drone striking the Russians heavily. The Russians are drone striking the Ukrainians in return. There's very heavy fights going on in Toretsk and Pokrovsk at the moment, and we aren't really able to cover any of that because this is pretty much taking the foreground of everything. I mean, even for our news coverage, and y'all all know that we like to make sure that our news is very balanced on all of the different topics we cover. Even it's taken the foreground here because it's just such a major development going on, and it's rapidly developing. In fact, it's not like the India-Pakistan situation where it rapidly developed and then it stopped, and it looked like there was an actual chance for an off-ramp. This is rapidly escalating with no off-ramps right now. So we're wanting to make sure to try and cover this as much as we can because it is a massive breaking news situation at the moment. So hopefully we'll see that this only lasts about a week maybe as this high-tempo insane sort of news coverage deal, and then we can get back to our normal news coverage where we're able to cover the globe and sectors and cover everything going on in each sector. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving into our next one here. Also, by the way, I'm trying to get a little bit more breaking news here in just a second. Hearing some more deployments coming out of the United States, but I'm going to hold off on that for a second. Our next super chat here goes to Tyler Harris, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Tyler, as well for that support. He said, do you guys think this could spiral into a bigger conflict? And I love watching you guys every night, and thank you for the hard work, and keep it up, and long live the LSA.
I don't think this can spiral into a much larger conflict than we see right now. Rather than the joining of new belligerents in support of Israel, like the United States and the United Kingdom, I do not believe that we're going to be finding this to become a major global conflict in any way, at least in my opinion. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I see some people repeating these claims that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been eliminated. So far, there's nothing to corroborate that whatsoever. I can't confirm or deny that right now without any more evidence. So I don't see any basis for it. So I would say for now, that is uncorroborated fake news. But moving on to our next super chat here, this one goes to Shooby Dooby, who puts in a 10 and says, you guys probably have the most robust vocal cords in North America, and I appreciate the hard work. And here's a couple of hot dogs from the Iranian hot dog man.
Hey, and thank you so much for your support. And thank you for saying that we have very robust vocal cords. I don't really think a lot of people could do a public speaking thing that lasts about 5 hours or more and just keep going and then do it again the next day. Most people actually have to have, like, I think, like vocal coaches and counselors and stuff like that to help them to make sure that their voice just doesn't go out. Funnily enough, we don't need that. I don't know what it is, but our voice is just built different, I suppose. Built for what? Our voices are built extra built or whatever, I don't know. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. It is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help it to keep on running. So huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, we are seeing more footage of devastation inside of, let's see, let me be sure, Tel Aviv right now. Yes, in a residential area in Tel Aviv, significant damage right now. Also, by the way, we've gotten word that Israel has shut down parts of its largest refinery after the Iran attack. So it looks like the refinery has taken a hit. And they've had to shut down a large part of it. So as you can see right here, though, in the video, Tel Aviv, it's gotten really badly hit. There's a lot of like mains busted, water flowing out of it, buildings like demolished. It is just a bad scene here.
And it is a very bad scene. It appears that the damage was wildly severe, at least in this area. And that's the end of that clip, but still, very heavy damage within the area. It also appears that Israel did shut down their significant oil refinery in Haifa, which we can see right here. It appears that this facility has now been shut down due to the damage that resulted from the last Iranian strike on the facility. So, with that, I hope we were able to get you all the news that we had at the moment. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Mr. Dill, who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you very much for that support. They said, "What is the likelihood that we see sleeper cells in the EU and the US? Maybe some that slipped in through the border, especially with what's going on in the US these days. Maybe like dirty bombs or something of soft targets."
Sleeper cells exist in the United States, and I want to make this a little bit clear because I don't know if that's like a question that has a bit of a political spin to it. But sleeper cells exist in the U.S. whether people entered the border illegally or not. There are radicals inside the United States that support the American Nazi Party. There are people who support the Islamic Republic of Iran. There are nut jobs everywhere. A decent amount of those are actual legal citizens of the United States. And the fact of the matter is that no matter what, there is always going to be some sleeper cells somewhere in the United States for every group out there that could start to go around and try and cause havoc or chaos whenever they wanted to. Hopefully, the FBI has a handle on these people or kind of knows about them and has some undercover informants or something along those lines. They'll be able to keep some tabs on them and make sure they're not doing anything suspicious. But as far as what I would know, dirty bombs being used inside the United States is highly unlikely because smuggling in uranium is an incredibly difficult thing. Because there are actual sniffers that we have, technological systems that can actually pretty much sniff the smell almost of uranium, and we can generally detect it when it's coming into the country. As a matter of fact, we actually have scanners in most major intermodal ports that allow us to scan generally container boxes for uranium. Not most other things. Cocaine can get through just fine, actually. You actually have to crack those boxes open and take a look inside. But as far as the actual uranium, there are actual scanners that can detect that at most U.S. ports of entry. We also understand that these sleeper cells most likely would be conducting and of course, this is some stuff that's a little bit touchy to folks, but just speaking about the actual practical dangers that could be had inside the United States, they would most likely conduct bombings, mass shootings, other sorts of high crimes like those, because they wouldn't really be looking to do something like that. There's just no way for them to get the enriched uranium necessary to be able to pull off a dirty bomb like that. They generally be looking to just try and conduct as much carnage and instill pretty much terror throughout the country if they could. That's most likely what we're going to be seeing. But as far as folks crossing the border, there is a strategic concern to that because considering that a lot of these people end up crossing the border, and we don't really know who a lot of them are, there is a pretty decent likelihood that some of these people may be nefarious foreign actors. But still, once again, the threat doesn't really change because they have crossed the borders. Those people still already were in the United States. It's just that there's slightly more of them now, at least from what we can tell at the moment. So hopefully the FBI, which would generally be involved in handling these kinds of situations, has a handle on it domestically, and the CIA is able to do some counterintelligence and see if the Islamic Republic of Iran or any other countries like that are listening into their communications to some of these people in the country and seeing about intercepting that and stopping them before they can do anything. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible, and I hope that was able to tell the news, or at least the info that we have on that, the best we can. But with that, I hope that also addresses that well. Also, by the way, another thing that I have to say is that I do not ever believe, I want to make this a little bit clear on my personal end as far as what I believe before we get to the next one. I do not personally ever believe that there should be a suspension of civil rights in this country because of the threat of foreign actors abusing the rights that U.S. citizens have. Yes, there are the dangerous groups that exist in America across all political spectrums, and these people can be spurned into acts of radicalism or acts of violence and crime at any given moment. But I do not believe that should ever give the United States ever a position to start curtailing civil rights of the entirety of the citizen population as a result of that. We should simply go after these people, find them before they can commit a crime, or stop them when they are committing it, and then hold them accountable at that moment in time. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can at the moment. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Durza, who puts in a 10 and says, "Great coverage, gentlemen, and give the chat some love."
And thank you so much for the support. And I got to give the chat love. The chat is incredible. We still have 22,000 people here right now. And I got to thank you all so much once again for watching and helping this channel to keep on running, because we are absolutely honored to know that so many people have been watching the stream. Actually, believe it or not, folks, in 4 hours and 45 minutes, 560,000 people have watched this stream so far. And we had a peak viewership of 40,400 viewers, which is an absolutely incredible thing to see. And I got to thank you all so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to make it a reality. And so, thank you so much once again to all of you. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $10 super chat from Arlo Ponders, who puts in a 10, and thank you as well. They said, I recently found the channel, and shout out to another Army Security Agency, ASA, Cold War vets listening in on your comms, and ASA all the way, USAF, SA, Augsburg, 75 and 78, weave.
And thank you so much for support, Arlo Ponders, and it's great to hear that a whole bunch of folks are finding a great deal of value out of our channel. I hope that our news has been well-researched and well geolocated and informed tonight, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to make this thing possible. And it's great to know that I believe about a third of our entire community is veterans who watch this channel specifically for their foreign policy and war news. We thank you all greatly for putting that much time and trust into our show and really accounting for it to be, according to many of y'all, the greatest news stream on YouTube. It's a high honor. And also, by the way, I don't mean to plug this over and over tonight, but we are absolutely hammering through subscriber numbers right now. We started today at a subscribership of 379,000 subscribers. We are now at 387,000, meaning that we have gained about 8,000 subscribers over the course of the day. And we actually still have 21,000 people here right now. If y'all are enjoying this channel and you're new to it, please make sure to subscribe. We would love to have y'all here. And we love to know that y'all are enjoying this channel greatly and finding a great deal of value and information out of the news coverage that we make every day. We would love to see y'all join us permanently here on the channel for the news coverage that we do. And while y'all are usually seeing here that we're running almost midday, at least in our time zone, these war summaries every single day, we usually run nightly war news summaries at 10 p.m. Eastern time here in the United States every single night, 6 days a week except for Mondays, covering all of the major global developments around the world. Y'all are getting a little bit spoiled, I'll be entirely honest with y'all at the moment, because we are covering only the Middle East and our attention is only on the Middle East. But in other conflicts, such as Ukraine and the developing diplomatic situations in East Asia, we pretty much cover every single one of those every single night, and also any situations developing in the Indian subcontinent at the moment. So if you are ever at all interested in any of those ongoing developments and stories, this channel is one of the primary places that you can find information about all of those every single night, with video and picture evidence and government statements to back up practically every single claim and piece of news that we put out here on this stream. Probably one of the best news organizations I'd say out there on the internet at this point. And of course, I'm a little bit biased because I'm one of the people who run it. So, you know, don't take my word for it. Take the word of about 388,000 people at this point who enjoy the channel, or all the folks in the super chat, well, the super chats or the live chats right now who also greatly enjoy this channel as well. And so with that, I hope to see that we get 10,000 subscribers again today. That'd just be absolutely crazy to see. But with that, it is time for us to move on into the next ones. But before we do that, I actually saw Matthew send me a question behind the scenes. And Matthew, I'm glad you thought of that, because that honestly is something that we need to do. I've got to thank everyone so much for supporting this channel tonight. It's been absolutely crazy to see. But I have to say that there has been so much support that we're going to have to bring an end to them. Because, believe it or not, folks, we have had 170 super chats tonight. That, I believe, may actually be a record, and I believe we've gotten through practically most of them except for about 40 or 50. We want to make sure to be able to get to all of them, and we always want to make sure to give our time to thank each and every one of y'all for the hard-earned dollars that y'all have thrown into this channel to support it. Unlike other YouTube channels, I actually went out there and I worked for a living a little bit before we were starting to run this channel. You know, I didn't have a lot of time to work. I started this thing at 20, but I know how much it means to make $1, and I know how much it means for y'all to be throwing in the support that y'all throw in, even if it's $1 or $500, which is the super chat cap. I know how much it means to make $1, and we greatly appreciate y'all for the massive amount of support that y'all throw in, and we always want to give each and every one of y'all's time for recognition and thanks for y'all's support. Y'all make this channel possible, and it wasn't easy for y'all to make those dollars to then throw them our way for us to keep this thing going. And because of that, we also want to make sure that we have the time to do that. And considering that we've had so many super chats tonight, we are actually going to be instilling a super chat cutoff from this point, meaning that Old Buff Nav is the last person's super chat who will be read off. Any super chats put in beyond this point, we unfortunately will not be able to read, because there are just just so many of them, and we want to make sure to get to the ones that we have right now, that if we got to any more of them, we would not have time. So if you put in a super chat beyond this point, it is at your own risk, as we will not be able to address or thank you for the support, and I highly suggest that you catch us on our next stream, whether that be tomorrow or Tuesday, to throw in a super chat so that way we can make sure to thank y'all, because I also personally feel bad when we don't get to thank y'all personally when y'all throw in support. But with that, I hope we were able to get that out of the way. There is a super chat cutoff beyond this point, and Old Buff Nav is the last super chat that will be accepted at this point to be read off and thanked on stream. And so with that, Matthew, please take it away.
All right, so back to our super chats. We do have a $100 donation that just came in from William Herr. And thank you very much, William, for that $100 support. And we appreciate that very much. And William said, I am your ages. And if you add them together, also while I try to get my spreadsheet to work, he said, I am your ages. And if you add them together, what happens if a rocket hits the dome of the rock? And also get dinner on me.
Oh, and I see what he did there, man. He said he's our age if you added both of us together. So you're up in your 40s. And I got to thank you so much for the support, William Hare. And I also got to say, what would happen if a rocket hit the Dome of the Rock? Well, that would be a huge thing in the Islamic world, because the Dome of the Rock is a significant thing, if I remember correctly, within Islamic culture, if I'm correct. Yes, it is, actually. And I would have to say, if something hit the Dome of the Rock, that is probably going to elicit a hostile response from pretty much the entirety of the Islamic world against Iran, because they'll have destroyed a holy site at that point within their religion. So I have a feeling that would cause massive backlash and just honestly just foreign policy turmoil in the Middle East if something like that was to happen. And I got to thank you so much for the support, William Hare, and helping this channel to keep on running. And we will make sure to get dinner on you. And I got to thank you massively for the support. Also, by the way, folks, I want to say this as well. While we're also bringing in a super chat cutoff, this stream is almost run for another 5 hours again today, and we're pretty much going to be rounding out the stream from this point. There are still breaking news developments that are going on, but the truth is that they're going on 24 hours a day at this point. So if we stay on to continue to cover those stories, new ones will pop up. We'll have to cover those too, and then we'll be here for 24 hours. So we're going to be rounding this thing out at this point, just answering the remaining questions, covering any follow-ups to the breaking news stories that we've had so far, and then getting on off air. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again, William Hare. I hope that addressed that well, and we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $50 support from Old Buff Nav. And thank you very much, Old Buff, for that $50 support. And we appreciate that very much. Very generous of you. He said, great work reporting as usual. And thank you.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying our work on reporting. We tried our best. I have to give a huge thanks to Enforcer Matt for helping to compile all of the news on Twitter and also speak in his own detail and words on what was going on as well. He has been a massive help for years here on this channel, making pretty much half of the thing possible. If it wasn't for Matthew, we wouldn't be able to make the stream possible. And if it wasn't for me, we wouldn't be able to make the stream possible. It's a team effort here, and I got to say that it's been an amazing thing to know that you all have enjoyed both of our combined coverage once again tonight. It's been a monumental effort to do this stuff. And I got to tell you, folks, some people are saying, so I saw a couple of people say in the chat, they were like, man, Enforcer, I can kind of hear it when you don't want to be on air. I don't want, like, I want to be on air, folks. Don't be mistaken. I love being on air and I love doing this. But doing this for 5 hours straight, 6 hours sometimes a day, it is mentally exhausting. It's not physically exhausting. Physically, I feel fine. But mentally, your mind just starts to feel absolutely worn out because Matthew and me have to mentally work at 500 miles an hour. We have to work at the speed those Iranian missiles are flying to be able to make sure that the stream runs seamlessly for 5 hours straight. So it is a very mentally exhausting thing. But once again, while I'm saying that, and it sounds like a gripe, we are more than happy to do it for all of y'all. That's why we're always on air every single night, every single day at this point doing this, because it is a high honor to know that we get to tell all of y'all, hundreds of thousands of y'all actually, what's going on. We thank y'all for giving us that opportunity. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jackie B, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you, Jackie, as well for that support. And she said, great show. And instead of Taiwan, how about China moving into Siberia when Russia is at its weakest and they have historical claims and they really don't like Russia?
I would say that the People's Republic of China will most likely never press claims on anything inside of Siberia. They technically don't have any real claims to anything in there, at least the People's Republic of China doesn't. They have some claims to the islands in the Amur River, which is this little river right here that runs between China and Russia, which creates this really unique looking border in Manchuria. But beyond that, they would never take the whole of Siberia. It'd just be too much administratively to deal with, and it would really not benefit them too much. Russia takes care of it just fine, and there's a lot of corruption and crime inside that area of Russia. It's pretty much almost run by the mobs still out there, and the Chinese wouldn't want to get into that because then they have to root those people out. It would cost a lot of money. It's just too much effort for them, so they'd largely let the Russians keep it instead. But with that, I thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Chris McManus, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Chris, for that support. He said, first-time listener, and I'm impressed. And keep up the good work, and keep up that good work.
Hey, and thank you so much for being a first-time listener. And thank you so much for supporting the channel as well. That's incredibly kind of you to say that. It's been incredibly informational and entertaining. We're happy to know that. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this thing to keep on rolling, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to make this thing possible. So a huge thanks to you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Reckless by Design, who puts in a 5 and says, I wouldn't even watch the news if it weren't for you guys. And I can't stand the mainstream news. And thanks for the hard work, guys. And LSA.
Hey, and I got to say, thank you so much for watching the stream, and I'm happy to know that we were able to make the news palatable for you. I gotta agree with you. I just can't watch mainstream news channels. Hell, I don't even think Matthew watches them anymore. Back in the day, we used to watch them just to clown on them. Like, we would turn them on and we'd be like, look at these idiots. They haven't even gotten to this. Like, this happened like 2 days ago. Or they cover it and it would have been 2 days ago. We would just joke on them. So we would pick them. We would almost like alternate through them. We would generally just watch CNN and Fox though, because they're the extremes on both ends, and we would just get laughs for days out of the stuff they would be saying on their networks and the supposed experts. Like there were some real experts on their program, but I feel like the ones that they actually put at the forefront most of the time and they have on air the most are like the worst. Like, it's like, why don't they get the ones that are usually in the background that are actually better than the main ones and put them on TV? They actually know what they're talking about a little bit better. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for enjoying this channel, and we'd love to know that we're able to make news palatable for folks and actually get y'all news. Like, we're not talking about who had 2 ice cream scoops or 1, or who likes jelly beans. We're not talking about stuff like that. We're actually talking about real stuff here, and we thank y'all for appreciating that, and we love to do it. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. Hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Kyle Vanderflute, who puts in a 5. And Kyle said, I'm behind on the video, so not sure if it was covered or not, but there were earthquakes all over the world today, not just Iran, but also in Peru and California.
I thank you for the support, Kyle. We actually didn't cover the ones in Peru or California, but that might be normal seismic activity, considering that both of them are on the tectonic plate near to the Pacific plate. So that would probably be considered normal tectonic activity. And so with that, I hope that is addressed the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to G. Hurt, who puts in a 5. And he said, who secures the nuclear sites if the regime collapses? And great show, gents.
It mostly would be a United Nations coalition force, one of the few times the United Nations would ever agree to do anything, because everyone in the world would pretty much consider that to be a significant threat. Anyone would. So there would really be no one in the Security Council that would veto that, because they would be thinking, what if it was used against us? So it would probably be a United Nations effort at that point that would go in and secure those nuclear facilities and pretty much hold them down. Hey, look at that, Matthew. One of the few times the UN would probably ever be useful. Maybe. And even still, that's...
Maybe.
Yeah.
Possibly, maybe.
Yeah, and even still, that's iffy, because some idiot out there could veto it in the Security Council. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to JC Atkins, who puts in a 5. And JC says, what do we know about the security around these destroyed uranium enhancement sites? You mentioned Delta a couple days ago.
It appears that the security around these sites is fairly low at the moment. We do know that the Natanz site is literally right off the interstate pretty much, and it doesn't really appear to have a lot of security, not even really a lot of guard towers around it or any defensive perimeter. So I would generally say the security might be limited, at least at the Natanz and Fordo facilities, and especially considering that there's been significant damage. Any kind of radiation leaks that are happening at the moment may have made a large amount of people flee, and there may only be skeletal crews of people still around these facilities at the moment. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best we can, at least off of what we can extrapolate off of what we know at the moment. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to L. Breitbart, who puts in a 5. It says, hello from Israel. And also hello to you, by the way, and best wishes to your country. They said something new, nothing new on the news here about what's happening in Iran.
And I got to thank you for the support. And that's the problem with news. They just don't tell you what's going on out there. It's kind of crazy, because I bet you if we flipped on to CNN or Fox on television right now, they're probably talking about, let's see here. What would they be talking about? They're talking about either the guy who has like a more orangish face, or they're probably talking about that woman on the other political party, or the older guy with the white hair on the other political party, and how they're like great people or something. It's going to be something like that. They don't really talk about real news anymore. And like, I get it, like if people have opinions on those folks, whether they like them or dislike them, but that isn't everything that's going on in the world every day, is whether you like these people or not, or what they're doing. There's just a load of stuff going on out there, and honestly, these people are just little cogs in the machine. So that's what I largely believe at the moment. And so with that, I thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ben Johnson, who puts in a 5. And thank you, Ben, very much for that support as well. And Ben says, you guys are great. Good info, as always. And you're up there with the likes of some other channels as well. And thank you.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you for saying that we have some very credible intelligence and information and news. We love to know it, and I thank you once again for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I was going to go check flight radar real quick. Somebody went berserk spamming in our chat, so I was going to go see here. Okay, he is right. Let's see here. There is a cargo plane landing in Tehran right now. The only plane in Iranian airspace. It is a Cargolux aircraft, CLX 9877, Boeing 747, landing right now at, let's see, is it landing in Tehran? I can't tell.
Oh, hey,
let's
look
see
at that.
here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's the only plane in the entire airspace right now. It looks like it came from Shanghai. It came from China.
Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what it could be carrying.
That's fascinating. And they're using a private company to do it, apparently.
It's very interesting. I wonder what they could be bringing. It's a cargo plane, so it's got to be bringing something in.
Interesting. That is fascinating. It says it's going to Luxembourg, though, which is kind of interesting, but yet it's going right over Tehran.
Well, it looks like it's actually going to the Imam Khamenei International Airport almost. What altitude is this at currently?
Let's see. It's squawking at 20,000 feet. Let's see here.
So it's getting down a little low because cruising altitudes are around 30 to 36,000 feet usually.
Yeah, I'm not really sure here. It's hard to tell if it's landing or not. We'll find out here in a second. I'm going to keep tracking those because if it does land, that means there's a flight from Shanghai that's just landing in Iran right now. The fact it's flying over Iranian airspace is already a huge red flag because nothing's supposed to be flying over their airspace. So the fact this one's flying over and it's the only exception, that's a bit strange, but let's see where it's going to go here. I'm trying to see what's the speed it's going, 403 knots. So it's booking it. It's not going slow. Let's see. Let me zoom in some more. It is still about 30 or 40 kilometers away from the airport. So maybe it's going to slow down a little bit, possibly. But I think it would be going a little bit slower now if it was going to land.
Yeah, this is a very interesting thing. I don't know what this is about. It's actually gaining altitude now. It's now gotten up to 20,500 feet. So it looks like it's now gaining altitude again. Very interesting, though. And it's
You don't
quite
think
a
they're like
large
airdropping something, do they?
No, these aircraft really wouldn't have an ability to airdrop because these 747s that Cargolux uses, they have a front swiveling nose that opens, and that's how they get the cargo in. Let me go pull up the Cargolux 747s to show you really quickly because they don't have any abilities to open up a rear door where you just slide something out the back. Everything has to be front loaded in this thing. Let me see. Oh yeah, right here. You have to front load everything. So you couldn't really throw them out, because if you threw something out the front, it's going to fly right back onto the plane and probably swipe a wing off and then take you on down. So there's really no way to airdrop anything out of this aircraft. So either it's landing in Iran somewhere with cargo on board, or it's somehow flying through Iranian airspace, God knows why, and it's still going to Luxembourg, although that makes no sense, because if you look at it, actually, this thing has taken a very erratic flight pattern. It flew north all the way up over Beijing, pretty much followed the Chinese border in an air corridor, and then it flew out into here. And instead of following the normal air corridor that we're seeing now that pretty much exists over Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan, it then flew southwards over Iran, and it's now actually flying over the Khamenei International Airport.
Yeah, that thing is going straight over the airport, like straight over the control tower right now at 20,000 feet. This is extremely odd. Like, I know it's not, it does not appear to be landing at Tehran, but it's flying through a war zone. So that's not normal. It's flying straight over the international airport. There's something odd going on here with this, clearly, and I'm not really sure what to make of it either. But yeah, it literally flew straight through a war zone. Out of everywhere it could have flown, that was the worst place it could have flown, was right over Tehran. So, even at 20,000 feet, you're not exactly safe.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Also, some people are saying it's the predicted path, and this isn't the actual path of the aircraft, because apparently its transponder is off. But usually when the transponder turns off, the aircraft just disappears. There's not really a lot of predicting going on. So I don't know. It's interesting, though. It surely is interesting, that I will say. Anyways, with that, we are going to be moving on through the rest of our questions. And also, Matthew, pray tell, how many questions do we have left?
Let's see. We have about, 60, 70, 80, let's see, about 35 left.
Oh, that's good. So with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, people are saying it's spoofed or something. Possibly, maybe, but why would they spoof it in the one place you wouldn't want people to know you were going? That's like defeating the point of spoofing the signature. So, I mean, I don't think so. I think it might be real data right there we're looking at. But anyways, moving on to our next super chat. This one goes to Logan, who puts in a 5 and says, "Can the USA use bunker bombs and just keep it on the down low?"
Not really, because we're one of the few people who have bombs that can do something like that, so it'd be pretty clear that we were involved at that point. And so with that, I hope that is addressed well. Thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to, let's see, Clank Clank, I'm a Tank, who puts in a 5. And they said, could be electric transformers shorting out to make the strobe.
It could be, Clink Clink, I'm a Tank. It could be. We're not entirely sure, though. But I do thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Kyle Vanderflute, who puts in a 5 and says, "I'm seeing reports of the Russia and Iran pact today includes promise of thoughts and prayers and stand with Iran Facebook photos."
Pretty much that was what it ended up turning into. And I got to thank you for the support, Kyle. That's actually a pretty good joke there. I got to say, I appreciate that. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Robin, who puts in the 5 and says, "Thanks for the coverage, guys, and it's really heartbreaking."
And I thank you so much for the support, Robin. And it is heartbreaking to an extent, but such is life. You cover this kind of stuff for 1,208 days. You realize that this is actually what the world normally looks like. It actually takes a lot of effort to keep it peaceful. It's very easy to put it into a state of war. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Bessarandon, who puts in a 5 and says, "Over and over, Netanyahu." Let's see here. No, we're not reading that one. That's some like bot or troll or something like that. So no, thanks. But anyways, our next one here is going to go to Brian Gonzalez, who puts in a 5. And Brian said the last news before Iran kicked off was Ukraine destroying drone supply chain in Russia, and what happened after? And is the Ayatollah running to Moscow confirmed?
The Ayatollah isn't running to Moscow yet. Apparently, he's still hiding in the Lavazan neighborhood in northeastern Tehran. But as far as the situation that we know with the Russians drone supply chains were getting hit pretty heavily, but they're not knocked out completely. Their manufactories are still running and churning out drones. It's just that some of them north of Moscow, like in Dubna, had been hit and knocked out before we started covering all of this. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. I thank you once again for support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Eric S., who puts in a 5. And he said, "Now will China get involved? And Iran is basically sold out to China these past few years and could be investments that China does not want to lose."
I would doubt it. I think the Chinese are not getting involved because their foreign ministry have made no statements at all to even try and de-escalate the situation or even address that it's happening. So I think they're not getting involved at all right now. And so big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Nathan Hills, and he says, what is Iraq's position on all these countries using their airspace, and also LSA, the best news source?
Iraq doesn't really have a positive position about anyone using their airspace. They always voice great concern about it. But the thing is that they really don't have a say because they don't have an air force or really any significant ground air defense forces to protect their airspace or their national sovereignty over their own skies. So while they don't really like it, they really don't get a say in it anyways, just truthfully put. But still, I think once again for support, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Ravencross, and they said, if Iran can make a dirty nuke to use on Israel, how do you think the world would respond? And I assume the U.S. would immediately introduce Iran to the Castle Bravo.
It would be international condemnation if the Iranians did something like that. The use of a nuclear weapon in any case is generally frowned upon on a diplomatic level, and we would probably see that an international coalition would come in and start beating the crap out of the Iranians. Would be the truth. And so with that, I thank you for the support, and I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jurenko, I think it said, who puts in a 5 and says, is there some movement also from Russia?
I haven't heard of any movements so far. It appears that they're up there kind of getting blasted still in the war in Ukraine for the large part. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. Thank you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Terry Haggard, who puts in a 5 and said, are any of our bombers headed to or already in the area?
We know that the Stratotankers are heading to the area, but we don't know the bombers, and their transponders would most likely not be on. So that information would be hard to find until we have Maxar satellite footage confirming their existence in the area. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Brigitte Hunt, who puts in a 5 and says, I'm starting to think you guys been chewing the cot, LOL. Just jokes, but awesome job bringing us better news than any lamestream news channel that I know of.
I got to thank you for the support, Brigade Hunt. And I got to say, we try our best to keep this thing on. Honestly, the endurance that we have is machine-like. Many people have been saying that because no other channel gets on at this point, I think, and runs 5 and 6 hour long streams and then also makes videos. The videos, funnily enough, actually take about 2 or 2.5 hours to make each. So on top of our stream prep today, which actually for me lasted about an hour or an hour and a half, and on top of Matthew's video that he made today, which was about 2.5 hours of work, and then on top of the stream right here, we have been putting in a lot of time today, yesterday, the day before that, and the day before that, to cover what was going on. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jay No Call, who puts in a 5. And they said Israel needs to prove nuclear weapons exist, or this is just like Iraq WMDs all over again, just a bunch of lies to distract.
It's not lies. Like, we know that they have nuclear weapons because we bombed their stuff, and they said we bombed their stuff and they can't make a nuclear weapon anymore. So it's not really like they have to prove it. I mean, they literally bombed sites that the International Atomic Energy Agency said were creating nuclear weapons, and that the Iranians were in violation of non-proliferation treaties and were producing nuclear weapons. So with that, I hope that does address that well. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Hamad Al-Ali, who puts in a 5. And they said, not defending Iran, but Israel hit civilian cities first. No. Like, Israel started off by hitting the military targets. I mean, that's what they did. I mean, we saw it on camera, so I would have to disagree completely. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to disagree completely as well. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Chris, who puts in a 5. And he said, why did Iran take so long to attack hard like this? And love the stream. It's the best I've seen.
And I thank you so much for the support. And I don't know. I don't know what took them so long to attack like this today. I guess they got some cold feet, stage fright maybe. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Paolo Gringa, who puts in a 5. And they said the Iranian attacks this go around seem much deadlier than the highly telegraphed attack, I think, on April the 2024. And is it true?
Oh, yeah, that's definitely true. These attacks are larger and deadlier than any attacks that we saw last year throughout 2024. So I would definitely agree with that. And I got to thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Noah Williams, who puts in a 5 and said, Iranian American. Also, my deepest apologies to the Israelis. We want peace, not harm, and we pray you dismantle this evil system as we couldn't. And also, Noah, there's a lot of other Iranians like you that are very, very much opposed to the Iranian regime. And there's a lot of people that are basically held hostage by the Ayatollah inside of Iran that hate his guts, but they don't have the manpower nor the group structure to be able to take that government down in Iran. So it's a lot of people. You'd be surprised by how many people in Iran that can't stand that regime. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree. There's a lot of people who absolutely cannot stand the Ayatollah or the Islamic regime. And hopefully we'll see that one day there is a regime change that will finally bring that tyrannical government to heel. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Matthew Smith, who puts in a 5. And he said, how crazy it would be if China invaded Taiwan right now.
It wouldn't be that crazy, honestly. They're already preparing and training for their island invasions and testing out their new Bailey bridges for the large part that they've built. So it wouldn't be out of the question to say that they could try. It's just that it would be a little bit easier for them to do that a couple of years down the road when they have more of an ability to do that. And so with that, I thank you once again for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Eric Wallen, who puts in the 5. And he said, any chance the U.S. deployment is the Operation Atlantic Trident 25 that goes from June 16th to the 27th and not support for Israel?
It's possible that it may be, but just the sheer number of aircraft alone, tied with the fact that the U.S. is moving the USS Nimitz into the CENTCOM theater, it would be highly unlikely. And so with that, I thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Brad Guitarman in Texas, who puts in a 5. He said, do you think the number of USA tanker planes on their way is to supplement the Haifa refinery shutdown?
I have a feeling that they're not really there to supplement the Haifa refinery shutdown. I have a feeling that they're most likely there, because that would be done by ship, by the way. They're most likely there to support U.S. air operations, because that's their entire purpose-built reason of existing. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. Thank you once again for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $2 super chat from Blaze Gamer, who said that Mossad could use some Zelensky-class carriers.
Yeah, I suppose so. And I thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $2 super chat from Weasel Boy Jenkins, and he said, should I be stocking up on toilet paper right now?
Oh, no, it's just not going to be like that. The Iranians are going to be dealt with pretty easy, and it'll largely be contained. So I think everything will be fine for the large part. But still, I thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And also, by the way, a big shout out to Classic Logic for throwing in a 5. It was thrown in after the cutoff, but I do thank you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, shout out to Inventing America Podcast, too, for that $5 support. And we also had a $2 support, once again, from Weasel Boy Jenkins. He said, thank you for your efforts once again.
And thank you so much for enjoying our efforts, Weasel Boy Jenkins. We love to know it. And so with that, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Trollfire, who puts in a 2 and says, 100% looks like Waldorf the Muppets.
Yeah, he kind of does, actually, Trollfire. He really does. That Iranian guy from earlier, he really does. I do thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And really quickly, folks, I just saw some. Chester Markle said, you also don't leave your transponder on if you're headed to a combat zone. While that's not true, we've been doing this for a couple of years. We've been around the block a little bit. Yes, you do. Like pretty much all the time, every time a stratotanker is flying to the Middle East or anything along those lines, transport aircraft, whatnot, the transponders are pretty much left on the whole time. We can watch their flights all the way into the Middle East and out of the Middle East. Their transponders are kept on. So that would be true if it was any other aircraft, but these aren't any other aircraft. These are stratotankers and strategic airlift aircraft. Those always keep their transponders on. I can guarantee you that, because we've seen this happen about 5 or 6 times over 3.5 years, and every single time we've been able to follow it. So with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, big shout out to Andrew Barbro, by the way, for throwing in that 10. And thank you very much, Andrew, once again for that support. We also had a $2 super chat. And also to answer that question real quick, I would say pizza, honestly, just to say the answer real quick. I would vote for pizza. But
I would vote for pizza.
Also, I would say pizza myself. But also, we had a $2 super chat from Plazant and also a $2 super chat from Joshua. And thank you, Plazant, very much for that support. And also, big shout out to Joshua as well for the 2. He said, thank you for what you're doing.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And thank you, all of you, for the support. And thank you for enjoying what we're doing. We try our best, and we got to thank you massively, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and keep it running. And a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $2 support from Army Man, who said, thank you, censors, for hiding my username.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Army Man. And we are absolutely happy to do that. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
And we have a $2 super chat from Chris Loudamy, and he said, what's up with the Straits of Hormuz and LSA?
The Iranians were considering closing it off yesterday. We haven't heard any developments about that today. So really it's just a consideration to close it off, and that's about it right now. And so with that, I thank you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Weaselboy Jenkins and Hydra, and also Chris, who each threw in a $2 and $1 donations, and we appreciate that very much from all three of you. And we also have a 2 from Baba Milius, who says, U.S. Air Force deployed 300 tankers in the Gulf War I.
And that is true. The Gulf War was actually, I believe, the largest air operation, the largest air operation, I believe, in the latter part of the 20th century, if I'm not mistaken. It was huge. And I thank you for the support and sharing that, because that is actually correct. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we have reached the final end of our super chats. Thank the Lord. I also got to thank Dennis Volobsky and Inventing America podcast for also throwing in 2 additional $5 super chats. They came in after the cutoff, so we will not be able to read their super chats or speak about them, but I do thank y'all for the support, because it does help this channel to keep on running. With that, folks, we're now going to be moving on into our live chat segment. We're only going to be addressing a limited number of live chats, only 3, because we always promise folks that no matter what, you do not have to pay to play to have a question answered on this channel. You don't have to throw in super chats to be able to get a question answered. You can always just ask one, and we will eventually try and answer it. However, I hope many of y'all know this stream's been going on for about 5.5 hours now, and we want to start rounding this thing out a little bit. And so with that, we're going to be getting on into those 3 live chats. Big shout out to B, by the way, for the $10 super chat. Thanks, B. And with that, we're going to be getting on into our 3rd last question of the night.
All right, and this one goes to Alex Talon, who said, I saw reporting that 2 Chinese aircraft were bringing supplies into Iran, and what are your thoughts, and is this true?
We heard of one possibly the other day or 2 days ago. We didn't really hear about it leaving yet, so it is possible that it's dropping off supplies. And if it is, I wouldn't really consider it to be too big of a thing. It's not going to be too much of a concern. At least in my opinion, so I largely ignore it. And so with that, I think because, we always have to remember to pick our fights wisely, and picking a fight with China over dropping off, like Band-Aids or some rifles or something, it's not really going to be too big of a thing to actually cause an issue over. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel keep on running. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to Blaze Gamer, who said, do we have an estimation about when the Iranian stockpiles are going to run out?
The Iranian stockpiles of missiles will run out most likely in 12 to 17 volleys of fire. So after tonight, it's most likely going to be maybe 12 to 16 volleys of fire left. They don't have that many missiles, and they're using a lot of them in these mass barrages. So very soon they will run out. When? I don't know. It really depends on the tempo of these barrages. So we'll have to see. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And we are on to the final question of the night. And so who was the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is William Kyle, who said, what do you think is the likelihood of the U.S. getting pulled into war with Iran?
It's pretty high at this point, I think. I think we may actually be seeing that the U.S. will join the conflict in the next several days. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And also, once again, a big shout out to Randy Smith and Bruce Lee for y'all support. We cannot read them off. They came in after the cutoff, but we are massively appreciative. And we have reached the end of tonight's stream, folks. what do you know? Still with 16.4 thousand people here live. That'd be considered a massive night usually, and that's the lowest part of the stream right now after we've been running for 5 hours and 20 minutes straight. I gotta thank you all so much once again for watching. We almost got up to 600,000 views here by the end of this stream, and we are entirely thankful and appreciative that each and every one of y'all has spent your time watching this news here on the Enforcer channel. If you have enjoyed it greatly, please make sure to subscribe. We would love to have y'all here. We really would. We cover news every single day. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, pretty much. We usually, by the way, cover cyclical 24-hour news cycles every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. And so, if you would like to hear world news once all of this is over, and we're not covering the Middle East exclusively because it's such a major development, please make sure to subscribe because we will be getting back to that eventually. If you would like to hear about the Middle East, which we are probably going to be covering like this for the next several days, maybe even the next week or two, please make sure to subscribe because we'll also be doing that as well, most likely. And so with that, we will see you all most likely tomorrow. But if nothing major is happening and we try and have a little bit of a breather day, we'll most likely see you all on Tuesday. Just kind of play it by ear, folks. But y'all are going to be seeing us again incredibly soon because this is a major ongoing news development. It's highly likely we will not be having an off day tomorrow. We'll pretty much be working full speed tomorrow as well. And so with that, we will see y'all whenever we do. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Leaf Spring Army. The Leaf Spring Army will never die.
And with that, folks, thank you all for joining us once again on this another historic day of news today between Israel and Iran. And also big shout out to all 600,000 people that were here by the end of the stream, a massive amount of people that were here. And we appreciate every single one of you. And we probably will be seeing you tomorrow, I would imagine, because the USA is barreling toward the Middle East right now. And I'm sure that will be popping off maybe even late tomorrow, perhaps. So we'll probably be on here tomorrow. So we'll see you then. And if not, you'll see us on Tuesday for certain. But with that, thank you all once again. And of course, we'll see you all on the next one. And of course, bye-bye for now.
To God.